tournament and now picking up one against Royal Roma. Now, let's say this Bologna side, for me, they're real dark horses. I think they're a very dangerous team if they can grab one of those spots to make it to finals day. And then, of course, Baraka Prato would get their revenge against Bologna later in the day. This match coming down to the final over. Bologna posting a healthy target of 133. But thanks to some terrific batting by the likes of Dastagir, Ali, they were able to make it over the finishing line. And then Royal Roma would pick up the double against their rivals Roma CC. This was the third defeat Roma CC have had in this ECS. A side who, keep in mind, went undefeated last year. They didn't lose a single game when they lifted their championship. They already have 3 losses this time around, a couple against Royal Roma and 1 against Bologna. Here's a look at the standings for this European cricket series in Italy. And as we can see, Baraka Prato about to take on Kent Lanka of Napoli. It's the first time we're going to see Kent Lanka in this ECS. Of course, Kent Lanka went 6-8 last year, and they'll be hoping to put on a slightly better show this time around. Of course, they just missed out on finals day. They were 2 points behind Asian Latina and were thus unable to make it to the big dance on Friday. I'll now have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game, and Kent Lanka and Napoli, of course. There's one big name missing for them, and that is Nicolo Fernando, as well as Rizal Jayawardena. Both of them were crucial players for this Kent Lanka side last year, and neither of them have been able to make the trip up to Rome this time around. And you just wonder how they're going to be able to cope with their losses. Of course, those two players are absolutely crucial to this Kent Lanka side. But yeah, Nicolo Fernando did confirm to us earlier this week that he will not be able to take part at any point in this ECS due to outside commitments. Here's a look at the win predictor. Baraka Prato, 60% favorites against Kent Lanka of Napoli. Yeah, you'd certainly look at this Baraka Prato side and put them down as favorites in this game. I think Kent Lanka, obviously an unknown quantity. There might be a few players, of course, who could surprise us and really take this series by storm, but missing out on 2 of your star players. 2 players who, mind you, tore apart opposition bowling attacks during last year's ECS is a big, big blow. I mean, we remember Rizal Jayawardena and Nicolo Fernando playing some great innings. Keep in mind, both of them were so unlucky to miss out on centuries as well. Rizal Jayawardena had that terrific innings where he was 96 undefeated. And then, of course, Nicolo Fernando, I remember the match where he was not out on 99 against Asian Latina and just didn't have a chance to face another ball to make one more run. But now, both Rizal Jayawardena and Nicolo Fernando are not here, and Kent Lanka are going to have to find a way to cope with the loss of 2 of their key stars. There we go, first ball coming up. Oh, this could be a dismissal first ball. This could be a first baller, and it is. He's gone on the very first ball. What a soft way to get out. Well, I'm not entirely sure what he's trying to do there. I think he's just looking to work this one over 30. Didn't quite have the length to get underneath that ball. And all he's done is he's just chipped this up as if it's catching practice first thing in the morning. Let's have a look at this. Well, this is what you tend to see coaches do first thing in the morning, just giving fielders a bit of catching practice. And that is not the way to start a tournament. And we're going to see Derek coming out in his royal clothing. This is a royal duck out on the very first ball of the innings. The very first ball of this Super Sunday, where we're bringing you 6 matches, more cricket than ever before. Well, what a start. Incredible start. And Vim Kuthi is in. Now this one's just going to go towards the fielder at mid-off, and it's single. So he had a lot of key players not part of the side we saw last year for Kent Lanka. One of them, of course, is Tahir Khan. Very, very handy bowler, great spin bowler, and he was also a terrific hitter lower down the order, someone who they could rely on to get them some runs late in the inning. So Kent Lanka, I'm sure they brought some very strong players alongside them. But it's going to be interesting to see if any of these guys can step up. This is a Senanayake. We're looking at him for the first time on the European Cricket Network. So he picks up his first ever ECS run. That is an outside edge that goes out towards third. Very good morning to Timothy Lucas, who is joining us on this Super Sunday. Kuthi looking to go over the offside here, and he's unable to get it. So Hiroshi Kuthi did play during last year's ECS, and unfortunately for him, didn't really have the best series. Oh, this one snuck away for buys. Just gets past the keeper. And there's some free runs there for Kent Lanka, who do need them after the slightly rough start they have. Just having a look at this. That one just, sneaking underneath the keeper and going away for 4 runs. Yeah, it looked like it was going to be a standard bit of keeping, and the next thing you know, it's gone past him, and it's gone away for 4. Now, I'll tell you a little bit more about Kuthi right after this ball. He just watches that one go past him. Let's just have a look at how close this one was to the tram line. This is clearly a rather challenging decision for the umpire. And yep, just inside, well called by the umpire. And of course, Hiroshi Kuthi had a pretty difficult ECS last time around. Made just 54 runs in the 7 innings he batted in. And struggled with his strike rate as well, which is 125 for the ECS. That one just staying a little bit lower than expected. And it's a good first over here. Hussein gives up just a couple of runs. 6 coming off it for Kent Lanka, courtesy of those buys. That's not the best start here for Lanka Napoli in their first over of this ECS as they find themselves 6 for 1. So, yeah, obviously last year's Kent Lanka Napoli side were, I would say, a just about middling team. They went 6 and 8. We'll, of course, now have a look at the stats for this year's European Cricket Series. And as you can see, that a 6 rate is up there at 10.4, higher than the 4 rate. I think in some series, in particular, when we look at some of the series we have in places like Bulgaria or even Ipsonas in Cyprus, you tend to see that 4 rate a little bit higher because of the quicker nature of the outfield. But just the fact that this boundary is a bit more lush means that the boundary rate is a little bit slower, the 4 rate, I should say. The run rate for the series, as you can see, 12.2, so a par score is about 120 for this ECS. I'd say for some of the better teams, you get to about that 130 mark, really, where they're really putting on totals of 130s, and that's where we're getting some very competitive chases when you have scores of 133, 135. Now, this one's a fuller delivery that's not going to be struck away. So yeah, just telling you a little bit more about Kent Lanka. So Kent Lanka last year went 6 and 8, had some victories against some very solid teams. And I think you looked at that Kent Lanka side, they were so dependent on Rizal Jayawardena and Nicolo Fernando to guide them in most of their games. Good ball there, fires that one in. And if you look at some of the wins that Kent Lanka managed to pick up, they were against some sides of different quality. Of course, they had wins in the games you'd expect against the likes of Castellina, but they showed themselves to be capable of even beating some of the better teams on their day. They obviously had victories against the Gladiatori. This one's pummeled away. It's going to go all the way. 6 runs, the first boundary of Senanayaka's ECS career. Just tosses this one up, gets underneath it, and batters it over long off. Beautifully struck through the line. 6 runs to start off. And I think this time around, obviously just missing those 2 key players who were an integral part of their team. This one struck beautifully again. Away it goes for 4 runs. That's going into the umpire's tent. And, well, looks like our 3rd umpire and, of course, match referee Charles Croucher are going to have to just field that one. That has made the way into their commentary tent. Of course, that's Sugath Danuge, who is the 3rd umpire. Well, got our integrity official as well, Ravi Panchal, in there. Yeah, just to emphasize, Rissalja won an average 44 last year, won a strike rate of 203. But to replace a guy like that is going to be so tough. Scored 5 half centuries. Then, of course, that's someone like Nicolo Fernando, powerful left-hander, brilliant spinner as well. I mean, he was somebody who could contribute multiple ways to this Ken Lanka side. The fact that these guys are missing is tough for Napoli. It's tough, and you even throw in someone like a Tahir Khan. I think to not have that core, which really was an integral part of the side, is going to make things so challenging for them in this ECS. But well, it's an opportunity for players to step up, such as, of course, the man we're just watching right now in Vishal Senanayaka. There we go. About to start off the 3rd over. This one's played out towards mid-wicket. Advances. Batters that away for 4 runs. Nice looking shot. This putt here in the commentary box, and joining me is Rico Full.
And good to be here, and I'm sure that everybody in the chat, good morning to you. I was pretty keen to hear about your adventures in Rome. We'll talk about that maybe a little bit later. But right now, yeah, you're right. I heard you talking about Ken Lanka. But the thing is, it's an opportunity for a lot of other players to perform. They are going to miss, of course, the big players from last year, Rishal and Nicolo. But in their absence, somebody else has to find their form. And, well, this guy is going pretty well at the moment. Is Visal puts another big one away. And this goes all the way. 6 more runs from the boys from Napoli.
Yeah, great shot over there. Terrifically hit over cow corner. Yeah, this is what we want to see from Senanayaka. Was a little bit nervy his first 3 or 4 deliveries. It took him a while to settle in. But now we're really seeing him at his best. And yeah, hopefully he can fill that void. I like what I'm seeing from him these last 3 or 4 deliveries. Some very good looking shots.
Yeah, but there comes back Shakil Hussain, and notice that he's picked up another wicket. So really is edging towards being the top wicket taker. But yeah, I heard you talking about Ken Lanka Napoli, and of course don't forget that, as you said, they got some good wins last year. You know, they got a win. We know that they beat Roma Gladiatori, as you said, but also Roma Morning Bung the Sun, they beat them as well. So they're a team that on the day they can perform, and they're also a team that have given us a few highlights like golden ball finishes on the network as well. So we wish them well, but it's going to be a tough start for them. But also, let's just talk a little bit about today. Of course, Super 6 Sunday, 6 matches in the day, but featuring 14. So all 14s that we'll see today will play 3. That's a big day.
Big day. It's a tough day. I think it's really going to test these players physically. We'll monitor the weather as well. I think it's expected to be a little cooler than most days today. This one is battered over long on. He just meets that one on the half volley and Senanayaka. I mean, we were talking about some of the players they're missing in the powerful left-hander Nicolo Fernando. It looks like they found one.
Look at this shot. Let's see this side on again. He literally charges at this. He's like a Spanish bull. He charges and he smashes it for a big 6. Oh, what a handsome shot this is. Oh, that is absolutely gorgeous. And great shot. And look where it ends up. Well, there you go. You're going to get that in your sack of potatoes next year.
Just looking to, once again, target that cow corner boundary, and Hussein gets a dot ball in, so a very, very good over, a magical over for Ken Lanka. They get 20 runs off that. They desperately needed that just to get a even Steven sort of power play. I think we can now call it a par or a draw for the power play as they are 37 for 1 at the end of 3. We're just taking a look at these two teams that we're going to see featured today. So plenty of new names there for Kent Lanka Napoli, a number of players who haven't played on ECN in the past. Meanwhile, of course, we've had a chance to see Baraka Prato for the past week and know this team pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, another player to mention there, of course, is Denuan. He was the leading wicket taker for them here last year, 17 scalps. So they, they've got some firepower. I think they're definitely shown that already. Losing a wicket of the very first ball of the day, so a royal duck. It wasn't the ideal start for the Napoli side, but look at the way they've responded, and I'm liking that. And Senanaika certainly is playing some beautiful shots and hogging the strike a bit. Let's see what Vimukti can do here.
Just watches that one go past him. Vimukti, he had his struggles during last year's ECS. It didn't quite click for him. Obviously had a very low average, as I mentioned, of 13, and then a strike rate at 125. And he's slow to start here as well. Just 1 run and 5 deliveries. And, we talk about being a little bit harsh at times in T10 cricket, but I think just give him another 4 or 5 balls and see how he does. There we go. That's another one. I mean, how long are you going to tolerate this as a skipper?
I suppose a lot of it depends. Oh, that's been called a wide in the end. So, that was a very late call. I must admit, well, we get a chance to see here. Oh, hey, I didn't see it first up. No, that's never a wide for me. But, see, the umpire's got the old sort of traditional stance, a little bit the old Dicky Bird. You see, as the bowler comes in, he starts to lean forward. That's going to get away, and let's just have a look at the footing here. Let's have a look at the footing, make sure he doesn't go over the rope at all. He skids through just here. Nah, he looks like, let's see where that foot lands. No, he's all right. Stays inside the rope.
Yeah, they certainly managed to save that in the end. It's a juggle, but it's quick reactions by him to get his hand back and save those runs for his team. Good fielding out in the deep. This brings the danger man, Senanaika, back on strike.
Hello, Jeffrey. I tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to give you up to 9 o'clock, and then on the stroke of 9, you're going to talk to us about your day in Rome. Because I've heard a few things already. I'm sure viewers would like to know what you got up to. And you did, I believe, go with Ravi. And, of course, the whole world wants to know if you tossed a few coins in the Trevi Fountain and are expecting love to come your way. So we'll just hold fort on that talk as Shahid Imran, the captain, bowling a very good heavy line. That ball popped up as well. It's worth mentioning this morning, Nishay, that the fair bit of dew, we are starting, of course, or have started earlier than what we would normally do, so there is that extra dew. I know that Leslie was out there roping a lot of moisture off, but still a bit of dew out there. So I'm expecting in this first match the pitch just behave slightly differently.
This one is struck over the fielder at mid-wicket, and it's going to race away for 4. So Senanaika just managed to muscle that one away. He played it on the up. That is a very difficult shot, and he's managed to find the gap. Good batting here by Senanaika. That over ends up going for 10 runs. Yeah, and also the weather. It's a little bit cooler than it usually is. Still got 1 ball to go, beg your pardon. It's just 27 degrees right now. And the maximum is expected to be 31, which is quite good for these players who are going to be playing in what is a very, very long day for them. As you mentioned, each side's going to play 3 games today, so cooler weather is good news.
Shot. Ah, that's a beauty. Imran goes to pitch up the last ball of the over, and he gets smashed way back over his head. What a lovely shot that is from Senanaika. And he moves into the 40s, 42-17. His strike rate is brilliant. But as you said, Oroch at the other end is struggling. What a way to finish. And at the end of 4 overs, it's 49 for 1.
Yeah, they overspoilt in the last couple of balls. We saw just 2 runs off the first 4 deliveries, and then 4 and 6 to round things off. Yeah, they're going at 12.25 and over. And this is all thanks to the brilliant batting we've seen by Senanaika, who's on 42 of 17. But he needs some support from the other end. He can't afford to have Vimukti just chewing up dot balls. He's on 2 of just 6 deliveries.
Time for a bit of spin. That means Hassan Ali is going to turn his arm over here to see if he can. Well, first of all, maybe, leave Hirosh out there. I wouldn't be looking to get his wicket 2 of 6, but try and keep Senanayake quiet at the other end. Here he goes, Hassan Ali to start.
Good ball there to start off, and I like that line. Just keep it nice and wide to Hiroshi Mkuthi. Let him chew dot balls. Make sure he doesn't get bat on ball, and not bring Senanayake on strike.
Yeah, nicely floated up. Nice start. They'd be keen to do that. You can see that the rag being used a lot because of that dew.
Oh, wow. Beautiful shot. Absolutely wonderful. A bit of stand and deliver here from Mkuthi, and this is what we've been waiting to see from him. An extra bit of bounce on this ball. Might have been a top spinner, and it's gone over mid-wicket for 6.
Yeah, that's a good shot. And we knew he's got it in him, and he needed that one really, because I think you're right. I think the camp were probably thinking about if it's a good thing to leave him out there or call him back, but he gets one out in the middle, so that's better. Hassan Ali has to have a rethink.
Now we're just wide. It's on the wrong side of that tram line from the bowler's perspective. This one is another wider delivery. Let's just see how close this is to that red line.
I think he's maybe this probably goes over that line. No, actually, it's inside a fair bit. So, good call from the umpire.
Well, this one was definitely going wide, but it's not going to matter as he's hit this one away for a 6. Mkuthi reaches out at a delivery, which would have been a pretty big wide, and batters it away for 6.
Yeah, it's a good hit from Mkuthi. So, showing maybe that he prefers the spinners as opposed to the pacers. Having said that, I think Hassan Ali is basically just putting it in the slot, hoping there's a miscue and one of the 2 men that are down the ground take the catch.
This is struck firmly out towards a wideish long on, and it's going to go away for 4 runs. So Mkuthi really coming and finding his groove in this over.
Well, Mkuthi saying, Rico Nish, I'm going nowhere. I hear you. It's time for me to get going, and I will. I just needed a few balls, he says. Well, now all of a sudden, that looks a lot better, doesn't it? 18 off 11. 66 for 1 with the ball to go. Ali under attack. Can it be a magical one?
Yeah, he's come to the party, hasn't he, now, Mkuthi?
Interesting. All the umpires have their own styles. Interesting wide signal for the umpire there. It's sort of halfway between a wide and a 6, isn't it?
This was just going to be pushed away by Mkuthi. He will take a single, so he'll keep the strike heading into the next over. 68 for 1 at the end of 5.
Yeah, gain away nicely, and of course, well, we'll take the opportunity here to welcome you into the Casa Grande for a grande day. 6 matches, everyone. I reckon there's 1 or 2 people just joining and saying, what's going on? What have we missed? Well, we did start earlier because we have 6 matches, and we're seeing the Catalanca of Napoli side in action for the first time this time, and after a horrendous start, they've recovered very well.
They certainly have, and this is largely thanks to some of the batting we've seen these last 3 overs. Of course, they lost a wicket off the very first ball of this innings, but they've rallied extremely well since then. And now we're in for what looks to be a very entertaining second half of the innings. We'll return to live action. And, of course, main thing is that Mkuthi as well, after a rather slow start, is looking a lot better out in the middle right now. Let's just take another look at this delivery. Yep, as you can see, that one just beating the bat. And it's a dot ball to start off. Now looking to advance there, Mkuthi hasn't quite got a hold of it. Just comes off the inside edge of his bat. And that's going to be just a single.
It'd be interesting to see now what field they put here for Senanayake. Yeah, that's better. They've allowed him early on not to be threatened by fielders on the legs up, and now they've got the 3 bat. They've got long on, a mid wicket, and a sort of wide square as well. So that's in the hitting arc, but chances are that if he does get hold of it, he clears them. But this time, good delivery. Heavy ball into the body, just a single.
Yeah, just hitting that hard length there, Imran. His first over was a fairly decent one. Went for just 12 runs, which he'd say is about par for T10 cricket. A couple of singles to start off this one, 2 runs off the first 3 deliveries. No, he hasn't quite managed to get a hold of that as nicely as he'd like, and he's frustrated and just kicks the turf in disgust. And that will allow them to scamper across for a single.
Yeah, Hamid Ali here, if he was able to get hold of it, you can see he got it for I'm glad he doesn't kick it, because, well, if he mistimes that kicks that and over the boundary, that would have been pretty sensational. But there was a chance for a run out. They don't take it.
I would have loved to see that if he'd actually managed to get that kick. It would have been another unique collector's item on ECN. Yeah, it's been a good over so far by Imran. Just 3 runs coming off this over so far. And we've seen a couple of expensive overs prior to this one. So it's very good from Baraka Prato's perspective. They can get a quiet over in here, and yeah, this time he just digs one in shorter. Sananayaka was looking to step across and hit that one behind square leg. It's going to be a dot ball to end the over. Only 3 runs coming off this one. Superb bowling by Shahid Imran.
Yeah, it's a very good over, isn't it, from the captain? And what he did there, he just never allowed the batters to get underneath it. And he even kept Visal Sananayaka pretty quiet there. So that's that scorecard so far there. I mean, for your first outing, bearing in mind that you lost a wicket, the very first ball of the day, it's not bad going. These two getting a partnership together, but you can see the 2 batters there in the middle just having a chat, and I think that's basically about right. Okay, look, 24 balls to go. We've lost a wicket. That's all. We've got to now really go big. I think it'd be good for them also if they did lose a couple of wickets. I don't think it's a bad thing. It's a good idea to get a few more batters out there just to get a feel of it on what is going to be a big day for them and the other 3 teams that we're going to see here today. Good morning to Terry Richmond. John Hisham joins us as well, and of course Jeffrey Mobbs. And if you have just joined in 5 minutes time, Nishay Bhatt will give us a rundown of his day in Rome. It's going to be Hamid Ali to come back into the attack.
Played out towards long off. Boy, this is just putting this huge weight of expectations on me. I have to come up with some stories.
I've given you time. Come on, I want stories. I want to know. You can draw me you can draw us a map of where you went and where you ventured. And also it'd be interesting for me, particularly how you did get there, because I'll be looking to do the same myself. So, I know that you were telling me a little bit about the transportation system and how it works, getting those tickets. So keen to know, as Hamid Ali wants to make some changes in his field. He's requesting it from his captain, and the wicketkeeper's just checking the lines here to make sure he's got them right. This is, of course, Ghulam Dastgir behind the stumps.
Oh, this one's gone high up in the air. I think it's going to clear the fielder unless he can take a great catch. And boy, that was a sensational effort. If he had held on to that, it would have certainly been something that would have dominated the highlight league. That was Arsalan Sadiq running towards the boundary rope. Oh, he got a hand to it. He'd actually done the hard bit, to be fair to him. He just had to hold on to the catch.
Would have been a great catch on a slippery morning here because of the dew. Oh, that's over pitched, and another opportunity. And this time it's been well taken. Takes it in the gut, swallows the ball in. That's the captain. And that's Shahid Imran after bowling a spectacular over. He does take the wicket here, so goes for the big shot. Well, he gets lucky and got 2 last time around, didn't he, Visal Sananayaka? But he falls short of what would have been a good half century. But just as I said, Nishay, I think the 2 batters had a chat there in the middle and said, from now on in, every ball, we go for it. So, fair play. He gets out, but it's been a good knock.
Yeah, it's been a good knock by him. And Yeah, they have slowed down a little bit since the end of the fifth over. I think that short break at the end of the fifth over just seems to have thrown him off a little bit. He just didn't quite have the timing that we have seen from him in prior overs. And, well, Ken Lankalapali lose a second wicket. Expected score that has gone down a fair bit in this second half of the innings is now at just 116.
Hamid Ali, I'll go back to him after this next ball of his. Just played in the air, take a single. He's really changed his play and his form since yesterday. Remember, he's the guy that normally would be coming in at number 3 with the bat, and he hit a 6 and got out. That's what he did. Yesterday, he hit a 6 and did more, got his side a win against Bologna, and his bowling's come on a long way as well. So all of a sudden, he's become quite a major player on this side.
Yeah, just pitching outside the leg stump over there. It's a huge and very animated appeal, but it's hard to get one. And he just clobbered the non-striker. That's Irosh Vimkuthi, who's copped a blow over there. Ghulam Dastagir gets a little bit excited. And, that's painful.
Well, the batter didn't take a liking to this. And Ghulam Dastagir then apologising to Vimkuthi. He's not too happy. Well, it was point-blank range. No wonder he's not too happy. But, yeah, the OBW picked it outside leg. Well, there you go. A little bit of action first thing in the morning. Well, it's not just cricket. We give you cricketainment. And we're going to see plenty of that today.
Yeah, once again, just pitching outside the leg stump. You can't really get those out. And looking to go across the line there once more. Yeah, a couple of quiet overs here. I think they've just done such a good job of curtailing this run rate since the end of the fifth over. Only 9 runs off the last 2 overs. So we're halfway through this European cricket series here in Rome. And, of course, we've got 5 more days after today of the ECS. And then we'll round it out with the Meltel Shield, of course. That is going to be a massive, massive event. And then take a look at what we have coming up for you later this week. On Friday, the 23rd of August, all the way to Sunday, the 25th, we will have 3 events going on continuously on the European Cricket. We've got the Valletta Cup over in Malta, T20I W Series, and then the absolutely mammoth Netherlands Tri-Series featuring 3 World Cup teams in the United States, Canada, and the Netherlands. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Now, we did see some players slip on Friday, and they had to bring something on just to soak up some of the moisture. This is a little bit concerning. It's the back foot that has slid over there. That could potentially have been nasty, and I think we're just going to see some match officials make their way onto the field.
There's what we don't see there. You might just see there. Tread change. Well, we see that in the Grand Prix, don't we? When the conditions change, they come in and do a pit stop and change the tyres. Here on the European Cricket Network, we do the same, but we change the shoes. So different tread. And let's see how he goes here. So makes a change. There's Amanullah.
Is he going for the wets or the intermediates? So that's going to be the question. As of course, we are in Italy after all, so he's maybe just taking inspiration from some of the motorsport.
Let's see how this works. Well, it's going way down the leg side, but it's only going to be just another leg by. So runs hard to come by at the moment. So that's, what's that, 13 balls and 10 runs, and probably more extras than we've seen off the bat. The boundaries have dried up. The runs are not flowing here. So this is a good time here for Baraka Prato, and Safi Amanullah bowling pretty well here once he's changed the threads under his feet. But we did know it would be a little bit dewy. And he comes again. That's hit powerfully down the ground. Should be stopped, and it will be stopped. It's just going to be a single. Good work there by Russell Bouya.
Yeah, nice shot there. Good fielding by Russell Bouya. They just stepped up their bowling, their fielding these last 14 deliveries. It's been top stuff by Baraka Prato. We've seen this enormous dip in the Kent Lanka run rate, which is over 13. at the end of the 5th over, and it's not going to sneak in under 10.5. Well, actually, it's not going to, because the keeper, Ghulam Dastagir, has let one get past him for the second time this innings. That looked to be a fairly regulation bit of wicket keeping, but we'll have a look at this. Oh, he really should be holding on to that.
Yeah, Dastagir's got this unusual technique for a keeper, hasn't he? He's sort of what we'd call it crocodile style. He's a crocodile keeper. That's what he is, but yeah, that one gets away, and you can see disappointment. Also disappointment there for the captain, who's got a rag in his hand, and he's pleading for everybody to keep the ball in the air, but they keep throwing it on the ground, so he's having to work extra hard to try to keep that ball dry. Here's the rag man, the captain.
A great ball there. Terrific length by Amanullah. Jams in the Yorker. Yeah, it is that crocodile motion. And at times it's almost like he's just trying to clap the ball into his hands and just hoping that he meets the ball exactly as it goes through. Just doesn't quite have that nice technique where he's taking the ball at a comfortable height, getting behind it. Oh, it just misses the Yorker ever so slightly, but it's not going to matter as it's out towards point. That's just going to be a single. So, yeah, despite that bye, only 7 runs have come off this over so far. 6 runs, beg your pardon.
Keeping it nice and tight. That's what they're doing. It's a really good finish. And don't forget, they've still got plenty of options with the ball. Amanullah, though, he certainly is eyeing up bowling another. Lets himself down here a little bit. Once again, goes for that. The length is fine here, but he just strays a little bit down the leg side. So, right after this over, Nish, we'll talk about your adventures in Rome. We're a little bit behind schedule, but just wait for this over to finish.
I hope it's not a letdown after all the hype that's been built up for what was pretty much a standard tourist day in Rome. Let's have a look at this one. Last ball of the 8th over. Gets a little bit of inside edge over there onto his pad. And a good over in the end. Only 8 runs coming off it, despite the wide and the 4 runs that went for a bye. So we've seen just 17 runs off the last 3 overs.
Yeah, absolutely sensational. Right, come on, over to you. Your day in Rome.
That was quite a long day. I mean, we left the hotel nice and early, about 7 a.m., got back rather late in the evening. And, yeah, it was classic. I mean, I'm somebody who, when I've got a day off, I really try to make the most of it and see as much as I can. And it's a good thing Ravi's pretty similar. I think, last year when I got here, of course, I missed out on a chance to go to the Coliseum, inside the Coliseum. So it was good to be able to go in. Full toss. This one is struck straight down the ground. This could be coming into the commentary position. We just kind of lost sight of the ball as it left the bat, but fortunately for us, it sails over for 6.
I think they'll be looking at the height on this. Difficult one because he comes out of his crease. The ball is going down. I think that's going to be okay. It will just be 6. So that's a momentum shifter. They needed something. And Ghulam Abdul, bowling his first, gets whacked for a big 6 by Silva.
Oh, this is struck away beautifully, just walking down the wicket at this one. And De Silva has deposited that one behind square leg for 6 runs.
Yeah, well, then Shluka is saying, well, if that's what you're going to be bowling to me, I'll put it away. So it's always a risk, I feel, when you're doing the bowling in this way, where one bowler gets the 1 over. And that's what's happening here. And Ghulam Abdul, this is not going well. He gets smashed for another biggie. So, thing is, I think they're still probably, you would say, on top. I mean, we don't know how the Napoli side are going to be with the ball, but you get this tidy, bring this back in, but it's just too short. If you look at the line that was bowled by all the other overs compared to this one, yeah, right. Now, this one's short as well, but he will get a wicket. That's a good catch from a man who almost took a great catch before, Arslan Sadiq. This is good anticipation from Sadiq. I mean, sometimes when you're in this sort of position, you sort of fall asleep. You're not ready for it. But Sadiq, he's aware, he's moving, gets himself into a good position because of that anticipation and takes a catch. So, well, whether he deserved it or not, Ghulam Abdul has picked up a wicket.
Yeah, just a top edge, and it's gonna go over towards a short third, well taken. So another wicket will fall for Napoli.
Yeah, Dinashuka Silva will depart and got to 14, but it was the ninth ball that got him out. So okay, so you do like to. I know you like to venture around. Ravi is very much the same. So the young, we can call you two the young guns. So the young guns ventured in Rome.
Yeah, I almost played a role of kind of tour guide for Ravi. Obviously, this being my second time here in Rome, so it was yeah, just showing him some of the sights I saw last year. Got to see a couple of places I didn't have the opportunity to see last year either. The one in particular I wanted to see was the, of course, Presidential Palace. And Ravi, obviously being very talkative, was more than happy to strike conversations with a lot of the locals. At one point, he talked with one of the guards over at the palace. This one is struck away for four. But the most interesting of which was a long sort of conversation we had with a couple of soldiers guarding the headquarters of Fratelli d'Italia.
Okay.
And was given a little gift as well as a fellow comrade, having been in the army in the past myself as well.
All right.
Got a little Italian army patch as a souvenir.
Are they allowed to be talking to you, or do you get them into trouble?
No, they were more than happy to talk with us. There's a little edge there. There's a little edge there. And Pereira will depart. I think he knew it. You could tell there was just a sheepish look on his face. He should have walked. He really should have walked.
Yeah.
But that edge was as clear as it gets. And the umpire does raise his finger in the end. This Ghulam Abdulover, despite going for 16 runs, does produce a couple of wickets.
Yeah, well, he'd be happy with that. He says, I got 2 wickets here, 2 for 16. The 100 did come up in that over as well from Napoli. So 101 for 4. So you were very much the guide. So in your opinion, where? So I mean, you had a long day. You were out. You said you left about 7. You didn't get back till about 10. That's a huge day. I mean, I don't think I could do that long a day going out. So I might cut a few hours off there. So what are the places? The must-go places to see?
I think in a day you could probably do. No, this is struck towards mid off great length over there. The Colosseum, Trevi Fountain. This one's just gonna squirm away. The Pantheon, the Vatican, and Piazza Navona, and most of the sites. I mean, keep in mind that a lot of these places are walking distance within each other, and also the public transport in Rome is absolutely terrific.
Now, talk to me about the Vatican then. Do you need a passport to get in there? Because it is another country, right?
No, you could just walk right in. Even if you're going to the museum, which I had a chance to go to last year, and still it's easily the finest artwork I've ever seen in my life. I mean, I've never had the opportunity to go to the Louvre in France, but yeah, for the museum is a highlight, something which I had the great privilege of going to last year. Although you should get the skip the line tickets. If you don't, you'll probably be waiting all day just to get in.
Yeah, I suppose that's the tip, isn't it? Oh, I mean, you mentioned going inside the Colosseum last time, of course, about 2 or 3 years back, when I was in Rome. Did go to that area, to the Spanish Steps, to the Trevi Fountain, of course, to the Colosseum. So there you go. It's true what they say about the Trevi Fountain. I did put a coin in there. They say if you do, you always come back. Well, I have come back, so it's got to be done. But the Colosseum, I suppose you do need to book in advance to go inside, right? Is that what you had to do?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And keep in mind, like, these tickets get sold out very fast here. I mean, even to go into the Pantheon, you're usually talking about having to book it days in advance.
It's nicely played out. Now, this should be just a single. So this innings, they're getting or closing on to around about a par score. It was interesting to see the stats of the day, actually. I mean, the number of... So if that, going by what I read at the start of yesterday, we had over 100 60s yesterday. The 6 count here is amazing. We're over the 10. We're almost at 11 sixes per innings. The number of runs going pretty well. So extraordinary hitting from the Italian boys. That one is another one that's a little high. I think the umpires will once again have a look at the height on this one. So we'll have a look at the side. We've had a couple of teasers. Is this one another one which is just about borderline? I wonder if we get a chance to see it. Just about here. Well, here it comes. Yeah, I mean, it's there or thereabout, isn't it? It's not that far away. But once again, I think the umpires are saying they're okay with it. Well, that's an ugly ball. It allows this to continue. So, all right, the Colosseum. Now, come on. You know what everybody wants to know. Did you throw the coins in the Trevi fountain?
No, I don't need to. I've all the love I need from our chat.
Ah, you certainly spent good time thinking about that one. So, well done. What about Ravi?
No, didn't need to either. He's got all the love he needs from the players he's managing every day. This one's just going to be struck out towards long on. Is he going to be able to make it back for a second run? They will. Maybe even a third would have been on here, but nah, that's some good backing up in the end, and they'll settle for a couple of runs to end the over. So 12 off the final over. A good finish here for Kent Lanka after they went very quiet between over 6 to 8, where they produced just 17 runs. And we see it 28 runs off the last 2 overs. So Kent Lanka will end up with a respectable total of 113, slightly below par, but they'll take it.
Yeah, they will. 68 of the first 5 when they were going pretty well, but then only 45 off the second. But that included a spell of 3 overs where they hardly got anything. So in the end, they did finish pretty well with the last 2 overs going for 16 and 12. So that was a bit better. But you've got to be said, it was a cracking start, of course, the Royal Duck. But then after that, things really did slow down. And Baraka Prato, of course, a team that got a bit more experience in the matches that they played, then do go back on top. But some good bowling there from Hamid Ali and also from the captain, from Shahid Imran.
Yeah, absolutely. And saw some great shots played in there in between as well. In particular, that acceleration we saw between overs 3 to 5 was really important for this side, as of course we saw almost 51 runs scored during those 3 overs, which was enormous, and is the main reason why Kent Lanka Napoli were able to get to the score they went to. That one was just pitching outside the leg stump, and then take a look at this right at the end. He got clobbered, got absolutely clobbered there by the wicketkeeper. That was, of course, Hiroshim Kuthi running to the non-strikers, and they got belted by Gulam Dastagir right in the back. Did see some great shots played throughout this innings, in particular by Vishal Senanayaka, who hit 8 boundaries. Half of them were 6s. Hiroshim Kuthi was, you'd have to say, a touch slow. I mean, he's had some issues with his strike rate throughout his ECS career, making 31 runs, but it took him 23 deliveries to make them, and they'll need him just to speed up a little bit through later in this ECS. That was, of course, the end of Vinila Pereira. He knew he'd nick that, and once the umpire's finger was raised, you could see he just knew he had to walk. It was a bit of a sheepish look after he played that shot. He knew there was a nick, and of course we saw that boundary right there at the end in the final over, the 4 that was hit on the second ball of the last over by none other than Dankusha Silva. We'll now have a look at the scorecard for this innings, and of course Ishan Shaminda departed off the very first ball of this innings, and then he just felt like maybe this Kent Lanka's Napoli side would be able to unravel. But full credit to Vishal Senanayaka for a great innings he played. His good performance there between overs 3 to 5 is the main reason that this Kent Lanka Napoli side do get to a score of 113. We'll now turn our attention to the bowling card, and overall you'd say it's a pretty solid performance by Baraka Prato. They have kept Kent Lanka Napoli to a slightly below par total. The big concern for them is the amount of extras, 16 runs of extras. And then, of course, you just have a look at some of those bowling figures. Hassan Ali, a little bit expensive in the sole over he bowled, but then most of the side will be pretty impressed with their bowling performance. 3 bowlers, as you can see, have gave up just 15 runs in the 2 overs they bowled. So all in all, I think Baraka Prato will be the slightly happier of the 2 teams at the end of the first innings. They've got a target of 114 to chase down. Join us in about 9 minutes' time when we'll bring you the second innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
We're just going to have somebody go on there and just check on the keeper. So, it's just the bowler warming up, and now gonna, I think just had a match official, of course. That was Robbie just coming on to check on some of the keeper's equipment. So let's see how things go. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. We have Vanilla Pereira bowling this first over here for Kent Lanka. Haven't seen him bowl previously on the European Cricket Network, so it's going to be interesting to see how he does here based on his long run-up. It looks like he's a fairly quick bowler, and I think the reason for this brief delay in the start of the game is just the fact they're just bringing some chalk on here so that he can just mark his guard. Should be ready to get it underway any minute now, as of course the match officials make their way off the field. So here we go. First ball coming up. A beautiful ball there. Nice bounce and carry. He's got a lovely run up as well. Vanilla Pereira. Bowling with a good pace as well. Yeah, just looks really good first up to start things off. That one just staying a little bit low over there, just the gear. Which probably be looking to open up the offside on a delivery like that anyway. It was a very, very wide line. Here we go. Third ball of the over. Nice start here for Pereira. Oh, this one is played away beautifully. Really good shot there by Dastagir. I think he just got a touch predictable there, Pereira, and Dastagir knew what was coming and he was ready. You could just see batting outside his crease. Plays that away towards square leg. Yeah, he's a good bowler, you have to say. Looking at him early here, Vanilla Pereira. He's got a nice, smooth, flowing run-up. He's got some good pace as well. He looks to hit the deck hard. Just to vary things a little bit more, in particular in this T10 format where you want to keep the batter guessing. Well, this time he goes a touch too straight. This is far too straight. And it's a bit too short as well. It's going to go all the way for a 6. So back-to-back boundaries here.
Vanilla Ice with the ball. Vanilla Pereira. I could do with a bit of ice right here now. But yeah, too short. Made a nice start, but now it's a little bit too short. And just before the teams came out, Leslie was out there once again just brooming and giving some attention to the bowler's foot mark. So they've taken away all of some of the debris that comes onto the pitch from the bowler's soles of their shoes. So shouldn't be any issues there. Of course, the sun is drying things up pretty rapidly as well. Temperatures at the moment creeping up now to about 28 degrees. It's very warm out there. I definitely can vouch for that. So conditions changing pretty quickly. But yeah, Vanilla Pereira here just needs to get that ball a little bit fuller. And said he got the pace, hasn't he, Nish? He's got the pace to cause trouble.
Yeah, he certainly does. This one just coming off the bottom of the bat. I think the more he bowls in this T10 format, the better he'll get. There's a few adjustments you have to make as a bowler, and I don't know how much T10 cricket he's played prior to this match, but a lot of bowlers coming into this format have usually played mostly sort of 40, 50 over cricket, and a lot of T20 as well. So let's see how he fares in the 10 over format of the game. Here's a look at how many matches it's been since we last had a golden ball. Of course, that counter is now up to 69. We came close to snapping that streak a couple of days ago, and have come close a number of times here in Italy with a lot of matches that have ended on the last ball. So well, let's see if we can snap that streak today, since of course we do have 6 big games coming up for you.
Yeah, it is Super Sunday. We'd love to get a golden ball here. Kent Lanka are a team that have delivered in the past. Kent Lanka of Napoli. And at the moment, I suppose a sort of even Steven start for both teams. Baraka Prato get 10 off that over. The Ghulam Dastgir gets a couple away. Hassan Ali, though, has been in sensational form. He is your leading run scorer with 359. And he'll be looking once again to get a good partnership going here between him and Ghulam Dastgir.
This one just outside the leg stump. That's going to be a wide to start things off over here.
Yeah, that's going to target Thimira. I like the movement he got there, actually. He gets good movement, good swing. Gets that ball started on off peg. He could be a handful to the left-hander. Let's see if he gets it in the right area here.
Oh, that's really well taken. A terrific take over there by Danushka Silva. You can see that one was wide down the leg side, and he's just taken that one-handed. Looked like it was destined to go away for a minimo, but he gets in the way, does a terrific job, saves the side some more runs. Oh, this is poor by Thimira. It really is. Third one he sent down the leg side. Really, really struggling to start off, and gotta say the keeper's just had his work cut out here. Danushka Silva trying to stop these from getting past him.
Silva's done well, but the bowler, yeah, he's getting the movement. This is good signs for him, but he's just not getting the ball in the right areas.
Better, much better. At least it was legal, but it's going to go away for a 4, and Ali plays a beautiful shot over there.
Yeah, that gets crunched away. A very good shot. Of course, I want to say a wish good luck to, of course, the local side, Roma, that we know last night travelled Roma CC to Milan. They've got a big domestic game here, a semi-final there in Milan. So good luck to both sides. And that's why we're not seeing some of the Roma CC boys around the ground today. That's not a good delivery. So you can see now, after having the troubles of getting the ball on the stumps, Thimira, he's now overcorrected, and that ends up being a gentle full toss, wide outside the off. And someone who's in the form and off the ability of Hassan Ali is not going to miss out on that.
He certainly won't. That's Thimira going there for the wide Yorker. He's missed the wide Yorker, and it's gone away for a 4. Oh, this time he's going to go over mid-wicket. What a shot. What a hit there by Ali. Powerful strike that has gone the distance.
Well, watch out. because Hassan Ali is about, and this is what he does. Watch this. Look at the hand speed, the elevation, the speed, and that gets crunched away. And, well, that goes all the way into a futuristic village there. And Hassan leaning into the bowler here. Just hasn't been able to get it right. The mirror is had encouraging signs in the fact that he's getting the Grizzly to move around, but he just hasn't been able to start it off in the right place. He's either been too much down the leg side, too wide, or on that occasion, too short. 17 coming off the first half of the over.
It's expensive here by Thamira. I mean, as you mentioned, you can tell he's getting a bit of movement back into the right-hander, just not quite able to land it on the right spot. And once again, he's just missed that length, but he's going to get away with it as this goes straight to the fielder out at deep third. He's going to breathe a sigh of relief. That's the first ball he's bowled that isn't a wide or a boundary.
Time for Ghulam Dastgir, who had his woes yesterday. Remember, he struggled, but he did start to find his form when it mattered, Dastgir.
It gets the length right over there, Thamira at last. That's a Yorker length delivery, jammed right up there. Much, much better by him. Got one ball left in this over. Can he get out of this? Can he limit the damage that has been done so far this over? Which has brought the opposition, Baraka Prato, 18 runs. No, stroked, absolutely smoked away. That's gone the distance by the looks of it. It's actually been signaled a 4. Let's have another look at this. Yeah, yep, it has been given 4 runs. I think it's just taken one bounce in front of the rope. And they've gone for 4 runs. Here is confirmation. Yes, that one well inside the rope. 4 runs. That's a boundary. 22 runs coming off that over.
Yeah, this is the way things are looking here. So, Kent Napoli looking to get something on the board. And, of course, they know that there's teams like the Campananis, the Bolognas and the Gladiatori that they've got to try and catch up with, wanting to finish in the top 5. That's the thing here. Coming up to Finals Town Friday, top 5 finish. That's where you want to be. At least then you know you're guaranteed you will be playing in Finals Day. Of course, finishing at the top of the pack means that your life, your journey on pursuit for that magnificent trophy, thanks to our trophy partner Locus Lifestyles, has become just a little bit easier.
Struck out towards cover, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. So Ali will get a boundary over here. Beautifully struck into the gap. This is smart power play batting.
Yeah, Denuwan, well, we thought it wouldn't be long before Chintha Denuwan comes on. He was their leading wicket taker last year with 17, but his first ball is caressed through the covers for 4 runs.
Yeah, Denuwan was superb during last year's ECS. He was a wicket machine. Not the best start to him for him off the first ball of this ECS. Looks to vary the pace there, but it's not going to deceive the batter as it goes over 4 runs. Comes into our commentary tent as well. Very neat bit of fielding.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, that it went crash, bang, boom to a few places before we got in here. But, yeah, just a nice shot and good power play batting from Baraka Prato is one thing that they do very well. They always tend to do well in the power play.
Oh, this one's gone up in the air. It's Sky. Chance to get a wicket over here. The fielder's underneath it. He'll hold on to that one. Great catch there by Vanilla Pereira. Kent Napoli pick up their first victory of this ECS. It's been a good cameo here by Hassan Ali inside the power play. We know he's a very attacking batter. Looks to go after every ball, in particular when fielding restrictions are in place. This time around, he just plays one shot too many. Pops it up. He's gone. Baraka Prato lose their first wicket.
Ice Cool Vanilla takes the catch. And Denawoon starts his 2024 campaign with a wicket. A good catch there. Nice, steady hand. So that's the end of Hassan Ali, of course. He's a danger man You see, as he departs, he leaves his team requiring 74 in 45 deliveries at a rate of just under the 10, 9.86. And be interesting to see who they go to here. They tried a number of different options yesterday. Hamid Ali did come slightly lower down the order, and it worked pretty well. And they went with Shakil Hussain higher up. But this time around, they go back to Hamid Ali. He always starts at a 6. And this one is coming our way somewhere. Well, Nishay, out of your hands.
Almost had a chance to get at that one. Got a hand to it, but it's just unfortunately gone past me over there. Let's have a look at that. Yep.
In it comes. We might even get a bit of comms cam on this, Nishay. Just didn't stick, did it? Got out. You almost played that on to me. Here he comes. Over to Nishay, and that's ricocheted off Nishay. Oh no, it's a slippery one. It's going to go for 4. Yep, it will. It's one of those where the fielder is thinking, do I go for this catch or not? In the end, in 2 minds, and then the ball catches up with you pretty quickly. So, I mean, I told you, this boy, have a look back. Every time he's gone out there, his first ball has always been hit for 6. Then it's, well, up until yesterday, it's been 6 and out. But now he's followed that up with another boundary, 6 and 4. And as we say on the network, he's hungry for more as he brings the 50 up for Baraka Prato.
This was just tucked away off the path. Got Nicola Fernando joining us in the chat. Chance to say good morning to him. Of course, we talked a lot about Nicola Fernando during the first innings and what an important part he was of that Kent Lanka side, which played last year. Of course, captained this team and led them superbly with both bat and ball in hand. A powerful left-hander. He was up there as one of the higher run getters for his team, just right behind Risal Jayawardena, scoring 339 runs during that ECS with a strike rate at 200. And then the left arm spin he bowled as well was very, very handy for his side. So yeah, obviously not having Kent Lanka, not having Nicola Fernando in this Kent Lanka side, it's a big, big blow. But I'm sure he's going to be cheering his boys on and giving them plenty of support from back home in Naples.
When I look at the Kent Lanka Napoli kits, I feel I have to scan them. I feel I have to pick them up and scan them, you know, like you do in the old supermarkets.
The barcode.
They've definitely got the barcode, haven't they? So the barcode kit, the orange and the blue. And, of course, you know what I mean. I'm sure if we can get a close-up on, or maybe a close-up on the bowler who's about to come into bowl here. So this is going to be Cheyenne Fernando. So, yeah, they've definitely got a bit of the barcode about them.
This one's just wide down the leg side. Fernando just getting his line and length slightly wrong over there. So great power play for Baraka Prato. I mean, this is a side who, as you mentioned, always look to attack and are very aggressive during the power play. And they've certainly put themselves in a great position to win this match, but have even given themselves a chance here to pick up a bonus point. Just take a look at that. 15.5 required off the next 4 overs to pick up the bonus point. That's very doable. A bit of width was an offer there, and I think Hassan Ali, looking back at that, with nobody out at point and with deep third as fine as he is, I think he should have been looking to cut that.
Yeah, of course, you mean Hamid, who only looks to do one thing. He looks to belt it. And I don't mind that about him. That's what I think his role is. And he plays it really well. If it doesn't work, somebody else comes in, takes over. But if he clicks, he wins you the match.
Oh, nice carry through to the keeper there. That one just taking off a good length. And look where the keeper has had to take it ultimately. So good ball there by Fernando.
Well, the Fernando here is very similar to Charles Fernando in the way that he's bowling at the moment. He's got a bit of pace. He's got the accuracy. He's keeping it in that off-stump corridor, getting some good rise. So good bowling here. And Hamid Ali has got to change his approach. He's got to be looking to go back and hit over the top or backward point.
This one just stays a little bit lower. So nice variation here by Cheyenne Fernando. Of course, bowled just 4 overs last year. And he gave up 37 runs in those 4 overs. He bowled, picked up a wicket against Royal Roma as well. He's very young, Cheyenne Fernando. Just turned 17 back in May.
Yeah, well, it's good to see him out there. And it's a good start from him. Just the one from the over so far.
Inside edge and straight to the fielder at fine leg, and that's going to be another dot ball. So love the way Cheyenne Fernando's bowling here.
This is very good. It's very similar kind of to what we saw from the batting of Napoli. They started well, and then there was a couple of overs that came in that really dragged them back. You can see that that's exactly what they're looking to do with the ball themselves.
Oh, this is smoked. Absolutely belted out towards the boundary rope for 6. An incredible hit. That one was straight to the Gladiatori. Back at fine leg. They're, of course, getting ready for the upcoming match today. They're very close to the fan zone. They've got a big day as well, playing 3 matches today.
Yeah, the bright yellow of Roma Gladiatori, and of course looking forward to seeing the likes of Harpreet, their captain, back in action. He'll be hoping that Mubarak Hussain and that Niaz can also be in good form.
This one hasn't quite been timed as sweetly as Hassan Ali would like. He'll get a single and keep strike heading into the 5th over. 8 runs. Fernando's first over of this ECS, as Baraka Prato are 59 for 1 at the end of 4.
Good over, important over. You just mentioned that Baraka Prato was certainly on course for maybe, if they kept on going at a good pace and picking up the win in the 7 overs. But look at the dent that's made in that quest. Only 8 coming off it. They needed 15. So an over like that, and say one more, will mean that at least in their first outing, Kent Nanka of Napoli, if they don't get the win, they should at least get a point here. I see Leslie just behind us having a well-earned little nap. He's had a busy morning, of course. Probably had to be up very early to get things ready. So, yeah, he's just having a little nap there. I wonder if he can just have maybe sneak a little shot of Leslie. It's been a long morning for him. Full toss, but it could be catchable. It will be catchable. What a catch. Sensational. Great catch. Well, they're back in the match as Ishan Shaminda, who didn't have the best of starts, of course, in the bat. He was out for a royal duck, and now he gets his name in the book for other reasons. What a great catch this is, diving forward and snatching it off the ground.
Oh, incredible effort over there out in the deep. That's, of course, taken by Ishan Shamin. There was a low full toss. The batter's eyes would have lit up. He would have thought he had a chance to belt that one away towards the rope. It comes off the bottom part of his bat and goes straight to the fielder, out at long on, well held onto. And an important wicket here for Kent Lanka. Maybe, just maybe, they can slow down this scoring rate a little bit as Hamid Ali has to depart.
Good catch, good moment. And good moment there for Irosh Mukti as well. And now it's a clever, slowish kind of delivery to Shakil Hussain, who plays his way too early. Ghulam Dastgir just trying to calm down batters around. You can see him there just saying, hey, just wait for it. Calm down, wait for it. We're ahead in this match. We don't particularly want to lose any more wickets here.
A slower ball, really, really well dug out. The length was terrific there, and that Cheyenne Fernando out in the deep, who's put in a good dive and slide to save aside some runs. And Nicola Fernando in the chat saying that both Charles Fernando as well as Cheyenne went to the same school as him.
Okay.
So clearly a very rich cricketing heritage for that school. Would you mind telling us its name, Nicolo? This one is played out, beautifully struck, just great use of the bottom hand. Vimkuthi has missed that Yorker ever so slightly, and it has been deposited out into the deep for 6 runs.
Ghulam Dastgir, one thing that he's very powerful on is anything that's on his pads. He's a good, plays that shot really well. He's a good sweeper of the ball. So keep him off the pads. Where he gets frustrated is short on length outside off, because he's not a good cutter of the ball. So that's where you need to be. Don't bowl at his pads.
This comes off the toe end of the bat. It wasn't timed as sweetly as he'd have liked it. This one's going to get past the fielder out at long off. That was Vinila Pereira, who we saw do a sensational bit of fielding earlier this innings. It's a touch too hot for him to handle and comes into the commentary box.
Yeah, that's spicy. A little bit of masala in that. He's got very little time to react to it. Probably doesn't get the bounce as he wanted. Stays a tad lower. Clocks him on the knee. It goes to the boundary. 4 more runs.
Once again, a little variation there by Vimkuthi, taking some pace off that ball. Dastagir nudges it away for a single. Baraka Prato are 71 for 2. Very good start here for Prato. And they need, well, 43 runs the next 2 overs to get the bonus point. That's probably asking a little bit too much of them. Here's a look at the squads for the upcoming Meltle Shield. The Meltle Shield is now just 5 days away after today. Of course, it'll be a big series, a historic moment for women's cricket. Of course, it's the equivalent of the Western Shield, but of course for female cricketers, and we're really looking forward to this one. As you can see, you got 4 Italian players in that squad for Team Europe, and I'm sure the hosts will be very happy to see some members of their national team representing Team Europe.
Yeah.
It's like the Ryder Cup of cricket. Now this one's gone up in the air, and is this going to go the distance? Just waiting for the umpire's call. Looks like it most probably has. And yep, that's been confirmed. 6 runs.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of these, haven't we? The old Baximos. So sort of gets beaten here by the bowler. So Hirosh giving him some support. The young man saying, look, don't worry about it. That's like a false hit. And that one does fly away for 6 runs. And I want to say good morning to everybody in the chat, and nice and perky here on a Sunday. Of course, a Super 6 Sunday. We're calling this on the network. And let us know how your Sunday started. Come on, those of you that got spoiled and got breakfast in bed, put your hand up and let us know if that was you. Well, we didn't get breakfast in bed. We had to take a carry-out breakfast from the hotel this morning because we left so early. But thank you for that. I mean, it was a nice little baguette with a bit of omelette in it. They did well with fresh juice. I got myself a nice iced coffee, so ready for the rest of the day. So Fernando has to go back to the drawing board here. Shine Fernando, but I like what he's got here. 17 years old. He's got some skills and abilities, the young man.
All right, he's trying to go for the leg stump Yorker, and he's missed it, and it's gone for 6. That is the ruthless nature of T10 cricket. You just miss your length ever so slightly, and players of Ghulam Dastagir's quality are going to send you over the rope.
Off his pads, keep it off his pads, and, well, maybe Ken like an apple. You haven't seen too much of Dastagir, but you got to make him cut. Got to make him cut. Keep him wide off the off stump. Anything on his pads, he's so quick on it, and he's got very quick hands. And he gets right under the ball, and he sends it packing over that the fielders on the leg side.
Oh, what a hit. This is massive. Absolutely enormous. That's not too far from Spring Productions' cabin. Look where that was going to end up. Just on the perimeter around the periphery of this Roma cricket ground. This is the biggest hit of the day.
Yeah, it is. And look, nobody's going over to the young man, to Shane Fernando, to talk to him. I don't like that. He's only young. He's 17 years old. He's just been hit for 3 boundaries on the spin. Just somebody go up to him and say, look, where have you bowled? Where's he hit you? What does that tell you? Where do you think you need to be? A little chat like that, and just to encourage him. Nobody's doing that at the moment.
Goes huge, goes big. What a massive strike there by Dastagir. This is another enormous 6. That looks like it has cleared the fence as well. Oh, it's just one big hit after another.
This is humongous. What a wonderful pickup that is. And yeah, that one just keeps going, and going. And there you go. Just bounces before the fence, and then it goes over. It's in there somewhere. And I know, I was talking to Marzi this morning, or Wolfie himself. He was saying that they're getting a bit concerned with the number of balls we're losing. That might be a wide, you know. And let's have a look at this side on. I think this is over his head, if I'm honest. Let's see. Yeah, that's over his head. So that really, I think the umpires, I haven't seen the wide call. The umpire said one for the over. So I think young Fernando gets away with that one. Will go down as a dot ball.
It's rough for Dastagir as well, because he did 4 consecutive 6s and would have been hoping to make it 6 for the over. Oh, that's a good comeback ball there by Cheyenne Fernando, but the bad outcome here for Kent Lanka is that does mean Dustagir will be on strike. So now that means they need 18 runs off this upcoming over to pick up the bonus point. That point is well within reach for Baraka Prato now. So yeah, quick update here. Of course, we did ask Nicola Fernando which school he went to. So Cheyenne Fernando, of course, Charles Fernando for Roma Cricket Club, as well as Vinula Pereira. And of course, Nicola Fernando himself went to the famous Maris Stella College over in Negombo, Sri Lanka. Very, very old college, very rich history. It's been around for over 102 years. So yeah, clearly a college that has a very rich sporting history considering all the players that it has produced here for Italian cricket.
Ishan Shaminda took a good catch, a great catch actually. Now gets a chance to turn his arm over, bowling the very important over here. And, well, okay, he gets respected here as this one just casually gets played down the ground. So just get a great knock for him. He gets 50 of 18 deliveries. Well batted ball, but then Gulam Dastagir ne apni half century puri kali. But of course, still 17. Can they get 17 or 5 balls to get all the points here?
Oh, just goes over the stumps there. Hussain just looking to cross bat that one out towards square. Like, yeah, another couple of famous cricketers who went to that school was, of course, 2 Sri Lankan international cricketers in Dashun Shanaka and, of course, Dushmanta Chamira. Any chance you knew them when you were going in school, Nicolo? I'll be curious. Oh, and this one could potentially be a stumping. The umpire square leg doesn't look too interested.
I think
we'll
the
have a
foot
look
was
at
definitely. Does that foot go up at any point? No. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The foot definitely staying down, so he doesn't really lean into it. Yeah, good for the umpire. Sees it all the way and says, nah, not out. But good work at the same time there from Silva. Liking his work behind the stumps.
Oh, beautifully played away. This is a good shot, but it's going to go straight out to the fielder at cover.
Punches it away with a fair bit of force, so they will get a point here. So well done to Lanka Napoli on their first outing. They'll get a point, but they've also got some work to do. Dustagir looking to find the gap, and Dustagir, well, yesterday he was struggling to find all the gears. Not today. Dustagir is in top flight. He's in overdrive, and he's batting very, very well. 4 more to his name.
A very good shot there by Dustagir, and it looks like Baraka Prato are going to miss out on picking up the bonus point in the end, but they will take the victory. Oh, it's going to go big over here. That is a massive, massive strike by Dustagir, and it has been an exhibition in a T10 batting by Gulam Dustagir, who gets his side so close to picking up the bonus points, but they still need another 6 runs. So this is going to go beyond the 7th over, and Kent Lanka will at least pick up 1 point out of this game.
Yeah, if there's any little criticism I've got about these innings, I just wonder if the first ball of that over from Chaminda, if Dustagir turns down the single and says, well, you know what, if we're going to get all the points here, I'm hitting the ball huge at the moment, let me have a go, let me try and do it. And once you know that when it's not possible, then fine, take the single. So that's the only one I'd say. Maybe a slight missed opportunity there. But they should do it in this one. There's it's going to be Vimukti comes back. Now that's worth an appeal, actually. Worth an appeal. I think it probably, I wonder, there's no signal from the umpire. So I'm guessing it's caught a bit of the bat. That's why. But if this doesn't catch the bat, it's definitely worth, yeah, there you go. Big, thick inside edge. So it doesn't hit the pad at all. The illusion of the camera, but well done, well watched by the umpire. It'll be 1 run.
Yeah, so interesting here. So Dasun Shanaka captained Nicolo Fernando back in school, so he was playing under a Sri Lankan international cricketer, and both Dushmanta Chamira and Nicolo Fernando used to open the bowling together for their school.
Yeah, it is more the reason, and more the shame that Nicolo, you can't be here. Certainly could have had a lot more conversations about about your past. It sounds very interesting, but I'm sure that you'll continue to support your side. But they look like they're going to go down here. Just 5 more needed for Baraka Prato, and we'll make that 4 because that's a bit of a Gandhi ball there from Vimukti.
We'll take another look at this. Yeah, just gets that one badly wrong. The line and length, everything wrong about that ball. And now Dastagir can just hit one shot and get his side the victory. 4 runs needed to win. Oh, he's going to look to end it in style, and he will end it in style. That one going over the rope. It's 6 runs to end this innings, and Baraka Prato will pick up the victory, falling just 3 balls short of actually getting the bonus point in the end. What a hit there by Dastagir. A fine, fine innings. A rough start here for Kent Lanka Napoli, but at least they will get 1 point out of this match. They're going to have to do quite a bit, though, to make up for the damage this bit loss has done to their net run rate.
What a good knock that is from Ghulam Dastagir. Really was exciting and enjoyable to see. Ghulam Dastagir, he's an interesting characteristic. When he turns it on, he looks the business. And I'm talking about behind the stumps and with the bat. But then there's times when he just doesn't seem to be switched on. But Dastagir was in top gear this morning. Gets the win for Baraka Prato. They will be happy with that. Remember, they got a good win against Bologna yesterday, the last time we saw them. So another win here for them. They certainly continue to keep their hopes of a top 5 finish alive as they continue their march up towards the top of the standings. This is what's coming up next, and this has to be built as the battle of the Master Blaster. Kawani Lakawan and Harpreet will be in action, and you've also got the likes of Sukhbir Singh and somebody like Mubarak Hussain. Munib Niaz, the left-hand, has been good, but Charanjit Singh and also Gagandeep Singh are finding their form as well. What a match that promised to be. It should be a high-scoring blast as we have a look at the highlights.
Yeah, very entertaining innings here by Baraka Prato. They were absolutely smoking the ball all over this cricketing field, as of course they had a run rate of 15.5 throughout this inning. We just saw a great display of T10 batting, of course. They managed to make over 50 runs inside the power play thanks to some great batting by Ghulam Dastagir and Hassan Ali as well, who came out with a very positive approach. Hassan Ali making 23 runs of just 7 deliveries, and of course Ghulam Dastagir had a sensational undefeated 66 that came in just 22 deliveries. That would be the end of Hassan Ali. Good catch there by Vinula Pereira off the bowling of Achinta Dinuwan, who was of course last year's 2nd highest wicket taker for the entire ECS. Hamid Ali batted superbly as well. He played a good little cameo, making 18 runs of 10 balls, but eventually he was caught out in the deep by Ishan Shaminda. And then, of course, the rest of the innings would basically be watching Ghulam Dastagir just hit the winning runs for his side. Another fine innings by one of the most talented cricketers here in Italy. He's just someone who strikes the ball so firmly, hits some huge sixes, and this was another terrific display by him.
Yeah, but one thing you have to say is, look at his wagon wheel. That's what I know Kent Lanka Napoli will do their homework when they remember these two will play each other again. They'll have a respite in this next match, as we'll see a Roma derby between Roma and Roma Gladiatori. But then they will play each other again, and one thing they will be keen to do, the Napoli side, is not give anything to Dastagir to play those sort of shots. You've got to keep the ball away from his pads. You've got to try and have him cutting and reaching the ball outside the off. If you don't do that, then, well, he's going to do this again, isn't he? He's going to get the win quite quickly. You saw that there was a chance for a crowd catch there. I don't know if you picked it, but the man, not sure who it is, the other side of the fence, putting down the catch. But well done to Ghulam Dastagir. Another fine performance from him. And also, you've got to say, from Baraka Prato, good win from them. Not a bad start from Kent Lanka Napoli. At least they do go on and pick up a point. This is the scorecard on the batting front. Ghulam Dastagir, 66 of 22. Once again, he and Hassan Ali always tend to give their team a good start. Hassan Ali, 23 this time. Hamid Ali, 18 of 10. He just needs to be a little bit more selective, maybe, the shots he plays. And then Shakil Hussain didn't really have too much to do. Nishay, talk us through the bowling figures here.
Yeah, if you look at this from Kent Lanka Napoli's point of view, I think they'll be rather disappointed. looking at those bowling figures. Most of the attack was rather expensive, and as you can see, the captain used over 6 different bowlers, was just trying to find someone who could get things right. Shan Fernando bowled a solid first over, but then went for 25 in a second over, which really spoiled his figures. And a little bit of head scratching to do for Kent Lanka Napoli, as of course they'll look to figure out a good bowling combination for their upcoming matches. Of course, this is just the first of 3 games they will be playing today, so a busy day ahead for Kent Lanka Napoli in their first day of this European Cricket Series. They've, of course, got a rematch against Baraka Prato later today. But before we talk about our upcoming matches, let's just have a quick look at the match summary, and we will, of course, conclude that Baraka Prato have won this one by 8 wickets with 2.3 overs to spare. They were so close to getting bonus points, of course, needing just 17 runs in the end of that 7th over, but they're unable to pick up all 4. We'll have a quick break, and we'll be back very shortly for our upcoming match between the Royal Roma and the Roma Gladiatori.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Match number 2 on this Super 6 Sunday, and if you want to see an explosive match, if you want to see the master blasters out there smashing the ball all over the place, then this is a match surely that you're going to see it. The Gladiatori are in action, and they, well, we know what they can do. Harpreet has been absolutely sensational for them, but of course they're not the only team that have been mashing the ball big. What about Royal Roma and their players as well? So like I say, this is going to be a sensational match. But I can tell you that it is the Roma Gladiatori side, Harpreet, that wins the toss, and he's saying he wants to have a hit first. No surprise there. I tell you why I think this is a good call. We have started earlier here today because we have 6 matches, so there is a fair bit of dew around, and you have seen already that the ball has to be kept dry. You've seen that in that first match, that the bowlers are always requesting the ball to be dry before it comes back to them. They're also a little bit wary of their footing, so this is an opportunity Harpreet feels to go out there and get going. Harpreet has been sensational. He's almost on 300 runs, and this guy, well, he's an ox. He hits the ball all over the place, but he's hoping he gets some support. The last few matches that they played, the likes of Mubarak Hussain and also Munib Niaz just haven't quite found their form. So he's going to be the key here. Keep an eye out for him. And if he gets going, there could be a lot of fireworks here. But of course, we saw yesterday what Royal Roma can do. And Kawani Lakanwal, this guy is just a monster. He's a beast. He hit some balls yesterday that disappeared way beyond this ground. I think some of them are still travelling. So he's a big hitter. Sukhbir Singh is somebody that can give him good support. And we also saw that Gagandeep Singh as well has finally come into form. Somebody's not used to wearing the lid, so he's having to adjust to that. He was in good form there as well yesterday. And of course, you've got the likes of Charanjit that can give them good support as well. And with them though, with the ball, Hashmat Dinsa has been sensational as well. He's a very good all-rounder. So this is going to be an explosive match. Nish, I hope you're ready for this. Tell us a bit more about the two sides. I can tell you, Nish, that the news from the middle is that Harpreet and the Gladiator are going to have a hit first.
Sides going at it. Royal Roma with just the one loss so far this ECS. They have really been the classiest side so far this European cricket series. Meanwhile, their opposition, the Roma Gladiatori, are 3-5 so far this ECS. We're now going to have a look at this fantasy dashboard, and as you can see, you got those 2 key star players over there to look out for in Harpreet and Lakanwal. So got to look out for them. Incredible cricketers. And it's just going to be an absolute joy to watch them go about it. Yeah, you just take a look at the top run getters so far this European cricket series, and look at who is up there in the top 5. You got Kawani Lakanwal at 2nd place and Harpreet in 4th place. And the incredible thing is both of them have done it with superb strike rates. Kawani Lakanwal, 331 runs so far this ECS, a century and a couple of 50s to his name, and he's batted with a strike rate of 285. Meanwhile, Harpreet, well, he's got a strike rate of 215, and he's managed to get 284 runs in 8 innings. So you got 2 incredible batters on both sides, plenty of firepower, and this promises to be a great game. Here's a real entertainer in Gagandeep. This one's playing out towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single. And yeah, one thing about Royal Roma is we've obviously been talking a lot about Kawani Lakanwal and what a great batter he is, but that's meant that a few other batters in this Royal Roma side haven't quite just had the chance yet to show us how good they are. And one of them is this Gagandeep Singh, an absolute power hitter, somebody who can send the ball a long way. Very good morning to Chris Smith, Johnny Hisham, and of course Timothy Lucas joining us in the chat. Just looking to get the field setting right here for the left-hander. They've got a long off in place and a deep backward point as well. They're going to push this one away, get a quick single, so Niazi is off the mark. So this brings Hossein a strike. Yeah, Chris with plenty of rugby talk in the chat as well. Are you talking about the Bristol Bears by any chance? I mean, do pardon my ignorance of rugby. Don't really know much about the sport. This one's a wider delivery, and he's just gonna push out at this one. It's gonna go away for a 4. Yeah, I mean the main thing I really remember about rugby was just all the excitement you used to see in Cardiff whenever Wales were playing. I mean, if it was Six Nations weekend, my goodness. I mean, you would just go out and there would be Welsh flags all over the city, and pubs would usually be booked weeks in advance when Wales were playing. I mean, the Welsh, they absolutely adore their rugby, and I had a chance to be around the Six Nations Stadium a couple of times when Wales are playing as well. And the atmosphere was rocking. I mean, anytime the Six Nations are on, it's always great to be in Cardiff. This one is just run down very fine towards third. That's going to go away for 4 runs. Great strike there by Hussein. That's played intentionally, and he's going to pick up another boundary. But, yeah, unfortunately, I just don't get the sport of rugby all that well. I think the first time I actually saw a rugby game, like on TV and sat through an entire match. I mean, I've seen bits of games at times with a few Welsh friends, but to actually sit down and watch the entire match is probably the Rugby World Cup final last year. I had a couple of Kiwi colleagues here, obviously on ECN, who kind of tried to explain the sport to me. Seems a fascinating sport, but unfortunately, just don't know too much about it. And of course, Chris telling us that he was over at the Emirates. Watching Wolves, I'm assuming against Arsenal. Haven't really had a chance to keep up with what's going in the Premier League either because of all the cricket that's been coming thick and fast. No, it's just missed a Yorker there ever so slightly, Hossein, and that has gone all the way for a 6. Great hit. Terrific shot there by Hossein. That's 3 consecutive boundaries. Yeah, a couple of 4s, and this one has gone all the way for a 6 as well. Just beautiful shot, as you can see. Just opens the face of his bat a little bit during his stance, and that just helps him dig out those wider Yorkers. Now this time he's going to go through the line. It's going to beat the fielder at deep cover. Goes away for 4 runs. So a magical start here for the Gladiatori as they get 20 runs off the first over. Oh, beg your pardon, Chris. No, you weren't talking about it. Yeah, it isn't though. I mean, it's summer after all, so it wouldn't be rugby season. I mean, rugby's played during the winter. Here's a look at the, of course, days we got left until the European Cricket Championship starts up. 36 days to go, so we're not too far away. Of course, we're 2.5 ECS away from the start of the ECC, and of course, somebody who will be there covering the ECC is joining me right now, Rico Full.
Yep, I will be, and looking forward to it as well. Looking forward to meeting many of you that I know will make their way down to that beautiful part of Spain in Andalusia, Malaga. The Cardamom Oval looking stunning, and the fan zone will be buzzing for sure. Well, we're buzzing here at the moment with excitement between these two teams. Roma Gladiatori taking on Royal Roma. Gladiatori, good start, 20 off the first, as Charanjit Singh comes into the attack. And that's been whipped away quite beautifully. It's a lovely shot from Munib Niazi. And these two, look, when they first started, we saw them both batting well. Then they've been a bit off the boil lately. But of course, if Gladiatori are to have good intentions in this series and go all the way, then they're going to need the top 3 performing. And that means these two and Harpreet at the same time. Good start from them at the moment. Charanjit just straying onto the pads and gets whipped away.
Yeah, beautifully played. It's Singh just pulling a little bit too far down the leg side here. Want to get his line right on this ball. And there we go. That's better. Much better line there by Singh.
That is better. Just notice, have a look at those flags, people, in the background. Very barely are they moving. It just tells you that at the moment here at the ground, it is getting extremely warm. No breeze at the moment. And, well, we can tell you that in Casa Grande here, the commentary position, that is a nice shot. Nish, watch out for the bounce. Could be close to you. Just to your right. And that's a really good shot. Struck with ease there by Niazi. What I was saying is that the Casa Grande, which is under attack. Casa Grande under attack, everybody. It's, well, we've got the fans that are on here that's keeping us cool. The players, of course, they don't have that. It's going to be a long, hot day. temperatures creeping upwards. They are. I mentioned this yesterday. Always some talk about maybe some storms that may come. Of course, it wouldn't surprise me with the heat. That one is going to be a little bit lucky. It's going to get away. So Chonji will go for another boundary. This will go for 6 as well. So we've gone 6.6 and another. Great start. And that's the one thing I've said about Royal Roma. I was saying this yesterday, Nish, that they are a team to win games. They're going to have to bat well and score lots of runs. I don't think they're a team that are going to be able to, get scores like 110 or 120 on the board and win matches, because their bowling just hasn't come good at the right time. They'll always concede and give away a lot of runs. And a little bit surprised with the choice of bowlers they've gone with first up here as well. The Guggendeep's gone for 20. Chonjit comes in here. Certainly I would be going with the likes of Hashmat Dinsa and also Sukhbir to be my main bowlers. Pace on here just doesn't work for them.
No, it just hasn't. And I think this is where, you look at a team like Roma CC when they've got all those spin options. I think that's one thing that Royal Roma wish they had as well. We come to the end of the second over. Roma Gladiatori are 38 for no loss. And, of course, just a little bit of talk here about the Cardiff area in general. Yeah, I don't know King Cood all that well. I mean, I went to Cardiff University itself, so that's sort of more around the center of the city, I believe. King Cood, I think that's Cardiff Met from what I can just see on Google Maps. So that's a little bit further out. Yeah, I went to Cardiff Uni itself, so I was closer to the city center. So, fortunately, don't know much about that area.
Looking lovely, the ground. Once again, Leslie was working hard on it when we were leaving yesterday. We know he was out there early this morning. I know that some of the girls were practicing again last night. I had a quick chat with Sonia, and Amelia Barton was here. She has arrived. So she was having a bit of a net yesterday. So the girls are arriving. The Italian representation for the Metal Shield are here. That's been whacked away, and that's another big hit. It's just glorious hitting. The timing is fantastic. And Mark Hussain gets a little bit of width on this. And now is Islam Huck's turn to be put away to the boundary.
He's just not getting it right here, are they? A little bit wayward with their line and length to start off. And they have been punished so far. I just love this approach by the Roma Gladiatori. I mean, one thing about this side is they haven't always been able to get the results they want during this ECS, but they're always so entertaining. They bat with such aggression. And they're taking full advantage of this power play.
They play this format so well. Right, it doesn't always click. Sometimes they don't get the amount of runs on the board that they would like to. But they play with aggression. This one high up in the air. Where's this one landing? And, well, once again, just to the side of the Casa Grande. One thing for the Casa Grande, I'd love to have a transparent roof. Then we can see where these balls are. At the moment, our window that we're able to see is probably 2 meters high from the ground. That means every time the ball goes up in the air, once it's up, that's it, we lose it. We don't know where it is. And it's only the eyeballs of the players in front of us which tell us if we're under attack or not. And that one again, not too close. Not too close to coming into the Casa Grande. Of course, a couple have already come in here today.
Yeah, a couple have come close. I mean, we had one of the members of the chat point this out as well, but the Casa Grande has been targeted throughout this innings.
We do have Suresh here with us. Suresh is, of course, taken over from Bilal Khan, who, of course, will be in Milan right now and playing in that very important semi-final for Roma. Oh, that's not good. Straight through the legs. And the runs keep on flying. The 50 came up in rapid time. And now you've got to do better than this. And maybe this is another issue that Royal Roma sometimes have. Though their catching tends to be pretty good, their ground fielding, not so.
Yeah, it's just not quite working out so far for Royal Roma. And yes, speaking of Milan, obviously a fashion capital of the world in Italy, very famous for fashion. One thing I have noticed in my last couple of visits here in Italy is that you don't tend to see people as obsessed with foreign brands. This one is just struck away behind point for four. Yeah, when you walk around the city center, you do see, of course, see the odd Nike and Adidas store, but clearly they prefer their own local brands because of all the rich fashion history they have here. And you can't walk around Rome without seeing a store advertising a fine suit every couple of blocks.
Lovely shot that. Talking about nice, smooth suits. That's a smooth shot. And Munim Niaz's timing is beautiful. Well, he's timing it, and Hussein is clubbing it. These two have just given their team a magnificent start. Gladiatori winning the toss and piling on the pressure. And it goes over the top again, and it's going to be 4 more. So making the most of the power play. And what a power play it is. And that's one of the better ones that we've had. I reckon it might even be the most runs in the power play. 63 come off that one. So Roma Gladiatori certainly looking the business. Yeah, I suppose you would expect to see a lot of well-dressed men and women if you go into the centre of Rome. Of course, Rome, a lot of people would say that it is one of the capitals of the fashion industry.
I think my first impression when I came here last year was Rome has the most smartly dressed taxi drivers you're going to see anywhere. I mean, every single one of them are in these fine suits that would, I think, put a lot of politicians to shame with what they're wearing. 63 for no loss at the end of the power play here for the Gladiatori, going at exactly 21 and over.
Piling on the mystery. Just have a look at the number of boundaries that we've seen already. It's incredible. 12 boundaries we've had in the first 18 balls. 63 without loss. And that expected rate, at the moment 157. I don't know what the calculation on that is. They obviously are expecting it to slow down a little bit, but hey, I don't know. What was I didn't notice. I'm going to go back and look what our computer was saying about the wind predictor here. Onkar Singh coming into the attack, so they're going with a little bit of spin. So they had this, well, 85% to 15 to Royal Roma. Well, I can tell you what, I said the same thing yesterday when Bologna were giving such little odds against Royal Roma. I don't know where they're getting that from, because I see this pretty even. This is a big moment, though, and the catch has been taken. So the first wicket, Onkar Singh takes the wicket. Now, there's one thing that all the boys have been saying to Onkar. Well, there's the lucky man. Well, he's lucky for his side, certainly for Royal Roma. Hashmat Dinsa takes the catch. But one of the things that they've been trying to get through to Onkar Singh, and I was saying this yesterday as well, is that he tends to bowl a little bit too fast. He needs to hold back a little. And he's taken note. I just noticed the first couple of balls he's bowled, he's floating the ball up. He's not trying to bowl too fast, and as a result of that, he gets a wicket. I know Charanjit Singh, when I was talking to him earlier, he was saying the same thing about Onkar. We're all telling him, don't try and bowl too fast. Just fly it up, hold it back. He does that. He gets the breakthrough. They get a wicket, and it's a good wicket to get. Hussein will go for 32 of just 10 balls.
Yeah, Onkar Singh was the leading wicket taker during last year's ECS for Asian Latina. Picked up 21 wickets last year, and yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, just those, if you can make those little adjustments, he's so much more effective because possesses an incredible amount of talent. This one's gone up in the air. Could be a chance to get back-to-back wickets, but it's going to fall just short of the fielder, and that was Harpreet as well. Getting his wicket could have been a real turning point.
That would have been huge. Harpreet comes in. He gets dropped on 0. It's not the easiest of catches, but he does all the hard work to get there. And once again, it was a Lakhanwala. I mean, he may be a huge asset with the bat, but in the field, it has to be said, he's, well, let's just say, he cost them. He's a bit of a dilemma. Where do you put him? Carr floats this up. That's a nicely hit shot and just gets it timed to perfection over the fielder. The fielder is there. No pace on it, but this is hit beautifully. Timing is pucker from Munib Niazi, 6 runs.
Oh, incredible shot there. So beautifully timed. Someone on the half volley and sends it over point for a 6.
On the pad, asking the question, quick shake of the head. That's that quicker ball And that's a lot better this over from Onkar Singh. I think this is the way he was bowling when he picked up all those wickets last year for Latina. It just floats the ball up, and every so often he pins in the quicker one. Much better. The rhythm seems to be much better coming out of his action. Hard and gets it over that fielder. So the second time the fielder has only just been beaten. Now the end of the over is not the worst of overs, but of course it could have been so much better. He does take the 1 wicket and goes for 14, but he could have had Harpreet for 0, and that will be a big talking point.
He just gets down on one knee there, gets underneath the ball, elevates it over mid-wicket. Great shot there to end the over. And he had 2 sixes off the last 3 balls of that Onkar Singh over. So it ends up going for 14 runs. Yeah, you got to credit this Gladiatori side. They lose a wicket, but they still keep going at an exceptional run rate. 19 and a quarter as things stand for the Gladiatori.
Yeah, that's what they'll keep doing. Okay, they're going to make a change here now. I like this move. Thing is, though, I think it's one that they need to go with earlier on in the innings and later on. Sukhbir Singh now comes on. He will be bowling first up to Munib Niaz, who's moved to 37 of just 12 deliveries. Has timed the ball very well. Let's see if Sukhbir can get the breakthrough. Sukhbir Singh to the left-hander. Well, starts outside the off. It's a rather lazy-looking shot this time from Niaz. Gets beaten, dot ball.
Just going past the bat over there. Good start for Sukhbir Singh, who very underrated throughout this ECS. I think he's a player who not many people have noticed. I mean, he's not the flashiest bowler, but he keeps things very simple. Just bowls full and straight and mixes up his pace on every delivery. There we go. That's why he's such a good bowler. I mean, he sees the batter advancing, just pushes one wide. I love Sukhbir Singh. Honestly, he's one of my favorite bowlers in this ECS.
He's a good player. I mean, yeah, you like his bowling. I like his batting as well. He's sort of the unlikely hero sometimes. Look where Niaz is standing here, by the way. I'd like to see Moshin come up to the stumps. Right, up in the air. It's a false shot. Catching opportunity. Somebody's got to want it, and it gets put down. Oh, no, no way. And they're all shouting here to Onkar Singh, saying, why don't you go for it? When Onkar, have a look at Onkar here. He looks like he's getting set for it. He sees that a fielder is coming in, so he leaves it alone, and it's another one goes down. And, oh dear, he sort of almost has it. Then he gets out the fingers. It's another big opportunity that goes down, and this time is Islam Al-Haq that puts it down.
Yeah, that was a chance. That was a really important chance, and Royal Roma, they're normally so good with their catching, but a bit of butterfingers there. That one slips out.
Oh, that's worth an appeal. Height is the issue here, and I think the umpire, as a result of that, will not give it. But it's pretty straight, but just the height. I think this ball, yeah, look where it hits him. Probably is going over the stumps, but it's pretty straight. Good start here from Sukhbir.
Yeah, good bowling there, and you can just see there from that side angle that height was probably an issue for that one, but he gets him on the next ball. He gets him on the next ball. Sukhbir Singh will get his man. That one's hit the middle pole. No question about whether that is out or not. Sukhbir Singh gets another ECS wicket. He's having an incredible series.
Yeah, there's the middle stump out of the ground. And I wonder if we get something on this at all. Yeah, just a little feather, but it's not the right shot to play. Sukhbir, I said before, he's pretty close with the LBW. Just got a little bit too much bounce, so he goes a bit fuller. And the middle stump of Harpreet out off the ground. Harpreet will go. Of course, that is a big scalp. So now really, I suppose, all eyes will be on Niaz. But just remember that they haven't done themselves any favours. They did drop Harpreet on 0, so he hasn't hurt them so much. But dropping Niazi, who on 37, he could go on and really hurt them.
No, he certainly could. Niazi, we know, is a terrific player. We've seen him play some big innings throughout this series for the Gladiatori, but look who's come out there, Zadran. Now, Zadran can be a little bit hit and miss. He had his first career half-century earlier this ECS, but he's the kind of player where if he gets on a roll, he gets his eye in, he can really take the game away from you very quickly. So They'll want to get rid of him as soon as they can. Last ball of what has been a sensational 5th over coming up. Only 1 run off it. And of course, he picked up a wicket.
Good length, has to be dug out, gets played down the ground. It bobbles along. It'll just be a single, so very evenly poised. You would have said a few balls ago that Roma Gladiatori were sitting in a very good position, but just 2 wickets there in that over from Sukhbir changes everything. Welcome to the world. Welcome to this Super 6 Sunday on the European Cricket Network, and maybe an opportunity for us to invite you into a Casa Grande. I hope you're having a good day. Hope you're having a good Sunday, and I hope we are going to be able to make it better for you as well. Rico Full here with Nishay Butt. And maybe we once again have got a few issues with our comms cam. We weren't able to invite you into the cube. We'll try a little bit later. That is high in the air. Is this going to be a catching opportunity? And what a catch! What a catch! Ah, dekhla. Chonkani maar ke beh gaya. Catch bhar ke. What a catch that is. That's the captain. And Rajwinder Singh has taken an absolute classic. What a catch. Look at the work he's got to do. Gets underneath it, takes a catch, down he goes, and then he says, Satnam Waheguru, and gives it a little bit of kiss on the way. And Zadran will go just for 1. What a catch, Nish.
What an incredible catch by the skipper out in the deep. Zadran, we know he's a powerful hitter. He's looking to go for the big shot. Clears that front leg. He's trying to clear that mid-wicket boundary, but there is Rajwinder. Holds on to that. Just loses footing at the end as well. Gives the ball a kiss. Great catch. And we're just starting to see Royal Roma start to just bring themselves back into this game.
Yeah, good wicket. You're right about Zadran. Sometimes he has clicked. We know that. But other times he's struggled. He's a good all-rounder that I have in the side. He tends to perform in one discipline, if not in both. But a great catch there from Rajwinder to get him. Really good catch. Great technique. Charanjit gets bored on. Gets a wicket straight away. Charanjit Singh. That's, in that sort of mid-wicket, short mid-wicket area. But nobody there to take the catch. Once again, I know that you went here yesterday, Nish, but we had a period of an hour or so with a number of flies, bugs, insects and wasps were all over the place. And I think we're having that right here now. I can see that every time we go to some of our cameras, you can see the wasps buzzing around. I know that our cameraman up in the tower is having all sorts of problems with the insects. So the bugs are out, everybody. The bugs are out. Yazi. Okay, fends this one off. Charanjit is quite happy. He chases it down, but you don't want to be throwing this away and giving away extras. And he'd rather have a go at the new batter, Mukhtar Singh.
Yeah, bugs can sometimes be an issue here in Rome, but I think last year in particular, dust was a major, major challenge for a lot of the players out there. And even in the commentary position, I mean,
yeah.
mind you, I think at times we did struggle with a dry throat.
Yeah, I must admit, this one gets played away. It's no point wearing black here. I wore black shoes yesterday, and by the time I finished today, they weren't black, they were brown. The bottom of my trousers the other day I wore black. Well, they were like two-tone trousers by the time I finished. So, yeah, when we say dust, it's the clay, isn't it? It's the red clay that just gets everywhere. And that always has me thinking, well, if it's like this on us and all the equipment when we finish, how much of it do we breathe in? As Charanjit here gets through the batter, a much better second over from Charanjit Singh.
No, certainly it is. That can be a challenge at times. Obviously, dust is a huge issue, particularly in southern Europe. You've obviously got all that dust coming in from the Sahara Desert. It can be quite a tough part of the world to live in if you have a few allergies. Seasonal allergies, in particular, around the spring, can just be a big challenge to deal with for people living in, of course, my part of the world, where I am out in Cyprus and over in Greece as well. Particularly around the spring, as we do come to the end of this over. Another very good one. Only 3 runs coming off it, so just 5 runs off the last couple of overs. This has been sensational stuff by Royal Roma. They've really pegged back the Gladiatori, The Gladiatori were going at over 21 and over inside the power play.
Yeah, it really is a good comeback. It's very similar to the pattern that we saw in the innings of Kent Lanka Napoli in the first match. They were going well, and then there was that 2-3 over spell where the run just dried up. And same thing again here. And, oh, that one has been mashed. Oh, yeah. And lovely jubbly. Muktir Singh goes big. That's a biggie. That goes a long way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna sona. Shaka lagya.
Oh, what a shot. Just flat bats that one away towards square leg. It's an enormous hit. And look where that ends up. Well over that construction tent we have, of course. That is where the Roma CC clubhouse will be built in a few months' time.
Absolutely wallop. Okay, Sukhbir. What's his reply going to be? Out. Simple. Plumb. Gone. Got to be. Surely. Surely. Oh, well. What's the umpire going to signal? Has he saying he's bad on this? He's not signalled anything. He's saying, oh, no, he's giving it leg byes. What is this missing? What is this missing? What is that missing? Oh, my word. Well, you can see what the bowler is saying. He wants a review. Well, we don't review OBWs. If it was giving us runs, I'd say okay. But when I watch that again, I don't think, in my opinion, and remember, I'm talking about my opinion, I don't think they get any plumber than that. I think that is that's a big let-off. That really is.
Yeah, I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here. I mean, I, of course, completely agree with you and think this is going to hit the off stump, but maybe the umpire thinks the impact is slightly outside the line of the off stump. That's all I can think of.
Gets worked away. Fielder's got work to do. He's got to get down, got to get dirty. And it's a tremendous effort. He does get down. He does get dirty. He does get a hand onto it. But unfortunately, the Grizzly still finds its way to the boundary. There we go. Good look at this there. Really good effort, that is. And I think that is the birthday boy of yesterday, Indrajit Singh, who made a great effort. But couldn't stop it. Yeah, I suppose the disappointment with that one is not only does he not get the OBW, they change strike, and the next ball then goes to the boundary. Slower ball, clever delivery from Sukhbir. Swing and a miss from Niazi.
Again, a great slower ball once more. Just have a look at that back of the hand, and that is a whisker away from the stumps. Could easily have had a wicket. He's mauled a couple of nice slower balls here, Sukhbir Singh. One that probably should have got him a wicket, and one that was ever so close. That's not too far away from just hitting the top of the stumps.
Short, clobbered. That wasn't the ball to bowl. Banks it in, and Niazi hammers it into the next field. That takes him to 49, just one away from what would be a great 50 from him.
Yeah, Sukhbir Singh, he's someone who generally bowls quite full, and he's trying to surprise the batter by banging one in short. However, it's given him a bit too much width, a chance to free his arms. He wants to bowl that kind of length. Probably needs to be somewhere around that armpit. Yeah, quick comment here by Helix regarding the dust, saying it's good for you. It's full of minerals.
All right, Sukhbir. Oh, that's picked up beautifully. 50 then for Munim Niazi. What a knock. Well batted indeed. Absolutely sensational. Shaba, Shaba. Oh, what a cracking shot that is. 55 of 22 deliveries. Bobadanya. Munim Niazi nu apni half century puri kali. But once again, I will go back to that LBW call. Close one. Of course, the umpire, you got to go with the umpire. Umpire standing in the right position. But just imagine if it's given, then of course, Niazi would not have been on strike and you wouldn't have seen those boundaries. But he keeps on going. It brings 100 up on the board. 105 for 3 at the end of 7.
Here's a look at the ECC groups. Of course, you can see the host nation Italy there in Group D. Of course, that will be the last group to start all the way on the 12th of October. Group D, probably the group of death. We've got a big moment here on the ECN chat as, of course, Stephen Kelk has officially passed a milestone and has now been a member for 21 months. Yeah, big congratulations to you. Thank you so much for being a part of our chat. It's always great to hear from you. And, of course, here's that many, many more months covering the cricket alongside you. And, well, this could be another close one. Is this going to be given? Once again, a shake of the head. And if we see another leg by signal here, I'm going to be very surprised and seriously wonder how that has not been given an LBW. That looks rather plumb, in all honesty. I'll make of this what you will. I mean, of course, umpiring, it's a tough job, and you don't want to be too harsh on the umpires, but that does look like it's going to go on to hit the stumps. I mean, I'm struggling to see how that's not out. Really am. Don't think I can even I can play devil's advocate here. I tend to be pretty generous to umpires. But yeah, I think that's just out. And in all honesty, it looks like Singh has been robbed a wicket. This one is struck out towards mid-on, and that is going to be a single. So, yeah, a couple of contentious moments these last couple of overs. I know that both Rajwinder Singh and Sukhbir Singh will feel like they could have had wickets. Got him. No question over there. That is definitely out. Don't need the umpire for that one. The off stump has been sent for a walk. Singh will pick up a wicket over here. Well bowled by the captain. He gets rid of Niazi. This is huge. This is absolutely massive. With Niazi gone, could have a few issues here, Gladiatori, in the last few overs. They do still have Mukhtar Singh out there, who is a big hitter, but they are slightly light on batting, this Gladiatori team. He's clearing the front leg. He's looking to go over cow corner. He just completely missed the ball in the end of the day, and it struck his off stump.
Well, Rajwinder Singh just showing the line he's bowling. I must admit, I'm gobsmacked. There's a couple of decisions there which I can't believe, but hey, I always will say this. No matter how it looks on the screen, the umpire standing wicket to wicket, obviously they don't see it the same, but then Rajwinder Singh saying, Chalo, LB thani deni mein to dande chakke rakh dene. He said, if you're not going to give the OBWs, just bowl at the stumps. Gets the big wicket. Of course, Mukhtar Singh's still there. We do know that Raj Gurpreet has on occasions come out and play some a good innings or two as well. So they could still keep going here, but I suspect that this is an opportunity for Royal Roma to try and peg them back a little bit. And that's a nice shot. Just gets this over. And the tall figure of Gagandeep Singh says going to be 4 more. Just a matter of inches. But what a good over that is. It goes for a boundary right at the end. But before that, only 2 from it. Even with that boundary, it'll only be just a 6 from that over from Rajwinder Singh, the captain. Great over. And the score at the end of 8 is going to be 112 for 4.
So they do get a boundary right at the end of the over. It slightly spoils it for Rajwinder Singh, but it's still a sensational over regardless. Only 7 runs coming off it. So we got 2 overs left. Gladiatori, 112 for 4. We'll now have a look at some of the options they could turn to. I think the play over here might be to go with for Onkar Singh for this penultimate over and then bring back Rajwinder for the final over. But that doesn't look like what they're going to do. They're going to go with Islam ul Haq instead, who went for 25 in his first over. Interesting. Very interesting.
It's craziness. I tell you why it's crazy. This one gets played away, all right, should just be a single. They got Hashmat Dinsa in the side. Hashmat Dinsa hasn't bowled a ball. And he's probably one of their better bowlers. So he hasn't bowled a ball. So I'm surprised they're going to Haq here. I want to also congratulate Stephen Kelp, member for 21 months. And also, well done to Kroom. That's great to hear. Hello to Helix and everybody else in the chat. Chris Smith is in there as well. Let's hit on the up. But once again, shouldn't go to the boundary. So it's really eyes, I suspected, putting on the squeeze. And Timothy, yeah, I mean, you see it the way that I did. But I suppose we always have to say, got to give the umpires a benefit of the doubt. They're seeing something standing a lot closer than we are, deciding not to give those decisions. Up in the air, should be caught here. Moshin takes the catch. And you see where this delivery is. This is another one that's been bowled in by Islam. It's right on the pegs. So if this is not being hit by the bat, it's going to be out. So if it strikes the pad, I don't know what the umpires are wanting to see because they are stepping right across. Up in the air it goes, but well done to the keeper. Mohamed Mohsin takes the catch. It's another one that goes, so maybe Islam Al-Haq coming in here, getting a much better over in this time around. But I suppose the other thing is the batters that were there when he was bowling before were completely different to these guys out there now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, bowling to the likes of Mubarak Hussain and Munib Niazi right at the start of the innings is very different to bowling to the lower order. So this will certainly help his figures and just to bring down that economy rate a little bit.
All right, Gurpreet, it's still there. Hasn't really been able to get going. Of course, at this stage of the innings, you're just looking for batters to be able to connect and hit boundaries. I wonder if this man can do it. It's going to be Ahmadul Haq, and no, he can't. It's very well bowled, actually, from Islam. Good areas to a left-hander.
Yeah, these are very good areas. This one is just outside the off stump. A good fuller delivery there by Islam, and I think that's just where he has to continue to bowl to Haq and just hope that he continues to chew dot balls.
Firmly hit, and nobody that part of the ground. A big gap. They've opted to have sort of the mid-wicket patrolling square leg and the mid-wicket area. So it's an interesting field, actually, but that's a very nice shot. Well struck.
This one's in the slot, and it's there to be hit for Haq. I think Islam probably misses his length a little bit and also went a touch too straight. He's got to get that wide Yorker in.
He goes too wide, I think, here. Let's see what the umpire thinks. And, well, the umpire says it's okay, so he just manages to sneak this in, I think. And umpire feels that's okay, and it'll be a dot ball.
Yeah, so they're going to end up on 118 for 5 at the end of 9 overs. Only 6 runs coming off that over. Only 13 of the last 2. I mean, looks like I've got one more ball to go, but
I saw no ball called here.
Yes.
There's a no ball called here. I'm not sure what for. It must have, I mean, it wasn't called straight away, so it must have been with the field. The field must have been wrong. They must have had too many out. So no ball called. Free hit coming up. So 119 for 5. And it won't be able to put the free hit away. They'll take the single. I like the way they're running hard here to see if there is a chance for 2. It won't be. 120 going into the last over.
It's the Gladiatori on 120 for 5. It's been a great fight back by this Royal Roma side since the halfway stage of the innings. If you look at the last 5 overs, saw 2 runs off the 5th, just 3 off the 6th. You had that one big Sukhbir Singh over, and then 7 and 8 of the last couple of overs. It's been incredible. It really has been a terrific fight back when you consider that the Gladiatori were 77 for 1 at the end of the 4th over. So just 43 runs off the last 5. It's been really, really good stuff here by Royal Roma to just slow things down a bit.
T10 Mohsin, he's just given 2 wides away here. He goes with his pads that bangs into him, gets away from him. They'll take 2. Yeah, just spoke briefly to Chonji on the boundary. And the reason why there's no Hashmat Dinsa bowling, it's because of his back. Remember, we've seen him a few times bowling, and sort of halfway through his second over, he's clutching his back. So obviously got some issues, and they're deciding, I suppose wisely, 3 matches here today, deciding not to risk him first up. It's hit firmly. Chanjit will watch it bounce into his hands a couple of times. Buongiorno to Leslie, who brings some fruit in our way this morning, and some of the lads as well, bringing in some biscuits. Oh, we got the refreshing yogurt banana drink as well. That'll go down nicely.
I love the yogurt banana drink, and of course it's treated so well here in Rome. Always.
We should tell them just to leave the bottle. That's what I normally say after hours, but we won't go there. That one, I know where that one's gone. That's gone to the boundary. These are all valuable runs as they're trying to push on past that 130 mark. If they can get to a 135, 140 score here, I think we're going to have a very exciting match.
No, we certainly could. I think the way this is set up right now looks like it's going to be an exciting second innings. This is a very competitive total that we've seen posted here by the Gladiatori, and well within Royal Roma's wheelhouse.
The umpires just talking to each other here again and looking at the field. I wonder if they've spotted another issue in the field. They were just talking to the captain. No, it's okay. I haven't seen any other signals. Rajinder Singh. Oh, well, Bowl Moshin just not being able to get hold of this. Then he throws this rather dangerously back at Rajinder. So remember, we saw what would have been just one wide, kicked away for 2. That's another bye that gets through. Just a few runs, few extras here that Roma won't be happy with that they're giving away. And that one is going to go all the way to the boundary. So 4 more. So to do now get into the 130s. It's sort of been a funny kind of innings. Started explosively. Remember, 63 came off the power play. And then at the halfway point, they just slowed down a little after the power play. They had a 14 and a 2. They got to 79. Then we had, once again, a very slow over, then a big over as Sukhbir went for 23. Then Rajinder and Huck bowled 2 tidy overs, 6 and 8. This one, again, looks like it could be big. That one is going to be a challenge for the fielder. And Hashmat Dinsa can't stop it. That's going to be 4 more. So this over is on his way to being magical. That's 16 now that comes off it. And good looking hit. Good hitting towards the end of the innings here from Raj Gurpreet. I did say he is somebody who, if he gets going, can make a contribution. Last ball then. Dances down the track, should be out. And, well, we'll have a quick look at this. The umpire giving it on field. He does try and get the bat back. Does Gurpreet. Let's have a look at this. The bails. Let's just go back 1 frame here. If we can go back a bit. 1 more back. 1 more. 1 more. And now forwards. Very close, you know. Very close. I think too close to call. The umpire on field, though, has given it, and they probably will stick with that decision. But what I can tell you is the score, 136.
Yeah, very, very good fight back, you have to say, by the Gladiatori in the second half of this innings, even though that final over will end up going for 16 runs. I think they've really managed to curtail this Gladiatori side scoring, who, of course, were 63 for no loss at the end of the power play. Just take a look at some of the overs we have seen after that. Some very quiet overs snuck in by the likes of Sukhbir Singh, Charanjit Singh, and Gurinder Singh, and Islam ul Haq as well. He had 4 overs, under 8 runs, a couple under 3 runs as well, which is truly incredible. Of course, overs 5 and 6 brought a combined 5 runs. So we'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. Of course, it was a fiery start for the Gladiatori, thanks to some great batting by Mubarak Hussain and Munib Niazi. They managed to make 63 runs inside the power play. It was a lightning power play, and of course, at that point, we had members of the chat just contemplating if they could get to the 180s or even maybe crack the 200 mark. We, of course, did see a score in the 190s earlier in this ECS. It was just a great display of power play hitting. They were aggressive. They were taking risks. They were taking full advantage of the fielding restrictions that were in place, and they put themselves in a very healthy position. We saw 9 sixes hit by Mubarak Singh and Munib Niazi early in the innings, and that really set the tone for the Gladiatori. But of course, eventually Onkar Singh would pick up the wicket of Mubarak Hussain, who would depart having made 32 of 10, and things would just slow down a little bit in the following over when, of course, Sukhbir Singh was introduced in the 5th over. And that one went for just 2 runs. We're taking a look at that Onkar Singh wicket. This would be the end of Mubarak Hussain, well caught by Hashmat Dinsa out in the deep, who couldn't bowl in this match due to a back injury that he is carrying. Nice shot out there by Harpreet. Of course, he scored a brilliant century earlier in this ECS. He's a very talented player, but he only makes 7 runs in this match, as Sukhbir Singh would get rid of him in the 5th over and over. That went for just a couple of runs. Charanjit Singh would continue the good work. He would get a wicket in the 6th over. First ball of the 6th, well held on to out in the deep by Rajwinder Singh. Zadran departing for just 1 run. And that over was sensational as well, only 3 runs off it, so 5 runs off those 2 overs. This was a big, big LBW shout in the 7th over off the bowling of Sukhbir Singh, and we certainly thought that it probably is. And of course, I'll leave that for you at home to decide what you think about it. There would then be a decision that would be even plumber than that in the 8th over, when Rajwinder Singh would have felt like he really should have had a wicket. Looked like it was going to go on to hit middle and leg, but the umpire didn't deem it to be out. And of course, his opinion matters more than any of ours. This was, of course, a nice bit of bowling by Rajwinder Singh to get rid of Munib Niazi. Good innings by Niazi, 56 runs, 24 deliveries. Here's a chance that popped up in the air and was well caught by Mohammad Mohsin Mukhtiar Singh, hitting a 6 and then getting out shortly afterwards, making 10 runs, 8 deliveries. Streaky boundary over there, but Raj Gurpreet just throws his bat at that. You got to credit him. That's, after all you need to do in T10 cricket. Look to go attack, look to go hard, and he would get 3 boundaries, but would eventually be stumped on the very last ball of the innings. Don't think we managed to sneak that in at the end of the package. I'll now take you through the scorecard of this gladiatory innings, and Munib Niazi top scoring with 56 runs of 24 deliveries. Mubarak Hussain with 32 of 10. Then you see a few contributions there lower down in the order. The gladiatorial will probably be a little bit disappointed that they kind of fell apart during the second half of the innings. At one stage they looked destined to get to that 180 plus mark. But nonetheless, you have to say, though, that this was a fine display of batting by the Gladiatori. They posted a competitive total on the board, and with some good bowling in the second innings, they'll back their chances of picking up a victory against Royal Roma. We take a look now at those Royal Roma bowling figures, and as you can see, they used 6 different bowlers. There's a few bowlers there who are rather expensive. Gagandeep Singh wasn't brought back for a second over. I was surprised Onkar Singh didn't get a second over, and that they opted to go with Islam ul Haq instead, but it actually worked out quite nicely, and Islam ul Haq gave up just 8 runs in that penultimate over. Just 7 runs given up off extras by Royal Roma, so they can be pretty pleased with that. We'll take a short break here in the middle of match 32, and we'll be back to join you in 8 minutes time for the second innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. And of course, Roma Gladiatori have posted a target of 137 for Royal Roma. Here's a look at the bonus point equation for the upcoming match, and as you can see, if they're able to achieve this target in 7 overs or less, which is certainly something you would never put past this Royal Roma side, they'd have to go at 19 and over to do that. They will pick up a bonus point. Meanwhile, if the Gladiatori are able to put in a really good bowling shift and restrict this Gladiatori side to 95 or less, they are the ones who will leave this match with a bonus point. Here we go, first ball. Starts off with a slightly wider delivery. Now here's the bowler who has really impressed me throughout the CCS in Mansoor Jamali. It's been an incredible find for this Royal Roma side. Gladiatori, beg your pardon. This is a big shot. It's going to go over the rope. And that will be a boundary. It looks like it's gone all the way as well. So Luckenwall will get a 6. A great start for Luckenwall. Gets a 6 off his very first ball. Isn't quite able to direct it where he would like. This boundary is slightly fortuitous. You can see just that bottom hand coming into play there. But it's an edge that has come off that thick tree trunk of a bat, which Luckenwall possesses, and goes away for 6 runs. Oh, as it struck away, there's a fielder there. Is he going to take the catch? Yes, he will. And Jamali gets his man. Luckenwall hits a 6 and is off in the very next ball. And look at the party there for the Gladiatori. They know how much this means. Luckenwall is a very dangerous batter. And they have managed to get rid of the man who has the highest score in this ECS. Of course, Luckenwall a couple of days ago played absolutely spellbinding innings of 126 undefeated against Bologna. But he will depart here after hitting a 6. It's 6 and out for Kawani Luckenwall. Jamali has yet another wicket. This young man continues to impress throughout this ECS. Of course, Mansoor Jamali playing in his first ever European Cricket Series. Just 22 years of age. Will turn 23 in December. And he has been an incredible find for the Gladiatori. That's the 4th wicket he's picked up in this ECS, and he's bowled with an economy rate of 6.7 throughout this ECS, which is very, very impressive. So, terrific cricketer, and I think he has been a real find. A nice back of a length, slightly short delivery there that bamboozles Gagandeep Singh. Now, Gagandeep Singh, of course, he's a terrific cricketer, on the top 5 run getters during last year's ECS. And, of course, Corey Rutgers is called him one of his favorite players. We haven't quite seen him at his best with the bat in hand during this ECS. He's one of the hardest strikers of a cricket ball. And that is exactly why. What a hit there by Gagandeep Singh over extra cover. That has gone for a Maximo. Outstanding shot. Balls that went in the slot, and it goes the distance. That is all the way for a 6. Terrific strike. Absolutely incredible. Well, it's gone up in the air. It could be a wicket here. Zadran is running underneath it, and oh, he managed to get to it. He done the hard bit, which was to cover all the ground to actually get to the ball, but then he's just unable to hold on to it. Yeah, there were a number of players who were within the vicinity of that, but no one's gone to it. Zadran's the only one who's actually attacked it. And he's unable to hold on to the catch, so interesting over so far. There's a lot of heated debate about that moment. You can just see the captain still talking in very animated fashion to the rest of the team. 14 off this over so far, and Jamali almost had a second wicket. Shorter delivery, played straight towards point, and it's going to be a dot ball to end the over. So a very eventful start to this innings. It's been 70 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. Of course, that was back in Croatia, our first ever ECSW golden ball, and we're hoping to get one here in Rome. Of course, we've come close a number of times. There was one point when we looked destined to get a golden ball, and of course, Bilal Khan was involved in a, well, I would say a 1 in a million moment right at the end of a match to just deny us a golden ball and allow Bologna to pick up an important victory. So 70 games left. I should say 70 games since our last golden ball.
Yeah, we're going to go to Amadul Haku. Looks like he's ready to bowl over number 2. Well, they get the big wicket of Lakawan. What about that celebration from Mubarak Hussain as well? When he was took me back to the days when the old YMCA used to be in full flow. He was doing the old aerobics class, wasn't he? That one stays pretty low. And now he's going to have to really get his skates on. And he will get there. Oh, the fielder gets so lucky. Here's Zadran. Zadran gets hit by this one. And if it went past him, it would have come all the way down to us and gone to the boundary. So that stays low. There's no idea where it is. He's getting made to run. And the throw comes in. And Zadran, well, he does so well. I don't know how much he knew about it, but he saves 4 runs there.
Yeah, he certainly has. Not the most orthodox way to back up.
Wild swing here from Sukhbir. He needs to just compose himself. Sukhbir, when he gets going, is a very, very good and dangerous batter. Just getting a little bit frustrated, but gets done by a good lifting delivery. So gets back ready for his mark. In comes Huck again. Short and over the fielder. Well, they've got the man back there. So maybe they're trying to set the trap, but Sukhbir has got hold of that beautifully. 6 runs for him, and now he's up and running with his score and his boundaries. Nicely struck. I mean, you're going to see that Royal Roma are going to be very similar to Roma Gladiatori. They're not going to hold back. It's all or nothing.
It certainly is. I mean, this Royal Roma side, they're blessed with plenty of powerful hitters. Got a comment coming in here from Sports Highlights. We'll just read it after this ball.
And this is going to be more runs, 6 more of them in fact. Manos, arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 más. Bel corpo.
Yeah, just gets it wrong there, gets it badly wrong. Gets a bat on it, away towards fine leg for a boundary. And yeah, they're doing exactly the opposite of what Sports Highlights said over here, which is that the Gladiatori have enough runs on the board, just need some disciplined bowling and fielding to win this match. Yeah, and I think right now, discipline is slightly lacking in the bowling department.
Look, it's short again, and you can't be bowling this line and this length to these guys. They will lap it up. And Sukhbir, right, he might have swung and missed at a couple short ones early on, but now he's swinging, now he's hitting. Can't be bowling there. And Gagandeep, well, he showed yesterday that he's returned to his form when he fired 20 out of 13. So they've got to get this right. I think what it is here, sometimes teams get so excited that they get Luckenwell out, they forget about these other guys. And that's a better delivery, Pet. Has he gone too wide? No, he sneaked it in. So well bowled. So it's going to be a dot ball to finish. It's the end of the over. Yeah, that's really well bowled. Look at Sukhbir losing his shape. So Awadul Huq finishes off with a good one. 19, though, come off the over. And 2 overs in is 33 for 1. Look at these two teams, how close they are to each other. Of course, Royal Roma just that one loss yesterday to Bologna. That was the end of their 100% record. But of course, if they keep on going here, they will finish top of the standings, having done the double over Roma CC.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is just a crucial matchup for both these teams. Of course, Royal Roma want to end up with that top spot so they can get the favorable matchup in the semi-final. Meanwhile, the Gladiatori are battling for their life to get a spot to make it to finals day. This one struck straight down the ground, and it's 6 runs. Just goes over the board, the advertising boarding, and that is 6 runs a maximo.
Yeah, Gagandeep gives himself a little bit of room, doesn't he? Look, just steps away, and he clobbers it. He's a tall figure as well, so yeah, he's probably a good guy to try and get the ball pitched up to. I don't think you're going to beat him with too many short deliveries. And, well, he squares him up a little bit here. He plays it respectfully. I don't mind that from Gagandeep. It's nice to see that he's willing to accept when it's a good ball and not throw his wicket away, Gagandeep. That's a big swing at this one, going down the leg side, not out. And one thing, Nish, I know that yesterday, Gagandeep, he made a royal pair when he got out first ball again. And then playing that the third match, there I sort of had a chat with him and his teammates, and they all said to me, he never wears a lid. Now he's having to wear a lid. He just cannot get used to it. So that's the issues that he's having. That's nicely played. We'll get a single. But one of the things that the boys were asking was like, we're trying to get him used to it. So when they get here, they get there early. He goes and has a net with the lid on. And I said to them, look, another good idea is when you're out there doing your fielding practice, do it with a helmet on. So that's a little tip for other batters perhaps that are going to have to now be probably forced and asked to wear a lid more often, is just do it when you're doing anything. Just get used to wearing it around. I mean, if you're at home, just go around with your helmet on. Just go around, get used to it. Make it as part of being you. I mean, a lot of players, young players, when they get used to playing the game in the past, it was the same as running with pads. The way you get used to running with pads, just wear them all the time. Keep them on you. If you're at home walking around, going up and down stairs, put your pads on. Get used to them. Make them part of you. And I think Gagandeep, that's what he's going to have to do. And certainly in that the last match he played yesterday, he certainly did look a lot more comfortable. End of a pretty good over there and a good spell from Mansoor Jamali. I think he's bowled very well. He will go, I think, for 21 of his spell and picks up, of course, the big wicket of Kawani Lakanwal.
Yeah, so they're 23 runs behind what the Roma Gladiatori were at this stage. We'll just have a look at the comparison of these two teams. Royal Roma with a good start there, going at just about what they require. But as you can see, the Gladiatori slowed down tremendously during the second half of the innings. And I don't expect to see that kind of a slowdown from Royal Roma, who of course boasts a lot more batting depth than this Gladiatori side.
Yeah, you can see there was 4 overs there after that really cracking start where they didn't get to the double figures. 2 of them, in fact, were very low. So that's where, though it looks pretty impressive when you look at the like for like, some 23 runs ahead. But if they keep going at this pace, they will catch up. And they're needing to go at under 14s, and they'll take that. Will Royal Roma. You can see that the wind has picked up slightly. Those flags seem to be moving just a little bit more, but at the same time, the temperatures too have gone up. Munib Niazi with the ball. He's going to start with the wide. A little bit too wide. I want to say hello to the umpires. We've got umpires Sugath and Nuwan and Dilak. They're the 3 new umpires that have come into the day today. The new Grizzly men. Of course, we said goodbye to the umpires that we had in the first part of this series yesterday. To Amila, to Adil, and also to Rugbir. That's hit firmly, and that's going to go all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Says Guerreras. Big, powerful hit from a big, solid man. Gagandeep gets another boundary. 6 more.
Yeah, absolutely. He has hammered this one over point. That one has gone the distance. 6 more runs. Powerful strike. Gagandeep Singh is on 21 of just 9 deliveries. This is the Gagandeep Singh we've been waiting to see.
High in the air. Has he got the distance on this one? Yes, he has. Only just. And only just gets it past Harpreet, the captain of Roma Gladiatori. So 6 more. It goes more aerial than distance, but it's still 6 in the book.
It goes all the way for a Maximo. The fielder out in the deep thought he might have had a chance momentarily, but it goes over Inderjeet Singh's head.
And launches at this and well, where's his foot? Where's the foot? I know he's got the heel up there now. We're going to have a good look at this. This could be out or it could be 6. Where is it at first? Let's have a look at it here. Let's see that foot. I think that's on the rope. I think that left foot, the heel has touched the rope because if he go forward slowly now, guys. So let's have a look at that first. I think that's on the rope there. If we go forward now, and he then lifts it up and keeps it lift up, and if you look at that shot there, when that heel is down, I think he's on the rope. Look at the way the ankle goes there as well. I think that could be on the rope. We're going to have a good long look at it. I just get the feeling this is very close. And what are they doing here?
It's been given an out.
They've given it out.
I think looking at that, just to make the case for why it's been given an out, I think it's kind of hard to... I do see a bit of a gap there, and you don't really see the rope move at any point. This is a tough one. It's a really tough one. Wouldn't want to be in the third umpire's position. But it has been given an out. I think everybody's going to look at that and have their own opinion on this matter.
I suppose when we're looking at this, Nish, we're saying looks like could be what the third umpire here, Dilak, and the tournament referee, Charles, have to look at is do we see any evidence of the rope moving? And I guess from that, the answer is no. What doesn't help are the trainers are also white. It's really, really close. My instincts, and this is instincts, tell me that I think the heel, just the way his whole foot was, the instincts tell me that he's probably on the rope there, but I suppose you need the evidence. The evidence says no, so the decision is out. It's 53 for 2. Gagandeep will go. And that's another. He's gone first ball. Charanjit Singh has gone first ball. Munib Niaz has got the wicket. It's a very uncharacteristic little push from Charanjit. He's normally pretty aggressive. He gets an edge on it. And Munib Niaz, he gets Charanjit Singh. Charanjit gone for a golden duck. So Charanjit goes. Off he is. And there's Goldie. So he's bitterly disappointed with himself. Charanjit is normally a hard hitter of the ball. Just goes for the big shot. And he's going to find... He's going to have to go back here. Good catch there by Raj Gurpreet behind the stumps. And Munib Niazi picks up another.
6th career duck for Charanjit Singh in the European Cricket Series. It just gets a feather edge through to the keeper. Well held onto by Raj Gurpreet. And is this the over that just takes the momentum away from Royal Roma? They've lost a couple of important wickets here, of course. We saw Gagandeep Singh depart, and now Charanjit Singh as well. Here we go. Hat-trick ball coming up. A chance for Niazi to add his name to the Hall of Fame.
Moshin has a little dab at this. It ends up being a dot. Moshin. So they've gone once again with Moshin here. So obviously he's still got Sukhbir Singh out there. Hashnat didn't say somebody else that can come out and make a difference as well. All of them could come out there and probably hit a ball, but they need now a partnership here. They've still got a fair bit to do in this match. Some 84 runs behind, and at that rate, starting to creep upwards as well. Niazi, what a spur has been from him. This is another one that is just a little sort of whoosh across the line from Moshin. Doesn't get anything on it. What an over that ends up being. It started with a wide, then 2 sixes, and then 2 wickets. But of course, the big talking point, the catch taken out there by Jamila. Does he catch the rope or not? There was evidence suggested that we could see. Couldn't see anything to say that he did. So Gagani was given out, and then Charanjit Singh out very first ball.
So we'll just have a look at the rate over here. Royal Roma still going just along that red line. So run rate, not a problem for them. Just the fact that they've lost 3 wickets. But it's not going to bother Royal Roma too much. They still have plenty of hitting in the bank. There is plenty of talent out in the middle as well. So Zadran is going to bowl this 5th over. A very impact player for this Gladiatori side. A fiery cricketer, plays with his heart on his sleeve.
One thing Zadran does do, he goes very wide. He's one of those bowlers who sort of goes wide and tries to angle the ball in. Look at him how wide he goes here. And tries to get the ball to angle it in. Sometimes he gets it wrong. And just backing away here, the batter. Not sure what that's to do with. And ready to go. Here comes Zadran again. And gone. Top of the stumps. Sukhbir Singh will go. That is a huge wicket. And Zadran going over to Sukhbir said, "Here, shake me hand." And Sukhbir saying, "No, no thank you. Not when I'm in this sort of mood," because he knows that's a big wicket. Sukhbir just plays all the way over this. And you can see the disgust from him. He probably feels that that ball stays a little bit low. It's another one that bites the dust. The top of the stumps. And look at Zadran. He's delighted. It does go over to Sukhbir, and I think he said something first which Sukhbir didn't take a liking to. Zadran then wanted to make up, and Sukhbir didn't want to know. You're right, they have got batting here, but Nish is another one that goes, and they've got a lot of work to do here now because all the recognised batters, it has to be said, have been and gone.
Oh, we've got a bit of a rivalry brewing here between this Gladiatori side and Royal Roma. Just take that, waves him goodbye, and then he just goes over to shake his hand. He knew what he was doing. There's the draw. That was not a friendly offer of his hand. I think he knew exactly the kind of mood his opponent would be in. And now we got a couple of new batters out in the middle. So Royal Roma are 54 for tour. We got Elefone TV joining us and saying, "I'm Italian and I love cricket."
And we love you for coming on and joining our cricket family and telling us that. So stay with us. And everybody else is in the chat. Dave has come on and joined us as well. Well, we can have a bit of a cracker here. I think this one could either really go flat at this point, or maybe we could see something special. Hasnat Dinsa. He's a guy who can shine, and well, that's a big hit from Mohsin. That's him getting off the mark with a 6.
Oh, what a shot there for Mohsin to get off the mark. Another very powerful cricketer, and that's the strength of this Royal Roma side, that even though they've lost 4 wickets, they can still bring so many talented batters out to the crease. There's still a lot to do here for the Gladiatori, even though they picked up 4 wickets.
Yeah, and of course, Royal Roma, they won't want to go out of this contest without at least getting past the 96 as well. So a couple of things to think about. Zadran, short again, high up in the air. Is anybody going to get to this one? And the answer is no, they won't. And that's going to be 6 more. Mohsin doesn't quite get it where he wants to, but it goes really high. But high and long enough to be 6 more. Boom. Shakalagia.
Whereas this one landed just beyond the rope. That is a 6, so that's a maximum. Goes all the way, so 14 runs off this over so far. And a nice counter-attack here by Mohsin. After his side lost a wicket early in this over. Zadran just making a few adjustments in the field. He's moving everyone a lot squarer. He's also put a deep fine leg in place. Got a deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, and a long on.
And now he will get a wicket. He will. So Zadran gets another. He gets Mohsin. Makes a field change. I mean, I don't think the field change has anything to do with it. Mohsin still goes for the big hit down the leg side, but doesn't get the middle of the bat. You can see that hits out of the toe end. Goes high up in the air. So Mohsin, after hitting a couple of big 6s, he's the 2nd wicket to fall in this over. And Shamadal Gul Zadran gets another one. And another big hitter makes his way back into the shed. 67 for 5.
Chanakul Zadran gets his man. You can see Mohsin, he's looking to play that one out towards mid-wicket again. Catches the top edge, pops up in the air. And Mansoor Jamali, a player who has been terrific with the ball throughout this series. Picked up a wicket in the first over as well. He is part of a wicket this time around as he takes a catch off the bowling of Zadran, who has a couple this over. This time around, a much more muted celebration by Zadran. Didn't quite go and taunt the batter. End of the fifth over. Royal Roma are 67 for 5. 14 runs coming off that Zadran over in the end. We're just having a look at that point graphic. I think there's no question Royal Roma will pick up a point in this match. But let's see if they can actually go on and win it.
Well, they need to literally go double up on what they're on here. So let's see if they do. I mean, you say that they should easily get there, but you just get the feeling, Royal Roma, I was saying this yesterday, they're very much a side that can go on and score massive runs, but I can see them sort of collapsing once or twice and it scores around 80 and 90. So maybe this is going to be one of those for them here today. So let's wait and see. They've got the ability to go big, but I think they got the ability to get the shakes as well. And at the moment, Gladiatori are looking to do just that to them. Oh, he dives over this. This one is going to go over the rope for 4. That just gets guided away. One thing I do know, and I said this yesterday, whereas a lot of the batters of Roma CC have got power and do like to hit over long on a mid-wicket, this guy, Hasnat Dinso, wasn't able to bowl because he's got a bit of a back problem. He is probably the more correct out of all of the batters. He can play outside the offside. If he can get some good support here from the likes of Hikrat Singh, you never know where this could go. I think he, if anybody, he holds the key to victory here if he can stay there. If he gets out, then I think they've just got to try and buckle down and get a point.
Yeah, I think with Hashmat Dinsa out there, you'd still fancy their chances to win. That win predictor, in my opinion, is just spot on with the probability here. You give Royal Roma about a third of a chance at this stage to take it, and then Gladiatori, you'd have to say, are in the driver's seat. Hashmat Dinsa, he certainly is a stroke player. Very technically gifted cricketer.
Goes for the big one. Fielder's got to watch the spin here. Deals with it pretty well. We'll just take a single. So you can see that the batters around Dincha are going to be swinging wildly. You can sort of understand why when we saw the win predictor there and they had Royal Roma 85 to 15%. You can understand now why I thought, nah, that doesn't seem right to me. It's too heavily one-sided. Well, it's a big appeal, but this is probably going down the leg side. It's a very good length delivery from Huck. Hashmat Dinsa gets straight on the pad. Have a good look at this here. So, good delivery, but of course, he's going way down the leg. It's a an interesting appeal from the bowler. Starts the appeal, then of course realises, nah, can't be out. Good shot. Well, this is what I'm talking about by Dinsa. He plays shots that some of the others in the top order do not play. And in this area is what I mean. Look at that. That is a cracking shot. Beautifully executed. And that's why he's dangerous.
Yeah, he's somebody, when he gets going, he's capable of getting runs very, very quickly. That is a terrific shot. The bottom hand taking over as well, right at the end of that stroke. And it ends up going over extra cover.
Now down the ground, but he could have handed a catching opportunity to Niazi, and he does. The catch has been taken. Munib Niazi takes the catch. Hashmat Dinsa will go, and for me now, Royal Roma are going to have to, as I said, buckle down and focus on the point. I cannot see them winning from here.
It's going to be tough now with Dinsa gone. It's going to be a huge, huge challenge. They've probably lost their last hope in Hashmat Dinsa. He had to be aggressive. He had to attack because the required for his side is 14.5. But he's not quite been able to get underneath that ball or get the distance on it, and it goes straight to Munib Niazi. He holds on to a very important catch. And, of course, now we'll just see the reintroduction of Shadam Gul Zadran as he'll come into bowl this second over. And I just wonder if they feel like they have a chance here, as you mentioned, to pinch a point. I would still back them. They only need another 17 runs off the remaining 4 overs. But knowing Royal Roma, knowing they're a side who always look to attack, could be a chance here for the Gladiatori to pick up 4 more quick wickets.
Yeah, that's the thing here. They're going to be swinging here, so I think there's going to be... look, you see here, they're going to try and play these shots. Clever delivery that from Zadran. He takes the pace off. They're going to try. All right, here we go. You see up in the air, another chance. And it gets dropped. Oh dear, this gets dropped. Is that Jamila, who has already taken a number of catches? It's in that area, isn't it? So you expect him to be going after it. No, it's not. No, it is. It is Jamila. He's just got a different name on the back of his shirt. So puts this down. Oh, that's a big moment. That could be the difference between 4 points and just 3.
Could be a massive moment. And these catches often prove to be so big in the consequence of this ECS. And just to remind you the importance of this game, with 4 points here, the Roma Gladiatori would leapfrog Royal Roma. I should say at least get close to Royal Roma. There would just be 2 points behind them in the standings. And of course, if Royal Roma suffered a bonus point defeat, that would be huge for Roma CC as well. We're currently sitting at the top of the standings, because then that would mean there's a 9-point gap between those two teams. With 3 games in hand for Royal Roma. Here's a look at that moment again. It was a full toss. It was there to be hit, but it's an outside edge, and it's just going to be a single. So there's a lot on the line. This point is very, very important.
You're right. There's a lot at stake here. And of course, Royal Roma will definitely want to take a point. Of course, they lost the first match to Bologna yesterday. That one gets played out again. Would you not have the field a bit tighter here now?
Yes.
Because maybe the big hitters have gone. Or you probably sense that Royal Roma just looking just to get singles. I wouldn't want to give them those singles. I'd be saying, hey, no, I'm bringing the field in. You're not going to win the game from where you are. I don't think they're going to win the game from where they are. So you can afford to be attacking in the field to try and get all the points here. If they're going to hit over the top, fair play. But make them work hard for the runs they need to get that point. End of the over. So you can see that Royal Roma, the team that are they're loaded with hard-hitting batters. Just like I said yesterday and I repeated earlier today, they will score big runs, but there will be times when they will stumble to 80s and 90s, and this could be one of them. They're 82 for 6 after 7.
Yeah, Royal Roma can be a mixed bag of a side because of their aggressive approach, but before I continue on that point, I'll just give you a quick reminder that our upcoming match is a rematch of our opening match of the day. These two sides will do battle once again, of course. Kent Lunga came up short this morning. This one's gone up in the air. It's a catching chance. Will they hold on to this? No, it's been put down. That's the second catch that's been dropped in the space of an over by the Gladiatori. These are enormous moments for a side who would want to get all 4 points from this game.
They got in each other's way, and I noticed this time Mubarak Hussain is not doing any celebration, is he? Well, he drops it. Once again, another opportunity to get a big wicket, that of Singh, and they put him down. So then the next one gets clubbed to the boundary. That's the way it goes. They've had their chances here. Have Roma Gladiator to take all the points, but those 2 catches dropping Harkat Singh twice. No, they're going to haunt them, aren't they, surely?
Huge moments. These are absolutely massive moments, and from here, you'd expect Royal Roma to pick up at least a point from this game.
It's firmly hit. Mubarak Hussain throws himself at this, literally. Makes a stop, keeps it to 1.
Yeah, what I was going to say before, of course, that catch was put down is, I think a couple of overs ago, they really should have put a sort of power play field once they were 6 down and really look to put some pressure on them, cut out those singles, and have a man out at long on for a catch like that. But yeah, we would have expected that 2 fielders outside the ring would have been more than enough. This one's going to land safely, and you know, it could have been a catching opportunity. You'd often have a fielder out at square leg if you're looking to attack.
Classic example, the field on the leg side here with this match situation, 2 inside, square leg mid wicket, 1 sweeper on the boundary. And long on, long off, keep them back, no problem there. On the offside, 1 in, 1 sweeper. They can't do it. They're choosing not to do it. This one's going to be another teaser, and it's going to be Mubarak Hussain who ends up. Oh, look where this ball ends up, by the way. It's ended up somehow in the helmet. Show us his shot again. Well, first of all, great effort to try and stop it. It can't. And the ball, I reckon this ball has somehow found its way. Well, it looks like he's in the helmet, probably just on the other side of it. But what a nice shot that is.
Yeah, slight optical illusion over there. We saw a moment like that a couple of days ago when it looked like a bale was on top of the stump.
That was great, yeah. And this one, it's played away to one of the three fielders on the leg side boundary. They'll just take a single. So, yeah, I think once again, Roma Gladiatori, though they will win this match, and well done for them to do it, I think they still will feel that there's a point that they've lost here. This should be done by the 12th man. Yeah, do it now, but you've got to get your 12th man to do this. It's not our job to give you order.
We'll just have a look here at the comparison. As you can see, Royal Roma going below that required rate. Looks like they will pick up the point here, as of course just need another couple of runs for that. So it seems like the Gladiatori will pick up a comfortable win, but not all 4 points.
Muktir Singh comes into the attack, and he'll start with a wide. Frustration because the 2 required now becomes 1 for a point. So Royal Roma, they're going to have to absorb another defeat, the second in their campaign. Of course, they lost once to Bologna yesterday. And with that one going for 1, they will get a point as they get to the 96. The point is up. The question is, how many more can they get here? I suppose this is good practice for the likes of Hakrat Singh, and also the captain Rajinder Singh would like this opportunity. And well, I think the batter here is just saying that I think my bat's gone, I need another one. It looks like the umpires have said okay, so on will run the 12th man. Yeah, that wind here just getting a little bit more blustery.
Yeah, the chair just fly in and also strike me on the side. The breeze really picking up. And yeah, Royal Roma, just having a look at that, they've managed to pick up a point out of this game, so they won't suffer a bonus point defeat, which it just means that they've got a very good chance of ending up in the top spot if they win their next 3 games. This one's going up in the air, and it's going to be caught. He's been very good with his catching, Mansoor Jamali. Obviously, I've been talking a lot about how good he's been with his bowling throughout this series, but this is the second catch he's managed to hold on to in this ECS. He's a very safe pair of hands, someone who you can always rely on in the field. That one was just a slower delivery, stuck in the pitch a little bit, and it pops up for a simple catch.
Yeah, Jamali holds on to this one, doesn't let this one get away from him. And I think that actually might be his 3rd. So 3 he's taken, 1 he's put down. So 96 for 7. Yeah, I suppose they're certainly seen that Hakrat Singh really, I mean, he had some luck, then he was dropped twice, finishes on 5 off 8 balls. So they might just want to rethink him being up there. As Ismail al-Haq comes in to have a swing. I don't think this is a bad thing for Royal Roma. They've already lost the match, so if you can get other batters out there just to have a hit, why not? But this one is going to be sneaked in for a dot ball from Muktir Singh.
Yeah, so 41 runs needed of 9 balls here, which is almost unattainable for Royal Roma.
Works this away, gets under the fielder, and he's going to get 4 for his troubles. So that's nice, 4 more runs. See what I mean? It's just an opportunity for the likes of Ismail al-Haq just to get out there and hit a few balls. So a nice shot from him. Of course, you've still got Onkar Singh and Inderjit Singh, who probably wouldn't mind coming out there and have a go. Inderjit, we saw him bowl yesterday, bowled a bit of spin, picked up a few wickets. And of course, yesterday was his birthday. He was 32 yesterday. So he got given an opportunity and he picked up a twofer in the 1 over that he got. So that was a nice little highlight for him.
Yeah, these 2 sides will play each other again in our final match of the day at 6:30. But a long day ahead, both these sides. We're just coming off the toe end of the bat, and it's going to be taken very comfortably. And there it is. It's his iconic celebration. That's how Mubarak Hussain celebrates all his catches and wickets. Another one falls here for Royal Roma, or 101 for 8.
Yeah, it's nice when you take him and the celebrations are there, but not so nice when you put him down, Mubarak. Of course, he has been guilty of that too, but that's been nicely taken, and yeah, a nice smile for the camera from Hussain, who of course is a pretty key player for this side. So another wicket does go. And these guys, you can see, they know each other pretty well. And to the Gladiatori and Royal Roma. So there's always going to be a little bit of bragging rights here. And you can see that Mubarak is pretty vocal towards the batter who's making his way out. And pretty happy to have taken the catch as well. And it's going to be a wide ball. And, well, those pads look familiar. It looks like Sukhbir Singh is lending out his gear. That's going to be a wide ball to start off with. New batter is showing all his stumps, by the way, and that's out. Gets a little snick to it. So it's going to be a golden duck for the new batter. He comes, he swings, and he's on his way. That looks like Onkar Singh to me. Yep, it is. So Onkar swings after getting a wide. It's his first ball. So he's going to go for a golden. So he's on his way. And there we go. So the tail doesn't really wag for Royal Roma. We know that the top 4 or 5 can be pretty useful. But what we're probably seeing here is that after that is not so good. It'll be the second time, I think, we're going to see Royal Roma being bowled out. Of course, they were bowled out when they got a win not too many days ago. It was a close one, wasn't it? They were bowled out for 110 against Baraka Prato, and Baraka Prato got to 105. So once you get those earlier batters, you definitely have a chance to get into them. So the number, we've got this now. How many wickets are down here now? I think this isn't this the last wicket now coming in here now? Probably number 10 or number 11. We'll get the scores updated for you in a moment. That's the slow delivery. Should be looking to run that. I think if you've got to consider yourself as the key batter. Indrajit Singh has gone out there. Well, apologies for the graphics at the moment. We seem to have lost some connection. Well, there we go. It is the last man in. 102 for 9. We're in the last over. And this one, it should be a comfortable catch. They should be all out, and they will be all out. That is the end of this match. So Royal Roma, disappointingly, will be bowled out with still 4 balls to go in the innings. Thing is, I suppose for them, they will get a point. But they've been well beaten here by Roma Gladiatori. Well done to them. And you can see just how important that knock there from Munib Niazi was. 56 of 24. And also Mubarak Hussain got them a good start. It was all done in the power play. You have to say that. That's why the power plays are so important. They scored 63 off their 136 in the power play. That got them to a good start. Royal Roma, they weren't going too badly. They got 40 for 1 at the end of their 3. But it was that 1 over from Munib Niazi where those 2 wickets fell. And of course, the big talking point will continue to be Gagandeep being caught on the boundary. Was it out? Was it 6? We had a good look at it. Couldn't see any reason not to give it out, and so he was given out. But this is a start. There was a catch, and there was a celebration from Mubarak Hussain. And of course, when you get the wicket of Lakhanwal, you're going to be celebrating. So he got out, but then, unlike in the fight that happened there between Sukhbir and Gagandeep, both of them got going. And I think, Nish, that's where the pain will be for Royal Roma. They got 2 batters, good batters, got going, and both got out within balls of each other.
Absolutely, and I think you also look back at some of those key moments, those drop catches right at the end. In the end, Royal Roma just end up 6 runs beyond the target they needed to pick up a single point. And we saw some crucial catches dropped right at the end with the lower order. oh, if only those catches had been taken, then maybe the Gladiatori would have been able to pick up a bonus point victory. But as things stand, if the Royal Roma win all their games today, they'll just be 3 points behind Roma CC in what looks like is going to be a tight race to make it to the top spot. There is another look at that contentious moment, that catch out at the boundary. Mansour Jamali deemed to be just inside the rope by the umpires. This was a good bit of bowling by Munib Niazi to get rid of Charanjit Singh. Raj Gurpreet holding on to that catch. Mohammad Mohsin hit a couple of good-looking shots before he was dismissed. Shadamgul Zadran would get rid of him. And of course, Zadran would pick up the wicket of Sukhbir Singh as well, which you saw earlier, cleaning him up. We saw some good hits by that lower order. I think one thing about this Royal Roma side is a number of players came in, they hit a few shots, but no one really was able to continue and play that big innings this side so desperately needed.
Yeah, I mean, Charanjit Singh, disappointing way for him to cut out. He just really sort of pushed that one, got the edge straight after Gagandeep was given out. The judge caught on the boundary. And then Sukhbir was also, you know, he would then have to be the key batter. He would have to be thinking about batting deep. At that point, as we both said, the run rate wasn't an issue, but he plays all the way over one. And then after that was always going to be difficult. I thought the only other player who could have probably got them there was Hashmat Dinsa, but he himself also goes for a big shot down the ground and gets caught. And at that point, the required rate was around 14. So they were fraying their wickets away, going for big shots. And really, they could have waited to play those big shots and taken the singles as well. That's one thing that Royal Roma need to learn. And I feel myself repeating this about them a few years ago, and not just them, but one or two other teams out here in Roma. They want to always do it in style. They always want to be smashing the ball round to the boundary. And yeah, I mean, that is good and it looks good. But sometimes you don't have to do that. Sometimes you can be smart and be thinking about getting the win, because when you lose a wicket or two, as we see in here, other wickets come pretty quickly. That was the way it ended. A nice catch there taken from Raj Gurpreet. It's a nice little moment for him. Raj Gurpreet also played a nice little part with the bat as well. A good cameo towards the end of that innings, helping the Roma Gladiators get some good, key, valuable runs towards the end of the innings. So that's that scorecard there. And as I said, the disappointment there is the likes of Sukhbir Singh and Gagandeep Singh, and even you can say Mohsin and Dinsa getting started, but then giving their wickets away.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll just have a look at the scorecard. And as you mentioned, plenty of starts, but no big innings that Royal Roma so desperately needed. We'll now turn our attention to the bowling card for the Roma Gladiatori. And you have to say it was a solid all-round performance by this side. They kept extras to a minimum as well, just 6 runs of extras. And they will look back at that performance and be mightily pleased. We'll just have it up for you now. And as you can see over there, I think the pick of the bowlers, Mukhtiar Singh, taking 3 wickets and giving just 8 runs in the sole over he bowled. Sadam Zadran was great as well, 2 for 17. Were his figures in the end. And of course, Jitendra Prakash come into ball right at the end and picked up a wicket off the 2 balls he delivered. So in the end, Roma Gladiatori will pick up an impressive victory. And keep in mind, they were just 6 runs away from getting a bonus point victory as well. So we'll look back at some of those dropped catches right at the end, which I'm sure they will say hurt their side. But it doesn't matter, as Roma Gladiatori have won this one. They take 3 points out of this. Roma get the 1 point. And this makes things very exciting for the rest of this ECS. Join us in 15 minutes time as we'll bring you our 3rd match of the day.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Match number 3 on this match day 6 Super 6 Sunday. What a match this is going to be. It's going to be a repeat of the way that we started the day, when it's going to be Kent Lanka of Napoli taking on Baraka Prato. It's going to be an interesting game. I think that the team from Napoli are going to be a little bit more the wiser after playing that first game, and I think we could have a close game here. Earlier we saw Charles the Sheriff with the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Thanks, Rico. Welcome to the toss with Kent Lanka Napoli versus Baraka Prato. Baraka Prato to call.
Head is called.
Heads is the call. And it's a head.
We're going to ball first.
Baraka Prato won the toss and will bowl first.
Ghulam Dastgir winning the toss and deciding that they will continue to field first. They're a team that do like to chase. What good form he's in at the moment. A remarkable half century from him. He's getting better all the time. So he's sort of taking over really from Hassan Ali. But of course you can't write Hassan Ali out. He is still the leading run scorer, and I think he will be looking to bounce back into good form this time round. For me though, somebody like Safi Ananullah could be the key player for them in this side. He's somebody that seems to be getting better all the time. But I do believe that on this track, now that things are starting to dry out, that the team with the spinners will start to come good. Kent Lanka Napoli, it wasn't the worst start for them in that first match. Of course, they did go down, but they did pick up a point. I think the likes of Sananaika was in very good form, powerful left-hander. Vimuthi as well did score some runs, though he was batting just a little bit slower there. But they have got some good players in there. I think Denawun could once again be the key one to pick up some of the wickets. They need to come together though, and they also need to learn from what they did wrong in that last match. They were just bowling the wrong lines at some time. Again, I think it'll be a close match. I believe that this one could be decided by the team that performs or doesn't perform in the field. Let's go over to Nishay Bhatt for the start of this one. Well, Nishay, the news from the middle is that is Baraka Prato that win the toss, and they will again have a bowl first.
Thank you very much for that update. So yeah, Baraka Prato beat Kent Lanka Napoli by 8 wickets this morning, and they'll be looking to make it 2 wins and 2 against this Baraka Prato side. Of course, Mikey Partner was the other way around. Baraka Prato winning by 8 wickets against Kent Lanka Napoli. Kent Lanka Napoli still looking for their first victory of this ECS. As you can see over there, Kent Lanka Napoli are 0-1 for this series. Meanwhile, Baraka Prato currently sitting at 5-7. Of course, they've once again won the toss, decided to have a bowl first. Last time around, they were able to restrict Kent Lanka Napoli to 113 runs. And then, of course, they were able to chase it down with 2.3 overs to spare. And just have a look at how much that win predictor has changed after the last match. It was pretty close heading into match 31 between these two teams, but after having seen what happened in the last game, it's now up to 70% for Baraka Prato. And you have to say, rightfully so. I mean, there were some bright spots there for Kent Lanka Napoli in the first match between these two teams. I think the main one was the way Vishal Sandanayaka batted. I was really impressed with his batting. He was superb. And I think he certainly just helped them fill that gap which Fernando has left behind in this team. Nicolo Fernando, since he's unavailable for this entire ECS. But there's a number of players they're missing. They obviously don't have Nicolo Fernando, no Rizal Jayawardene, of course. Tahir Khan, not a part of this Kent Lanka Napoli side either, so they're going to have to find a way to fill that void. First ball coming up. That one is just inside the tram line, and it is a wide. So Kent Lanka Napoli start off with a dot ball. Good ball here. First up by Shakil Hussain, who's been very good throughout this ECS, been a consistent wicket-taking bowler. He's currently the second highest wicket taker in this ECS. Only Prithvi Samarage is ahead of him, and they'll grab a single here. Shaminda gets off the mark, and it brings Senanayaka on strike. So here he is, Senanayaka, after making a beautiful 45 of just 22 deliveries in the last match. He's going to play this one into the pitch, and it's going to be a dot ball. He momentarily wondered if there was a chance to pick up a single, but there wasn't. Here we go. Fourth ball of the over coming up. As this takes a step across, he was looking to go on the offside. It's probably gone a lot finer than he intended, but he'll pick up a boundary over here. Just steps across. Knows he's going to go for a slightly wider line. And it's a little bit streaky. Doesn't quite go where he intends it to. 4 runs for Senanayaka. No, this time he's going to go through the line, over mid-off. It's 4 runs. Beautifully struck there by Senanayaka. Just takes a few paces outside the crease and meets the ball on the half volley. That's a beautiful shot. Presents the full face of the bat when he plays that. Classy and elegant. 1 bounce over the rope. Goes for 4. That one just stays a little bit low. Doesn't quite rise up as much as he would like. So Kent Lanka get 9 runs off the first over of this innings. They were 6 for 1 at the end of the first over when these two sides last battled each other. Here's a look at the squads for the Meltle Shield. And of course, the Meltle Shield will be taking place after the conclusion of our European Cricket Series. A big weekend of action, a historic moment for women's cricket. Of course, some of the members of the Italian national team will be taking part for Team Europe are currently here at the ground getting some nets practice in. And you can see Emilia Bartram, Mitharatha Nayaka, Elenia Sims, Dilesha Nanayakara will all be representing Italy for Team Europe. It'd be great if, of course, there's a game where all 4 of them can play together. And it's good. It's a good moment for the host nation. And of course, a very proud moment for all those girls who will be able to take part in such a major event. Actually hot here in the commentary box, and of course joining me is Rico Full. This is a lowish full toss. It's struck over mid-off, goes away for a 4. Shaminda joining in on the boundary hitting.
Yes, it's well hit by Senanayaka. It smashes it well, and beg your pardon, that's Shaminda. So I was going to say Shaminda, he does get off the mark in this one. Got the single early on, so that was good. And now looking to go on. Of course, we didn't really get a good chance to see what he was made of when he got the very first ball at Royal Dart to start the day. But I'm pretty sure that he's quite a useful batter. And I like what he did with the ball as well. I'd like to see more of him with the ball, just that slow spin, just getting the ball a bit of flight. Didn't really get too much of an opportunity. But I get the feeling that he's somebody that can certainly settle in to be a pretty key player. Just Hamid Ali having a chat with the umpire about the ball. Out of the reach of the stretched hand there of the fielder Russell Bouya. That's been hit pretty hard. So it's going to be another boundary. So we really do start to see this wind coming through now. It's quite blustery, you know, that's blowing things around inside the Casa Grande. You can probably hear it being picked up in the microphones around the ground as well. So the wind is picking up, and that could cause a bit of a issue for batters and fielders alike.
Certainly could. Hamid Ali. Let's see if he can come back with a better delivery here. He's not able to get the length right. You know, he's bowled a couple of full tosses this time around. Again, it's another full toss. The line is wrong this time around as well. So it's going to end up being a wide. It's just very wayward to start off here. Hamid Ali got 3 wickets so far this ECS, and an economy rate of 12.5. This one is struck out towards mid-on. That's much better. That's where he needs to be bowling it. Shaminda hasn't quite been able to middle that one. It just comes off the bottom part of his bat, and it's going to be a single.
Yeah, he's an interesting bowler. You can see him coming over the wicket to the left-handers, but he likes to come around the wicket to the right-handers. So not really sure what his play is. That's a better delivery, but I think he's far better when he just tries to, over the wicket to the right-handers. If he wants to come around to the left, that's fine. But he's far better when he just tries to get a delivery like that into the stumps. He's pretty useful. But sometimes he does tend to want to bang the ball in a little bit short. And that's a clever shot played away. I like to look at this. Has he got the pace to go to the boundary? Well, that looks like a pretty good save. He bears all to make the save here, does the fielder. And a nice looking shot, but a nice top air. So I think he does wrap his fingers around this before. Yeah, I think that's okay. I think he does really well. Puts himself in the firing line, does the fielder. Ends up making a good start. That's good work there from Wakas Mohammed. Yeah. Yeah, it was a strange call. I mean, they have taken a liking to getting Shakil Hussain more involved with the batting. But I just feel that when you know what's on play, then you've got to go with the more aggressive batter, I think, in this format. And Wakas Mohammed, when you bear in mind that he's not in your side as a bowler, really. I mean, they have given him bowls sometimes, but it hasn't gone well. You've got to use him as a batter. And, oh, that's exceptional. That is exceptional. Wow. That is brilliant. That's the only way to describe it from Ilyas Ahmed. This ball has been hit like a thunderbolt. And he gets hands to it, puts it up in the air, then takes it second time round. That is a great catch. If you see this again, look at that. Yeah, he should be happy. Chuck the Fante, he says, he's trying to give himself a bit of room here as a batter. And he gets the ball that he wants as well. He absolutely pumps it, Nish. That is a great catch from Ilyas Ahmed.
Incredible catch. It's a self-assist for this catch. Have a look at it. He bats it up and then takes the catch. What an incredible feat of athleticism over there by Ilyas Ahmed. How on earth has he managed to catch that one that way? Hold on to this. And Lanka will lose the wicket. So lose the wicket courtesy of a really magical moment there by Ilyas Ahmed.
Yeah, that was pumped. It really was. So Shakil gets another one. I reckon now Shakil is probably joint top wicket there. That's a lovely time shot. Chase is on. Under, Iba. And well start, well chase. Well done to Buya. He gets there.
Yeah, great bit of fielding there. I mean, he puts in a good chase and he's able to get to that one. I saved his side some runs, but Vimkuthi will get a couple of runs to get off the mark.
Yeah. Wow, you can really hear the wind here now. It's certainly blowing very, very, very hard. Vimukthi has come in at number 3. He was the not-out batter, wasn't he, in the earlier tussle between these two. I mean, he didn't do badly, just his strike rate was a bit of an issue for me. I think he got to 31 not out of 23 deliveries, so just needs to be a little bit more aggressive. You can see he's trying to get the big shots in early on. Edge, and oh, he's dived all over this. He's dived all the way over this, has the keeper. Gulam Dastgir, this is one you've got to be taking. Have a look at this. This goes through his gloves. It's a genuine edge, and as a keeper, you've got to take this, and Gulam Dastgir gets this all wrong. So a huge life there for Irosh Vimukthi.
Yeah, good on Dastgir. He's had a few issues with his wicket keeping. He's got a very awkward technique, and that one goes right through him. Hussain really should have had his second wicket. Of course, Shakil Hussain, he is someone who we've of course seen pick up plenty of wickets throughout this ECS. He's right there at the top of the wickets tally, and he could very easily have had another.
This one gets played away. It just be a single. So we're just trying to sort things out here. Thank you, everybody that's out there. Thank you, Helix. They're just saying that there's no sound coming out of Nish, and we believe that's been sorted now. Let us know. Give us a thumbs up if we're okay now. But thank you for making us aware. I didn't pull his plug, by the way. I promise. Had nothing to do with me. Might have had something to do with the wind, but I think we have got Nish back.
Yeah, but it's been confirmed. Thank you very much for the updates. Of course, always appreciate when you give us some feedback on some of the issues that are occurring at our end. And, of course, keep that feedback going. And, yeah, Helix, you're right. It was Corey who did it. I'm sure he found a way to come in from the Netherlands and somehow pull that plug.
Corey, blame him for everything. If you got to blame somebody, get Corey in there. All right. It's up in the air, perhaps a chance, and fingertips from Buyal, but that's going to go for 6. It's a great effort. Russell Buyal trying to take the catch, but not able to keep the ball in his hands, and it literally springs out of those fingers. It goes for 6. Great effort.
What an effort. There was certainly a good chance. If he just run along the boundary rope, maybe it would have been a little bit easier for him. But you got to commend the great effort he's put in over there. That's 6 runs to start the over.
Well, Vimukti is living a charmed life, isn't he? We've seen him drop on 2 and now on 9.
So we got a few people joining us in the chat. A very good afternoon to Asia Sohel and also Monica Ramos Acosta joining us from Colombia.
Great to have you all with us. Of course, we were having a conversation about Colombian coffee yesterday. Monica, thanks for your input there. Yeah, good to have you with us. Of course, Monica is a big supporter of Roma CC and, of course, of Bilal. That's going to be a wide delivery. Just gets this one a little bit wrong, does Hamid Ali.
Got Sajith Fernando joining us as well, wishing his Kent Lanka side well. Of course, yeah, plenty of Fernandos in this Kent Lanka side. Of course, a few of them missing as well, such as Nicolo. This one is going down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. And, of course, a lot of representation in this Kent Lanka side from Maris Stella College over in Negombo, Sri Lanka, a school that has very rich cricketing heritage and has, of course, produced a lot of international players such as Dasun Shanaka and the Shumanta Chamira.
Just Gundy bowling, isn't it? He's bowled 4 balls on the spin down the leg side, and 2 of them are being called wide. This one, the batter says, you know what, I think I'll just hit it. And he does. And Shaminda will get another boundary to his name. But just not, I do not understand Hamid Ali's thinking when he's bowling. So over the wicket to the left-handers and round the wicket to the right-handers. That's been played away lovely as well. And that's going to be 4. So 2 boundaries well received here. And well, Shaminda just starting the show, just why he is right up there at the top of the order. Things never went well for him in the last match. And certainly not with the bat, though he did field and bowl very well. And now he's starting to put a good score on the board here for his side.
I think the big issue right now with the way Hamid Ali is bowling is just his length. This is far, far too short and is asking to be hit.
Hit down the ground. Buyat should make the stop here, and he does. Keeps it to 1. Yeah, he, for me, I mean, they're using him as a top order bowler, as an opener. He's going to bowl himself out here. So that's the end of his spell. He'll go for 31 off his 2 overs. He's not an opening bowler. If you look at the bowlers that they've got in that side, why they're choosing to use him ahead of many others there doesn't make any sense to me at all. I think he's the ideal person that if your top bowlers are not performing well, you sort of say, all right, let's get him in. let's give him an order. I mean, Russell Buya would be bowling, should be bowling before him any day. Safi Amanullah should be bowling before him any day. Even the likes of Hassan Ali should be coming on before him. And Waqas Mohammed, even he's not a bad shout. So Hamid, well, he's getting in well with the captain. That's the only way I can put it. Shahid Imran, what about him? Even he's not bowling before Hamid.
There's a number of names you could go through in that team sheet who maybe should be bowling ahead of Hamid Ali. This one's going to go away for a 4 for me. Hamid Ali, really looking at him as mainly as a batter first, and as you mentioned, someone you just bring in when things aren't quite clicking, maybe just throw a part-time bowler on when there's a long partnership, and hope that he can just produce a moment that will cause a wicket to fall. You can just see right now that is a 4, and it has been confirmed to be a 4 as well. It just lands a couple of inches in front of the rope. Now once again, he's going to look to go fine. This one a lot finer than the previous one. Last time around, it was a much squarer late cut. It was just to the left of the fielder out at deep third. This time it goes a lot finer. It's to his right. He's unable to get to it. It's back-to-back boundaries here for Shaminda. A couple of nice-looking shots.
I'm liking the shot that he's playing. He's not rushing at him. He's not slogging. He's playing genuine shots. He's basically playing every ball on merit, and I'm liking it. So you can see that he looks like a good, talented player. He's batting with a lot of time, and I like the way that he's come out. I'm liking his response after, of course, getting a first bowler, getting out to the very first ball of the day.
Now gets this one just angling in. It was blocked out. Yes, Sajid Fernando telling us that next year he will try to be part of this ECS for sure. You haven't seen Sajid Fernando play on the network since all the way back in 2022 when, of course, he had a very solid ECS, made 168 runs in the 8 innings he batted in. Was very handy with the ball as well, picking up 5 wickets at an economy rate of just 6, which is truly stellar.
Yeah, well, good chat in our YouTube chat at the moment. Monica Ramos is saying, not coffee for me yet, I'm still in my comfy bed. Hey, Monica, it's a Sunday, and I'm glad that you are, and I'm glad that you're also tuning in to the cricket. And it is a Sunday, day of rest for some, not for us. Super 6 Sunday here, 6 matches we have here today. So we had an earlier start, and of course, we'll have a later finish as well, as this one has been snuck in a little bit of pace there for Shahid Imran. I think he's been forced into changing his line. He's responded well after being hit for 2 boundaries of his first 2 deliveries.
Yeah, he certainly has, although Wim Kuthi is, I think, the batter he'd rather bowl to in this situation. Wim Kuthi, he's more of a stroke player. I think he's somebody who's probably more suited to T20 cricket or a slightly longer format of the game. I think T10, he hasn't quite been able to adjust to it. You can see he's got good technique, but it's just difficult for him to go at a strike rate above 125 for most of his career. As Kent Lanka are 57 for 1. They're going along at a very similar rate to the one we saw from them earlier today when they posted 113 runs in a match they, of course, lost by quite a big margin in the end, 2.3 overs to spare when Baraka Prato chased it down. So they got 5 overs here. They need to accelerate a little bit.
Yeah, they certainly do. And of course, it's a good time to welcome you into the Casa Grande on this day. World Breast Cancer Research Day today, of course, is a day. It's all about bringing awareness of breast cancer. As the bowler comes in, and this will just get played away for a single. So breast cancer, it's a complicated disease. There are the physical and emotional sufferings for those who are affected, and then the emotional turmoil for those who stand with their loved ones. We honour those who have gone through this harrowing ordeal, but today is more about those men and women who are doing everything in their power to combat this deadly disease. So World Breast Cancer Research Day today, and of course any way that you can get involved with many activities around the globe today, please try and do so. It's hit pretty well. This ain't going to be stopped, you know. There's going to be 4 runs and a delightful hit down the ground. And Shaminda just getting better and better the more time he spends out there in the middle.
Yeah, he certainly is. He has managed to strike that one away for a 4. Very good shot there, going straight down the ground. Safi Amanullah, we know he's somebody who he bowls good lengths. He normally tries to get that Yorker in. And oh my goodness, this one is very unlucky. He slightly missed that Yorker length. It was a bit too short. At the outside edge, it's gone away for a 4. Not too much the bowler can do about this. Yeah, unlucky. Very unlucky.
Yeah, he is very unlucky. Safi Amanullah, I think he's a good player. He's a good little bowler. Gets the ball in the right areas, just needs a little bit of luck, but it flies away. So these two, speaking of luck, they're the ones having the luck at the moment. Shaminda making the most of it, and well, we know that Irosh Vimukuthi, he certainly had some luck. Being dropped a couple of times. One of them was a straightforward one behind the stumps from just gear.
It's going for the wide Yorker, and it's gone straight to the fielder out at deep third, who holds on to the catch, loses footing after taking that catch. And that's one thing I love about Amanullah. He's always looking to hit that Yorker. Was going for the wide Yorker over here. He's probably just missed the line a little bit. I think that would have been outside the tram line if the batter had left it alone, but it doesn't matter. He's going to get a wicket, and Ishan Shaminda will have to depart, having batted superbly. He made 38 runs of 17 deliveries, a fine innings that has come to an end.
He's going to be, of course, disappointed because he does chase a wide ball. This is very wide from Safi Amanullah, but he gets what he wants. He gets the batter searching for it, reaching for it. Of course, when you're reaching for it up there, he literally just swafts this up in the air, and it's a very good catch from the fielder because he's losing his footing as he's coming in to take it. So that's an exceptional catch when you think that catching is all about balance and getting a good firm base. Well, he doesn't able to get a good firm base there, but he holds on to the catch. That's Waqas Mohammed taking a great catch.
Just getting that one to angle back into the left-hander. Yeah, this Kent Lanka side blessed with plenty of left-handed batters. That's certainly a weapon for them, and it can of course cause issues to both bowlers and fielders alike.
Here's the captain, Danusha Silva, a wicketkeeper batter that comes in at number 4 to keep Vimukti company in the middle. Let's see how he gets off. Good start from Amanullah against him though.
Oh, this one's just too far down the leg side, and Amanullah, he's looking to angle it in to the left-hander, but he's just got the line a little bit wrong here. It's veering down the leg side, and all he has to do is get some bat on it. It goes away for 4 runs.
Yeah, Amanullah, you can see he's been trying to dart and angle that ball in into the sort of pad bat area of the batter, but too often he's gone down leg side, and this time around it's a nice way to get off the mark for Silva. So he gets his first boundary, and 6 overs in, 70 for 2.
Yeah, we're just going to move on to the 7th over here. So it's going to be interesting to see who the captain brings in here. Does he continue with Shahid Imran? That does seem like is going to be the case. So still hasn't introduced a 5th bowler into the attack. And this one is struck out towards mid-on. That's going to be a single. Yeah, they are a side. Baraka Prato would tend to have their first 4 bowlers bowl out the first 8 overs. Then they use 2 different bowlers for overs 9 and 10. I always find that a little bit odd. I think someone like, say, Safi Amanullah right now could maybe just be held back for the 9th or 10th over.
Yeah, I think they get that wrong. I mean, I don't mind them doing that, but use that bowler when the pressure's not on. So, for example, if they were thinking of saying we're going to give Waqas Mohammed, for example, an over somewhere in this innings, well, do it when there's no pressure on, and do it, as I've said several times before, do it when you're on top. Because if it doesn't go well, you've still got the good bowlers to come in and bring it back. If you're doing it, let's say they decide to give him the 9th over, and then he's, because he won't bowl another one. Well, if that goes bad, well, then you've only got the 1 over to try and to bring it back. So just use that bowler, or use those bowlers if you want to try them. Use them when you're on top, and you're not going to lose too much by trying it. Trying it later on in the innings, it can go badly, and you can't bring it back in. Imran, the captain, though, he has bowled well. And that's a pretty good shot, the old uppercut, but it's going to go to the fielder. The field has been set beautifully. It's not a bad shot. Look, he tucks him up, and it's the right shot to play. Gets tucked up, plays the shot, but he can't get enough elevation on it. So it's a good catch taken. The battle of the captains then going to Shahid Imran, who removes the captain of Napoli for just 6. A very good piece of cricket that. He's bowling to his field, Nish.
He certainly is, and that's one thing you got to like about Shahid Imran. He's a smart bowler, he's very disciplined, and he gets a well-deserved wicket over here. He knows deep third is out. Batter goes for the late cut, and it goes straight to that fielder. So good placement by the captain, and of course Shahid Imran executing his plan to perfection as well. So Ghulam Dastagir will be delighted. It's not going to be Pereira who is going to come into bat. Oh, this one just going down the leg side. Has it got enough to go away for a 4? It certainly does. Imran just gets the line wrong there. It's just to the left of his hip, and he's able to help that away for 4 runs. Of course, yeah, he's another player in this team who, of course, went to the famous Maris Stella College back when he lived in Sri Lanka.
Pereira gets one on the pads there. I suppose having to adjust straight away to the from left to right is what throws Imran there. Normally he bowls very well to the right-handers. Makes a change to his approach and gets a dot ball in and finishes his spell very well. The captain on 1 for 13, and Kent Lanka Napoli just going above a 10 and over here. 77 for 3 after 7.
Just have a look here at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. It's just been an incredible year so far on the network. We've had the chance to go to so many great destinations. Of course, started all the way back in Cyprus on the 17th of January. It's just been a great journey across all these beautiful nations, and there's still plenty more to come. 4 more ECS after we wrap up here in Rome, and then of course the European Cricket Championship and the ECCW. Of course, this year it is once again our curtain closer, as after we had our inaugural ECCW last year, and we've added some more teams, and it's going to be bigger and better than ever before.
Yeah, so here we go. Amanullah, liking the fact that he gets us another over, Safi Amanullah. It backs up so far backs up what we've been saying about the bowlers that they have on hand and the choices sometimes that are made. I mean, Hamid went for over 30 of his 2, pretty expensive. Safi Amanullah gets hit away, trying to get that in the gap. So should just be a single, it will be. So a little, just slightly short, Safi Amanullah here. Yesterday when he bowled one of his best spells, he was getting the ball pitched up and he was knocking the timber out the ground. And that's, I think, where he needs to be here again.
Yeah, absolutely. That's where Amanullah needs to be bowling. But once again, they've just done their sums wrong here. I think it's interesting because Amanullah is bowling this over. That means they're going to have to choose a 5th and 6th bowler for the last 2 overs. I would have liked to see Amanullah just held back a bit. Could this be a chance for a run out? They don't look too confident. I think they're going to make it back for a 2nd run.
It's a great bit of fielding. Hassan Ali and Bouya almost tangle up with each other on the boundary. Well, they do the tango, but they do stop it. We might get a chance to see the boundary stop. And yeah, you see he just goes back before he goes forward, allows the batter to get in. But it's a very good stop on the boundary from Hassan Ali. Back to the live action for the moment. Very well bowled. As sees the batter moving around all over the place is Vinila Pereira, but he doesn't put off Amanullah, who gets that ball more or less full and straight. Well bowled.
Vanilla, I think he was just trying to keep that shift as late as possible, but he ends up being all over the place by the time the ball goes past, and he was simply not still enough to play that shot. This time he's going to look to go over, extra cover, and it's gone away for 4. Ends up going just a little bit wide of long off. Pereira picks up a boundary, 1 hop over the rope.
Good hit, good boundary. Once again, he likes to go back into his crease, then lunge forward, so gets a little bit of width here from Safi and gets put away. But Safi Amanullah, once again, over's not bad, 7 from it. He would like to get a dot ball in to finish, and he does. So well bowled. He goes for that heavier ball to finish off. So you see the difference between some of the spells that we're seeing here. Amanullah, great spell of bowling from him. Shahid Imran, 13 of his 2. Amanullah, 20 of his. So again, Hamid Ali bowling at the top of the order. He is not for me. I don't know what relationship he and the captain have got, but the captain has got better bowlers to be turning to at the top of that order. 84 then for 3. So they're just starting to slow down here. Kent Lanka Napoli, when really they need to be doing the opposite. They need to be speeding up.
Yeah, absolutely. So Kent Lanka Napoli is going the wrong way right now. Only 14 runs off these last couple of overs. And now Russell Bhuiya is going to come in to bowl the 9th over. I'm always surprised that Bhuiya doesn't get a second over. He tends to only bowl 1 over a match, which is usually the penultimate over.
Yeah, and this is the point that I was making before. And they do exactly what I said they might do. So they go to Russell Bhuiya here. They could have gone to someone like Waqas Mohammed as well, but they'll only get the 1 over. So if it's a bowler, if you're in your mind as a captain thinking, I've got to try and get an over in somewhere from somebody like Russell Bhuiya, well, do it earlier. The other reason to do it earlier as he comes in again, it's high up in the air, and this will go all the way. That's a good solid hit, smashed away by Vimukti. So Vimukti, we know he's not the most aggressive, but he is getting better at it, and that's a cracking shot. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, another reason why you do it earlier is that if it ends up being a good over, you've got a chance of using him again. If it ends up being a bad over early on, then you know, all right, he's done the job. I needed an over from somebody. He's got it in here now. Didn't go to plan, so now a normal bowler will bring it back in. Not a good ball down the leg side.
But on the other hand, the captain was almost more than happy to give Hamid Ali a couple of overs, which just,
yeah,
it's a bit puzzling, isn't it? I think what the thinking really is over there. If you're going to give Hamid Ali 2 overs early in the innings as well, I mean, one of them was inside the power play, and then you kind of aren't that confident that he can give Russell Bhuiya an over somewhere in the middle of this innings. I don't know, that just puzzles me.
Good comeback from Bhuiya. He decides he's going to just change it up a little bit coming around the wicket and tries to change the angle. Gets a dot ball in. Bhuiya. Yeah, Bhuiya, I think a lot of the times Russell Bhuiya has been a little bit out of favour when it comes to his bowling. I don't think he's bowled well. There are times when he's gone for runs, but then when you're using him at this sort of time and you've got batters that are normally in, of course there will be a few. Lets himself down again, though, with this one. I'd like to see him staying over the wicket. He bowls a pretty good straight ball. So coming round the wicket, you can see that ball's going pretty straight. If he's bowling that from the other end, that's a decent delivery because he's pitching it in a decent area. It's just short of a length. But when he's bowling from round the wicket, down the leg side, it's a wide ball.
This is played out towards mid-wicket. Are they going to push for a second run here? Oh, it's a bit of a mix-up. Yes, no, yes, no. Should be a run out. Is it a run out? That's the big question over here. We'll just take a look at this to confirm. Far too much confusion between the two batters. It's the end of the innings. Your run rate's too low. You've got to take the risk. And has that bit of hesitation cost them? Oh, this is a tight one. This is a tight one.
It's a hesitation from the fielder with the throw, I have to say. He should have thrown it straight away. And I think as a result of that, once again, this is like the frame when we were looking at 1 or 2 early today. At the moment of impact, I think the bat just there has just slid in. So I think you might find this, again, maybe given not out. I think there's enough there to see that there is a bit of bat behind the line. So it'll be given not out. But the fielder took a long time. Took a long time to get the throw in. I don't know if we got time to show it. Maybe show it a bit later. But the fielder picks the ball up and doesn't throw it in straight away. He's sort of playing cat and mouse with the batter. The batter wins the battle.
This is struck towards mid-off, and it's going to be a single. Yeah, that was a very tight one. Very, very tight one. And I think they made the right decision in the end. No evidence there to suggest that he is out. But yeah, hesitation by the fielder, a little bit of hesitation by the batters as well while running between the wickets. Was there something there? Russell Bhuiya has gone up in an appeal. The umpire is not convinced.
Mitch,
Plenty
have a
of
look at
bounce
this.
and carry.
Over the wicket. That's where he should be. Why he is coming round the wicket, I would not know. He's just bowled a beautiful delivery there over the wicket. That's where he needs to be. And I think Bhuiya, he needs to stick to his guns. Right arm over the wicket, bowl that sort of length as I thought he would and keep it nice and tight. It's not a bad over at all. Only goes for 10. You'll settle for that. 94 for 3 going into the last.
So who's going to be introduced in here to bowl the final over? That's going to be rather interesting, of course. How do they say? They always employ this rather odd tactic of giving 4 bowlers the first 8 overs and then are forced to make a decision right at the end. They're going with Hassan Ali spin in the final over.
This is a real strange call. Hassan Ali, they've normally used him to come on and bowl like over number 4. Of course, that was bowled by Hamid, who went for 18. So Hassan, in he comes. He's got 1 over to bowl.
It's just pushed away towards point. It gets past the fielder, and they will pick up a single here. Yeah, rather surprised they haven't gone with someone like Ghulam Abdul, who would often bowl in these kind of situations. Instead, they're going with Hassan Ali, who I think he's somebody I'd love to see him bowl in the middle overs, but we'll see how he fares in the final over.
It's played away, but just be a single, got a sweep of there. Yeah, I mean, Ghulam Abdul, it's a good shot from you because they did use him to bowl. I think he did bowl the 1 over in the last match, and he picked up 2 wickets, you know. Yeah, 2 for 16. He went for a couple of boundaries, but he did finish up with 2 wickets, so he was probably a potential bowler they could have gone to, but they've gone for Hassan, and at the moment, he's done pretty well, just 2 singles and a dot.
Certainly done a good job. Solid so far this over. Once again, it's just going to be a single. This is good fielding out in the deep, but looks like they will pick up another run. So, yeah, good hard running between the wickets. I have to say one thing about Vimkuthi and Pereira is they are very, very fast runners. I mean, these guys must have run quite a bit of track back in school.
Safi Amanullah did well with the stop. Batters did well as well to take 2. You got to take 2. You got to push here. All right, well, you're not running this. That's going to go all the way. He put it in the slot, and he gets blasted. So a boundary of Hassan Ali. Nice shot here from Vinila Pereira.
They needed that. They really needed that, Kent Lanka. The score you still feel is slightly below par, but they've got to find another boundary to end this innings. They do bring up their 100 here, Kent Lanka. A 6 takes them to 110. It's going to be a dot ball to end the innings. Pereira just losing his balance a little bit right at the end. And this innings will end on 104. They are 9 runs short of what they scored in the match these 2 sides were involved in earlier today. Hassan Ali's final over goes for 10 runs. So a solid bowling performance here by Baraka Prato, who will be quite proud of how they have bowled so far this innings. We'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. It was Ishan Shaminda who opened the batting alongside Vishal Senanayaka. Senanayaka batted superbly this morning, but wasn't quite able to click during this match, as he would make just 9 runs of 7 deliveries. Struck a couple of 4s, would eventually be dismissed by Shakil Hussain. Good catch by Ilyas Ahmed to get rid of him. But Shaminda came to the party, and he batted superbly. 30 hit of 17, 8 4s, and he was playing some really, really classy strokes.
Yeah, he batted nicely. It was good to see what he has to bring. But, you know, when you have a look at some of the statistics here that I've got down in my paper, so the first 5 overs, they were 70 for 2. The next 5, as we saw that one, Ghulam Dastgir, once again, he's got to work on his technique. He should have had that. But the second 5, Nish, 34 runs scored. But you know the most annoying thing about it is they lost 2 wickets in the first 5. In the second 5, they only lose a wicket. So basically, they only lose 1 wicket, score 34 runs. So in the whole innings, they've lost 3 wickets and scored 104 runs. And Kent Lanka of Napoli have to change that. They've got to stop thinking about wickets and keeping wickets in hand and just go for it big time. That's what they've got to do. And, you know, that's a classic example of a team that's giving too much respect in regard to the wicket rather than trying to get the runs on the board. But you've got to give credit where due. Baraka Prato, even though some of the bowlers they use and at the times that they used the bowlers wasn't quite right, they got things most of the time right. I think the bowling from the captain, once again, Shahid Imran was superb. He bowled brilliantly. Picked up the wicket you just saw there of the captain as well. Good catch, good field placing. That he was good. I think Amanullah bowled really well as well. Even the likes of Rasil Bhuiya, the 1 over he had, and that last over there from Hassan Ali, you take that. You got 2 lots of 10, 2 lots of 7, and a 13. That's all you had in the last 5. But like I say, 34 runs scored in the last 5, and you've only lost 1 wicket. Guys, you know that's not good enough. You've got to do something different there. You've got to start throwing the bat. And once again, have a look at the innings there from Iroj Vimukti. 26 he scores, but he uses 19 balls to do it in the earlier match. Remember, he was again not out in that match as well. 31 and 23 balls. The strike rate there is just not what they need. Only you got to say that Shaminda, he went at a good rate, 38-17. This time, Sananaika wasn't able to get going. We know that he can go well. But look, so many batters still to come. You've got to give them the opportunity. You've got to be able to bat a little bit quicker. On the bowling front, yeah, there was a big surprise that Hamid Ali once again got his 2 overs. He went for 31, too expensive. Didn't bowl a good line for us. Shakil Hussain, as ever, always was very good. Shahid Imran was good as well. Both of those 2 guys picking up a wicket apiece. And Safi Amanullah, his 2 overs were 20. As a captain, he'll take that. And then he uses Buya and Hassan an over each. And both of them just go identical for just 10. So they're going to be very happy with this. And Baraka Prato, needing just 105, will feel pretty confident to go out there and get another win and do the double over Kent Napoli. Are they going to do it? Are they not? Only one way to find out. Stay tuned to the European Cricket Network here. You're watching the European Cricket Series in Rome. The conclusion of match number 33 coming up right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello folks and welcome back to Super 6 Sunday here on the European Cricket Network. We are in Italy, in Rome, and well, we're bringing you the best of the action, and it's the second helping of Kent Lanka Napoli taking on Baraka Prato. Kent Lanka Napoli once again have been put into bat first. They got to 113 in the first match. It wasn't enough as Baraka Prato knocked them off and won by 8 wickets. And this time round, they've got to, well, less, 104. And disappointingly, only lost 3 wickets. So that tells me and tells you that the batters didn't really go for this. It means that Baraka Prato will be hoping that once again, that their openers can knock these runs off in pretty quick time. Of course, they only just missed out in taking all the points away last time when they won with 15 balls to go. So it wasn't quite the inside the 7 overs. I wonder if they're going to go for it this time round. Of course, Kent Lanka Napoli will have a good idea of what they're up against now from Baraka Prato. So they'll know that, well, that man there, and Ghulam Dastagir, is in very good form. I need to see the back of him pretty early. And Hassan Ali, of course, they're the 2 dangerous men. And they're the ones that normally give their team a good start. So can they get a wicket early here? It looks like it's going to be Vanilla Pereira to bowl the first. And that's going to be worked away for 4. It's a quick delivery, but it's into the pads of Ghulam Dastagir, and he's very quick on these. Just watch how quickly he latches onto it. So just helps that along the way. 4 runs to start off with. So not the ideal delivery. Dastagir up and running again. Remember, in that first match, he was 66 not out. So hasn't been out today. Dastagir. And he has lately been in more consistent form than his partner at the other end, Hassan Ali. So they're sort of changing roles slightly, these two. Better areas, much better areas. Got to be looking to run that, by the way. And that's poor from Hassan Ali. He's got to be calling it and getting down to the other end. A wicketkeeper hasn't taken it, and as soon as he's not got this, if you're backing up, you're going to get to your end quite easily. You've got to be looking to run well. And that's one thing you've got to say, that Kent Lanka Napoli, even though they weren't able to get the boundaries they would have liked, they ran very well in between the wickets. That one's going to be too wide. Good carry through from Vanilla Pereira, and you can see the similarities between him and the likes of Charles Fernando. And 1 or 2 of the other bowlers, the Sri Lankan bowlers, certainly do look very similar and get good similar pace and bounce. Accuracy, though, is everything. And it's going to be just another wide. I'd like to see this delivery one more time. Just have a look at the rhythm. I don't mind the rhythm running in, but look at the follow through. So puts the brakes on straight away. He needs to really be getting a few steps in after the delivery as well. So bowl the ball and then run off the field. Don't put the brake. Run off. Don't put so much pressure. So once again there, he just comes to a stop there. And what he needs to be thinking about. So all of this is fine, but look at the way he ends up there. He needs to deliver the ball and then push into the deliveries. Almost like as you're bowling, you push into that sort of offside. Aim for about first slip and push your body in that area and run towards that area before you run off. I think he's just stopping too quickly and he's dragging the ball wide. The better delivery, better comeback. And that time round, you see, have a look at this delivery. So, once again, this time he's following the ball a little bit more, but just work on getting that follow through in. Follow through to the ball. Don't try and stop too early. Dastagir has got 1 away. There's been a couple of wides there as well, so it's 7 off this over so far. And now he's gone wide again. This time does he sneak it in? The umpire's happy with it this time. The Ghulam Dastagir, I said this before, You gotta work out your position, and when you're playing teams on a number of occasions, you got to do your homework. You got to look at every player, and if you looked at Glomdust you will know that this is the area you want to target him. Outside the off, he's not a good cutter off the ball. All right, hoiks it up in the air. Is this a catching opportunity? It is, and it's been dropped. It's been dropped. Once again, I think fielders are not given the space that they need. And there's the Kanatage Thimira putting this down. Just have a look. Once again, you just need to just lay off the fielder a little bit. I'm not saying that he gets put off there, but Kanatanage, that's one that I think he knows he should have taken. So a life being given to Ghulam Dastagir, and you don't want to give good players an opportunity. So Dastagir gets put down on 4, and disappointment really. As Thimira not able to hold on to the catch. That's the end of the first over. It will stay on 8 without loss. 71 matches since the golden ball. And are we in golden ball territory here? I would think on this pitch, something like a 115 to 120 maybe. Definitely that's sort of been around about the past scores. They've been hovering around about that. I think yesterday, at the start of yesterday was 120, started today at 119. So one that gets away. And Thimira has a chance to take the catch, doesn't take it. It's a disappointment for Pereira to start off with. As the newer and the next over will be bowled here by Visal. Senanaika is going to come on a bowl as Shebat joins us back in the Casa Grande in the air, and the wind, I think, just takes this. The wind is quite blustery. It keeps changing from one direction to another. And this, if you look at the flags here, I think as soon as this goes up in the air, the wind takes the ball and it just keeps going, and going.
Yeah, the wind speed's believed to be about 25 k an hour right now. Of course, I'm just going off the data which the Italian Meteorological Services uploaded online. But yeah, as you can see, very blustery day. And that one just going away for a 6, rather fortuitous source of runs there for Ghulam Dastagir.
Yeah, Senanaike would need to come out. They just need to get a little bit fuller with their line here. And that's not fuller, that's short, but it's a catching opportunity, and it's been taken. They set the trap, and Senanaike, they get the wicket of Dastagir. Dastagir goes in the area where you'd expect him to win the battle. They test him upstairs, he goes for it, the fielder is back, comes in, and that's a very good catch. Ghulam Dastagir, the man who helped Baraka Prato get the win, and quite comfortably in the last match. He's going to depart early this time. He's going to go just for 11 of 7 deliveries.
Yeah, it's a very brief stay for him. Ghulam Dastagir, they needed him to just continue that innings. Keep in mind, last time around, he was able to get them 51 runs inside the power play, and that acceleration he produced during this stage of the innings was absolutely vital in helping them secure what was a very comfortable victory. So a good start here for Kent Lanka. They, of course, get a good first over from Vinila Pereira, who, as we know, very consistent bowler, bowled superbly in the last match as well in the first over. And now they get a wicket here from Vishal Senanayake. So maybe, just maybe, they could make this match a lot more interesting than when these two sides played each other this morning.
Shaminda taking the catch.
It's going to be a big appeal over here. Just wonder if that one catches anything along the way, but it was a very timid appeal. So Shakil Hussain coming in at number 3. Now, one thing I hope they really don't do in this match is hold back Waqas Mohammed. I think he's been batting so consistently throughout this ECS, but we don't see him bat any higher than 6 or 7 during this series. He needs to be right up there. This one is going to be a wide. Shakil Hussain just watches that one go past the tram line. He was looking to play a shot, but I think eventually he just realized that's probably going a bit too wide, so he pulls out of it.
Yeah, it's a good lead. Fair enough, the ball always swinging away. So once again, you can see the inconsistency with Baraka Prato with their batting order. They keep changing it around. So Hamid Ali once again gets displaced, and from number 3 by Shakil Hussain. But I'm with you, Shakil Hussain. It's something I said earlier, that they're trying to use him and give him more opportunities with the bat. But you've got other genuine batters out there. I think those opportunities, in my opinion, and I'm in agreement with you, should be given to some of the other players like Waqas Mohammed.
You even got Hamid Ali. I wouldn't mind seeing him bat at number 3. I mean, he's someone who's got such an aggressive approach. You know, he's the kind of player where you know he's not going to waste too many balls. He's either going to be out in the first couple of deliveries, or he's going to crunch 4 or 5 of them, which are going to go for a boundary.
Yeah, I think with Hamid, you keep him at 3. They always have done. And even on a number of occasions, he's gone out, got 6, got out. They've still stuck with him. And when he started scoring runs, they've actually started to change him. So, yeah, doesn't quite make too much sense to us, that. This one has taken off, and I think that probably will be okay, say the umpires. And I think that takes us to the end of the over. That one really has lifted viciously. And hang on a minute, they're saying no, that it's the second one in the over. So there must have been one earlier which was said it was too high, and that's going to be the second. It's a no ball that's called, so he hasn't finished the over. Free hit coming up.
Yeah, free hits coming up here. You can just see that one was above shoulder height.
Well, the umpire, there you go. It looked like he needed winding up to give the single for the free hit, so it's going to be a free hit. So, free hit coming up. And he's going to get away with it. Gets a dot ball. This time the batter wants a wide on that. I don't think it is. I think he sneaks it inside. So, it all ends up okay in the end for Senanaike. He wasn't very happy with the no ball call, but apart from the extra for the no ball, no other damage done. This is the way it's looking. So, look at Baraka Prato here. And once again, all right, they have played more games than Roma CC, but they are on the right track, making their way up the top of the tables. And Royal Roma, of course, having lost their match earlier, they're dropping a few points, but they're looking to come back stronger. And, of course, the rematch that they got also coming up against Roma Gladiatori. But that one, of course, coming up after this one. 16 for 1 then after 2.
Decent over there from Kent Lanka's point of view. 8 runs off it. They managed to get a wicket as well. As you can see, they were unable to capitalize on the free hit in the end. So Shine Fernando coming in to bowl this power play. 17-year-old cricketer. Very exciting. Love the way he bowled in the previous match. He's got a nice action. I think he just lost his way a little bit in the second over, but you can see there's plenty of talent there. He's going for a wide Yorker, isn't quite able to hit it, and it's going to end up being a wide.
Yeah, you can see how they're very similar in the way that they bowl. Vanilla Pereira, Shine, Fernando. The thing is, they need, I suppose, if batters get used to what's being bowled here, so if batters like this, if they like the heavy ball outside the off, then you've got to have the change-up option as well. And that's the question, whether they've got it. That's a better delivery. It's bit more pitched up, attacking the stumps a little, so it's good bowling this from Cheyenne. He certainly has got the pace, Cheyenne, and as a young man, only 17, so you think about giving him a couple of years, getting him a little bit stronger, get those shoulders a bit broader, then he certainly will be very difficult to contend with.
It's another one that just goes past him. You can see that he was looking to uppercut that one. Ollie, there is a fielder out at deep third, but he's fairly fine, so if you could have got a little bit square of him, he would have had a boundary.
Yeah, Hassan hasn't quite found his rhythm today so far. We know how dangerous he is. It just takes 1 or 2 hits from him and he's off and running.
This one's just going to go towards the fielder in that sort of wide-ish mid-off position, and Ali will get off the mark with his singles. Just 1 run off the first 4 balls he has faced. Hussain, though, on the other hand, he's faced 5 deliveries so far, yet to get a run, and He's been getting plenty of opportunities, but he's averaging just 11 for this series. And is he going to launch this one over the rope? Or there we go. That's what we were waiting for. Looks like it has gone the distance, and that's going to get him to a runner ball. A huge shot. Goes for 6.
Well, it's a good job that nobody was sat on that chair there. You see Gerard, one of our scorers, just handing that back to the fielders. But, yeah, and look at them. They're running for cover. And in all sorts of issues there.
Got a couple of balls left in this power play. Goes for the big swing out towards mid-wicket there, Shakil Hussain, but he's unable to connect. That's just been another good over so far, only 8 runs off it. And keep in mind, last time around, Kent Lanka they'd given up 51 runs in the power play. And this time around, it's just 24 with a ball to go. Yeah, so I've asked that question you had, David, and gone to ask a few of the authorities around here, but no one's been able to come back with me with an update regarding that. This shot goes away for 4 runs. Really nicely played. It was a little bit too short, and it's been flat batted out towards cow corner. 4 runs to end the over. It's still a decent over. I mean, 12 runs off an over in T10 cricket isn't too bad. And as you can see, these two sides going about even during this power play. So we should be in for a much more competitive game. Of course, last time around when these two teams played each other, Baraka Prato were able to get 51 runs from the power play. Let's see how they manage the situation here tactically over the next few overs. They gotta go with some of their spin options. Obviously, not having someone of the quality of Nicolo Fernando does mean that they don't quite have the same spin options they typically would. That one just staying a little bit low, so they are going to continue with Senanayaka here. Not a bad decision at all. I think he bowled superbly in his previous over. If he gets another wicket here, in particular, he's able to get rid of Hassan Ali. I think this Baraka Prato side will be in a spot of bother. Oh, great length over there. That was a fantastic length, and this is really, really unlucky. It's been given a bye, so no bat involved over there. Just take a look at this. He gets the length absolutely right. It is the perfect Yorker, and it's just hit the paint on the white popping crease, and it has somehow taken off and gone away for a boundary. That's not the first time I've seen that. It's a fairly common occurrence if you can just land it on that paint. It somehow just gets a little bit of extra bounce and goes away for a bye. So very unlucky there for the fielding side. Not much that anyone could have done about that. Senanayaka's bowled a beauty. Oh, this time he looks to go with a slower Yorker, and it's an inside edge. Oh, you gotta feel for Senanayaka. You really do.
Yeah, so unlucky. First the one, it was a great delivery which just took off and went for 4 bites, and now it's a clever response from Senanayaka. It's a slower delivery, and this time inside edge, which goes for just a single. So he's certainly bowling very well, batting with a bit of flair, with a bit of passion, trying to get this breakthrough.
This one it's a bowled on a heavy length, but does it have enough to go for a 4? No, it doesn't. That is a great dive on the fielder out in the deep to save his side some vital runs, and some good running between the wickets here by Baraka Prato.
Have a look at this from the keeper. This is quite magnificent from Silva. He just turns around and he's actually flicked this backwards. He has the reason he's appealing, he has no idea where the batter was. So he thought, I might as well have an appeal. But he flicks that without looking onto the stump. But as you can see there, the batter comfortably in the crease. The umpires would roll their eyes and thought, oh, we've got to set the stumps again. Well bowled with that slower delivery one more time. It's working his treat for Senanayaka. So once again, it's a good over this so far. They're keeping that rate to around about that 11 and a half, and that's good from them. But they will know that one you can get one big over here and that changes everything. Shakil Hussain at the moment playing and missing a few. I mean, that's another one. Look when he walks to play this shot. This is the perfect example why teams putting lower down players up the top of the order to bat just doesn't work. Look at his strike rate now, 11 balls to 12. He's not a batter. He's not a batter. He's not a top order batter. He could probably handle himself with a bat, but he's not. All he's doing is hurting him there. Hassan Ali, who hasn't got going himself at the moment, is now probably feeling a lot of pressure. I get the feeling in this next over, Hassan Ali is going to go for everything because he's under pressure because he's not performing, 2 of 7. And you can see Shakil Hussain, on the other hand, who is a bowler, but he's been elevated up the order as a batter here, is not helping his side at all. That's not the strike rate that you want, and Hussain is hurting his side at the moment here.
Yeah, absolutely. Hassan Ali is going to have to go for broke over here. He's normally such a terrific batter, but hasn't quite found his timing so far in this innings. Yeah, Shakil Hussain, you have to say he's had plenty of opportunities to prove himself. The fact that he's averaging 11 for this ECS, I think, says enough. He's had enough chances to prove himself, especially when you consider there's the likes of Hamid Ali and, of course, Waqas Muhammad, who's been such a consistent run getter. I mean, he's taking away opportunities those two have earned. Yeah,
it doesn't make sense. I get the feeling that Baraka Prato, they're the sort of team that is almost like every match. They're saying, all right, we're going to give this guy a bowl in this one and we're going to give this guy a bat. We're just going to change it. There's no logic to it. There's no reason for it. They just do it. And it ends up hurting them. This is hurting them here. And when you think they only just lost out on getting the 4 points in the last match by 3 balls, I think. So this time around they should really have been going for that, and you can see if it keeps going like this, they're going to be nowhere near getting the win in 7, and in fact it's sort of hurting them getting the win even in the 10. They're falling below the rate.
And keep in mind, even in that game, I mean, ultimately you could put down some of their decision making as to why they couldn't pick up the bonus point. Yet Waqas Muhammad still in the dugout, and then of course Shakil Hussain came out to bat, make 3 runs of 6 deliveries, and ultimately they miss out on the bonus point by 3 balls.
12 of 12 now, and I think if he misses another, call him back in. I think you gotta. I mean, if the captain, if he's moaned and begged the captain to be given a chance to get up the order, well, the captain can now say, look, I've given you a chance, it ain't worked, so from now on, leave me alone and stick to your bowling, and you come in at number 6 or 7, not at number 3. It's another one that won't be anything. So another dot ball. So now the number of balls faced in relation to the number of runs scored, well, you can see it's more.
Yeah, more balls faced than runs scored so far, and required to shoots up with every dot ball here. I mean, keep in mind, Baraka Prato last time around made 37 runs in just 2 overs.
Yeah.
And it's been quite a turnaround by them. We got to give Kent Lanka credit as well. They've bowled so much better, way more consistent with their lines and lengths, although right when I say that, there's an absolute shocker of a delivery, a beamer, one that just slips out of his hands, and Shakil Hussain has played that one really well. That is a 7-up. He has somehow managed to uppercut that one away and direct it to the boundary.
Well, that is a commentator's curse if I ever heard it. Right on cue, give them credit for what he's bowled, and then he bowls that. I got to say, for all the stick that I've given Shakil Hussain, he's done amazingly well to get back onto this. And, well, that's going to help his strike rate. Just when he fell to 13 balls faced and 12 runs, he's now changed that to 18 or 14. 6, 7 up, free hit coming. This is the time where you can change it around. This is the time where you can, once again, win back the faith and the confidence of his batter and his teammates. Can he do it? Can he send the free hit to the boundary as well?
Oh, this could be another no ball. This could potentially be another no ball. We have to check the height on this one. You got to say, Hussain should have capitalized on this full toss and sent it to the rope.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just underneath, I think. He's gotten away with it.
I mean, we go waist or above. I mean, I think here, if we have a look at this, that's probably, it is, it's coming down, but not enough for me. I think, I've seen them called, they're going to go with okay. But bearing in mind that you've just been told off for bowling one, I think that's one that you call. I would just, on the principle of that, because it's borderline, and say, hey, you just got away with one, you just bowled another, we're calling this one as well. So again, not able to capitalise on the free hit.
unable to do that, and I think this is where just starting to see some old habits come back here for Baraka Prato. But how about Hassan Ali? I mean, this is shocking for a player of his quality, batting on 3 runs of 9 deliveries.
Yeah.
This one's just been dug out, just his bottom hand taking over there. And the incredible bowling by Abid. I think he came back well after giving that poor full toss. Gets in a couple of Yorkers here to Hassan Ali.
Yeah, that's the one thing I'd say in the defence of Hassan Ali. What I would say is that he's faced 10 deliveries. And I would say that of those 10 deliveries, half of them have been very good Yorker length deliveries. You can see what he likes to do. He shuffles back into his crease to try and get space on a shorter ball. They haven't given him that. So I can understand him, but he's only had 10 deliveries for 4. But Shakil Hussain, he was lucky that he got that full toss, that he was able to negotiate for 6 runs. This is what we'll be looking at for the end of a year. Of course, it'll be the Euros of women's cricket at the Cardamom Oval. 2 divisions, the Challenger Division and the Premier Division. 10 teams will take part. And I guess you would say that England probably the favourites to win it again.
Absolutely. I think any time the England 11 walk into a tournament, you always have to put them right up there. Yeah, just going back to the point, I completely agree. I think he's been rather unlucky. He probably wishes he faced some of the balls that, of course, Shakil Hussain has had come his way, because Shakil Hussain has failed to dispatch a couple of full tosses, and it does feel like every other ball Hassan Ali faces is a perfect Yorker. A little bit of width on offer over here, and that is beautifully played by Hassan Ali, and there's the quality that we are so accustomed to seeing from him as a cricketer. Look how deep he's batting in his crease. If he goes any deeper, it's going to be a hit wicket.
And that's why, you're right, that's why he has been unlucky. Because he always, if you watch him bat, he always skips back into his crease. And doesn't matter where the ball is. And the problem he has there with that is when he gets the Yorker length delivery, he can't, because he's going back to it, he can't get under it. So they bowl well to him. So you can understand why he's where he is, but you can expect him to change it around pretty quickly. Of course, he'll be looking to do that here now. 50 comes up. The rate is not an issue. It stays under the 12. It stays around 11.5 where it's been for a long time. So he's not going to be too worried. That's crunch, and now you can see the difference. So when they don't bowl the Yorker length delivery, when it's short, this is what he does. And it's very little bat lift, but look at the power in the shot.
He was there to be hit. It certainly was. A shorter delivery. Flat bats that went straight down the ground. Can't afford to bowl there to someone of Hassan Ali's quality. And Shaminda, who of course batted superbly himself in the first innings, is going to go for 10 runs off the first 2 deliveries he bowls.
And so now looking to make the change. So as I said, that rate has stayed at around about that 11.3, 11.5 all the way through. Now this is where it can change pretty drastically. Just 1 over can make the difference. Shaminda, it looks like he's the one that they're looking to attack here. Okay, and it's going to be 6 more, a little bit of width. And Hassan Ali, after he's been, well, let's just say they've made him sit and be buckled down for a long time. He's now broken loose. And he's going after the bowling here of Shaminda.
He certainly is. And this is the Hassan Ali we're used to seeing. Look at how that required has shot down. It was over 12 at the start of this over with 3 lusty blows, 16 runs of 3 deliveries. He has flipped the equation in favor of his side.
And gone. He gets bowled just like that. He plays a full shot, top of the stumps, and came back on. We thought it was going big time in favour of Baraka Prato in that over, and after hitting 3 boundaries, he's missed the shot. It's the top of the stumps. He's going to be gone. So Shaminda gets a breakthrough. So the over's gone 4-6-6 wicket, and just like that, things are about to change again. They've got to go here, surely, with Hamid Ali now.
You have to go with Hamid Ali. If it's not Hamid Ali or Waqas Muhammad, I'd be very, very surprised. And I mean, you know, I wouldn't even be against pulling both the batters here, bringing both Hamid Ali and Waqas Muhammad together.
So just when he starts to open up after he was really, they bowled well to him. They had him on the back foot. He just opened up Hassan Ali, and then when he got to 20, He loses his wickets at 20 or 14, and it is Hamid. Now let's see, this guy, he hasn't let us down so far. He always hits his first ball for 6. Well, miscue. Won't be this time, but it out of reach. He's going to get lucky. Just a single.
Lucky break there for Hamid Ali. Slight heart and mouth moment for him to start things off, but it lands safely. And now Shakil Hussain is back on strike. They need him to start hitting a few big shots over here. This was a shorter delivery, and I think this is wise by Hamid Ali. He does not want to take the single. He needs to stay on strike at the start of the 7th over. So it's an expensive over Shaminda, but he gets that all-important wicket of Hassan Ali. Of course, he bowled 1 over when these two sides faced each other this morning and got 12 runs in that over. So, of course, it's his first wicket of this ECS, as we'll now have a look at this scorecard.
Yeah, and of course, at this point, what I can tell you is that it's at the end of this, the 6th over, that Sri Lanka Nepal actually were ahead. They were 70 for 2, whereas their opponents here, Baraka Prato, 63 for 2, but of course they finished really badly. Remember, only 34 came off the last 5 overs, and they only lost the 1 wicket. So really, they put themselves under pressure by not going for their shots. Baraka Prato, I don't think I'm going to do the same thing. Whipped away, 4 runs.
Yeah, just gets the line wrong over there, straying onto the pads. And this one is just flicked away, goes for 4 runs. Yeah, very nice stroke over there, beautifully played. It was there to be struck by Hamid Ali, and he has punished the bowler. So a rough start to the over. Hasn't quite got his line right, just needs to get that one right there, Denuwan.
And Denuwan, we know he is a wicket taker, so don't let that fool you. He did get a wicket in the last match after he got hit for a couple of boundaries, so he'd be looking to come right back here, but he hasn't got too many runs to play with here. Look at the equation, 38 required of 23.
This be close as a very muted appeal. See a nice comeback delivery there by Denuwan.
Yeah, I think this is, we'll have a chance to look at this again. I think it's going down the leg side. Hamid does shuffle across a little bit, but let's see where this, so yeah, ball's always going down the leg. Close, but not close enough.
Oh, a little bit of width on offer over there, and Ali launches this, but there's a couple of fielders underneath, and one of them will take that catch, well held onto in the deep by Ishan Shaminda, who has been involved in the last couple of wickets. Denuwan will eventually get his man, and one of the leading wicket-taking bowlers for this Sri Lanka side historically. That's another wicket to his very decorated career.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Don't let the first ball fool you. All right, it wasn't the best, and he was hit for 4, but he always gets his man. And one thing that's definitely worth noticing today with the wind it is, we've seen balls that have gone high behind the keeper sail to the boundary because of the way the wind is blowing. That also tells you that if you're hitting down the ground like Hamid did there, that wind plays a part in holding it up. So it goes for the big hit, doesn't get it right, and you're right, it's another very good catch from Shaminda, and he's just showing us how much of a talented player he is with bat, with ball, and in the field. Good catch. And Waqas Mohammed comes out, and he goes high up in the air. He could go first ball as well. And taken! It's another one that bites the dust. What a good catch that is. And that's Thimira who holds on to it. Remember, he had the chance earlier and put it down. And how about this? What a turnaround. And Denuwan now has taken 2 in 2. He's on a hat-trick. Waqas Mohammed out first ball.
Yeah, and he's gone. Waqas Mohammed, we asked for him to be pushed up the order, finally gets that opportunity, and he will depart. It doesn't quite work out for him. Golden Derek comes quacking to greet him. It's going to be a long walk back to the dugout. A disappointing walk as well for Waqas Mohammed. You got to feel for him. I mean, we were urging for him to be pushed up the order, but it just didn't work out for him. Didn't. And that's just the way cricket works sometimes. We've got a hat-trick ball coming up.
Yeah, the thing is, though, what do you take? 13 balls and 12 runs, or go out there, 1 ball, you're out, somebody else comes in. Oh, slower delivery, and booyah. does well to get a bat on this, takes a single. How important now does Shakil Hussain, who's been there for such a long time, 16 balls phase and 19. Now you probably say, all right, look, we've stuck with you all this time. Now you better come good for us. 68 for 4. Oh. Well, hang on a minute. Now, what's the appeal here for? Well, the ball's come off. Has this hit the pads and gone onto the stumps and the batter was out of his crease? And that's why there's appeal. We've seen stumpings like this before when nobody really knows anything. Let's have a look at this. So, has the shot off the pads, and let's see this. But the foot stays down, so you can see why he's appealing. Sometimes the batter is out the crease. He's saying, come on, let's just have a look at this. And then he starts to apologise. That's the, oh, well, you got to, if you don't ask, Silver, you don't get. But this match has just been turned on its head in that over. 68 for 4 after 7.
That would have been the sharpest bit of glove work, the sharpest stumping, if that went and actually been out. This time is one slightly over pitch there by Shaminda, and oh, it's been spilt out in the deep. Hiroshim Kuthi was there underneath it. Booyah will survive. He could have been gone for just one run.
Oh, that's another opportunity. And yeah, the Mukti puts it down. Oh, that would have put pressure. Now this one is high up in the air. This will go all the way. I think it will. Bolle, bolle. It ends up hitting the top of the tournament referee's tent. So a big hit going against the wind here. Does Shakil Hussain. Well, they've stuck with him all this time. And now maybe he's going to come good finally for them in the end. He'll go again. He hits this pretty well. It gets past the infielder. They'll just take the single.
Just the one run here. This game is well and truly alive. That drop catch just makes things so much more interesting. Heading into these last 2.3 overs. Booyah back on strike. Does he look to go straight down the ground here? Has he got enough on this? No, he doesn't. That's Vanilla Pereira, who is there to field that. Just the one run, so it's now 28 of 14. 2 a ball from here to win.
Yeah, this is turning out to be a bit of a sizzler, a bit of a roller coaster. Shorter delivery, well bowled, and no run though either. So good delivery, good change up from Shaminda. Oh, I'm liking this finish here. It's tense. It really is. 28 of 13 balls. And Shakil Hussain, he'll either be the hero or the villain. It's going to be one or the other. Launches it up in the air. Fielder takes his cap off and holds on to the catch. Cool, calm, collective, under pressure. Usman Abid holds on to the catch. Shakil Hussain, maybe he is going to be the villain here because it's 21 balls for 26. If you're out there that long and the team stick with you, you've got to at least go on and win the match for your side. So he's going to go. And Kent Lanka and Napoli are on the verge of pulling off a sensational comeback.
They certainly are. This would be an incredible defense if Kent Lanka Napoli are able to restrict them under this target they have set of just 105. What a turnaround after what we witnessed this morning when, of course, they were able to chase down 114 with 2.3 overs to spare.
Shaminda, what a match he's having. Oh, and this one, though, will go all the way. The new batter comes out and goes boom, shakalagia. 6 runs off his first. Oh, it's all happening out there. What a good strike this is. And it's Aslan Sadiq, who's not messing around, pumps this out of the ground.
Gravel shot. Siddiqui taking no time to settle in whatsoever. Smashes a 6.
Well, actually, that's booyah, isn't it? Because it was the end of the over. That's why. And oh no, it's gone through the hands of the fielder. Another catching chance goes down, and this is a big moment. Hold on to this catch. Anything could happen, and it's not the fact that just the catch is put down as it goes for the fingers of the fielder. Well, that's going to be the youngster Fernando. It goes through Fernando, and it goes for 4. What a twist in this match.
Oh, young Cheyenne Fernando, what a huge moment for him. Oh, if only he had been able to hold on to that catch, he would have been a hero for his side. Getting a crucial catch of Buya, but now got a couple of boundaries to start the over. Only 18 needed to win, and he's just going to pull out here, Buya. Well, what do you make of this?
Well, I don't know why he's pulling out. Buya, I think, has done this before. Look, he's ready, he looks up, and then he just... yeah, I mean, look, if you're going to pull out of it, pull out earlier. He sort of gets ready, he looks up, there's a couple of seconds, then he pulls away. Dead ball signalled. Launches it, and this time it gets through a bit. A bit has taken a great catch over there, but now the errors are creeping in under pressure. Couple of drop catches that have come through, of course, that have been important. Remember, Buya was dropped on 1 via Vimukti. He then gets dropped again early on in this over by Cheyenne Fernando, and now another error allows him to get a boundary. So 14 of 9.
Huge mistake, absolutely massive mistake, and these little moments define games.
Oh my word. Oh my word. This will be wides because it's missed everything. And, what's the umpire? There's no leg here. That's never, no. Where's the leg here?
I'm assuming he seems to think it has struck his foot along the way. Let's slow this down to confirm.
Well, maybe. I mean, they've given it as 4, I suppose, buys in the end. I don't know if does this catch a bit of the foot? And, oh, well.
Flick the toe
maybe
along the way.
just the toe. Well, that's blasted, and that's going to go all the way. Bolle. Leslie one-handed with a crate of drinks in one hand. The water's arriving, everybody. Leslie does the fielding, but the match has been done and dusted. Rasil Buya, remember I was saying to you, Buya, sooner or later the boy will come good. That he's too good a player to not be used, but now he's shining when it matters, and this match is all but done. They've just turned this around in no time. This over has just cost them so much. It's gone for 24. And, well, he goes for the big hit. They are taking it on. He better be quick. And there's nobody backing up. They'll come back for 2. And Kent Lanka here, they have lost the plot. They really have. There's going to be 2 leg buys to end the over. That means going into the last, Nish, they're just going to need 2 runs. How does a game change so quickly? They got themselves into a winning position after that over from Shaminda that only went for 9. They got the big wicket. Remember, there was a chance to remove Buya. It wasn't taken. 77 for 8. You think they've got the upper hand, and then they get this over with 26 come off it.
Yeah, when you're involved in a low-scoring chase, it takes just one big over, completely turns the game around. Deluan, who, as you mentioned, he's been an integral part of this Kent Lanka side for years, was the second highest wicket taker during last year's ECS. He gets it all wrong in that over. It ends up going for 26 runs, and now Baraka Prato are just 2 runs away from making it 2 wins and 2 against Kent Lanka.
Look at this field. Surely they've got to be in saving the single. Look at this field. You get him in. You've got to get him in. They only need 2 runs here. And, well, maybe eventually they're starting to cotton on to that. You might as well get everybody in.
But a lot of them are on the edge of the ring. They're giving up the single. This doesn't make any sense.
But there you go. I mean, that fielder has to be in. All right, now that ties the score. So they're just about to celebrate there, but that's tied it. It's not done yet, but it will be pretty soon. Yeah, Kent Lanka, I think that last over has just hurt them. I think dropping Vimukti, dropping Buya, and then, of course, Cheyenne Fernando dropping him as well. That over going for 24 from Denuan. And that will be it. It will be victory. And look at them run onto the field here. Baraka Prato, it's almost like they've won the final. But they know who they're running to. They're running to Buya. Rasil Buya. Nish, myself and you have talked about this guy. And we've said for some reason the captain just doesn't give him too many opportunities. Doesn't have too much faith in him. I've always liked the look of him with the ball and with the bat. And when it mattered, when all the others were getting it wrong, they win the match. And you can see just getting a little bit heated and frustrated there, I suppose. Especially, I suppose, Kent Lanka, Napoli, they're going to be hurting, aren't they? They're going to be hurting. And, well, I don't like all that. There's no need for it at all. And Kent Lanka of Napoli, I think, just getting a little bit heated. Maybe Hassan Ali when he was out there. I don't know, maybe something was said to him when he departed. I'm not sure, but we don't like to see it. That's something that the tournament referee is going to have to deal with. What is the issue is that it's going to be a loss there for Kent Lanka Napoli. They did well to fight. They did well to get themselves in the match. Manish, you have to feel with 2 hours to go, they got themselves in a winning position and they threw it away.
Threw it away, and here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. Of course, these two sides faced each other earlier in this series, and when they did, it was an absolute thriller. These sides were separated by just 5 runs in what was one of the more entertaining games of this series. So can't wait for that game. Before we move on to match 34, let's relive some of the highlights of match 33, which was an absolute classic. Another terrific game. ECS Rome has been one for the ages. We've been treated to so many wonderful games. Baraka Prato were, of course, looking to chase down a target of 105, and they were certainly made to work for it in sweat by this Kent Lanka Napoli team, who I thought were very disciplined during the power play. They gave up just 28 runs in those first 3 overs. They were hitting their lines and lengths with perfection. Vanilla Pereira bowled superbly. Senanayaka came in as well at figures of 1 for 15 in the 2 overs he bowled. Got an excellent wicket as well, an all-important wicket of the dangerous Ghulam Dastagir, and that really set the tone for Kent Lanka Napoli during those early stages. And they were just able to exert a lot of pressure on this side. As you can see, Hassan Ali, he hit a couple of 6s, but he would make just 20 of 14, which by his standards is a pretty slow innings. We're accustomed to him going at strike rates of above 200. And of course, he would eventually be dismissed by Ishan Shaminda, and that put plenty of pressure on that middle order. Shakil Hussain, who hit that shot, which you just witnessed, made 26 of 21, but eventually would haul one out to Usman Abid out in the deep. He made 26 of 21, spent a lot of time out in the middle, but wasn't quite able to go at the rate he needed. Hamid Ali made just 5 of 4. Waqas Muhammad got pushed up the order to 5 and was out for a golden duck. But then this young man, Russell Bouya, stepped up when it mattered the most, made 24 of 10 and guided his side to victory, proving that he is a very talented player and is someone who should be given more opportunities.
Yeah, and one thing that you have to learn from this match, and I think Kent Lanka Napoli will learn it, and I think, Baraka Prato, who keep making mistakes, will learn as well. Think of what happened in that match, okay? Think about the innings there from Shakil Hussain. 21 deliveries, and he made 26. At one point, he'd faced 13 balls, and he made 12, okay? And think about Waqas. Now, this was the one that we weren't sure what happened, so the umpire decided just catches the toe and then goes on to go for leg byes. But going back to what I was saying, think of Waqas Muhammad. Goes out, faces one ball, goes for the big hit, gets out. A lot of people will say, you're going on about him, he gets nothing. But look what happens. Who comes in next? The very next ball, Bouya. What does Bouya do? He wins then the match. What does Bouya do? He scores. What was his strike right there? I'll tell you here in a minute. 24 of 10. In other words, you're much better off having your Waqas Muhammad's there, going in, facing one ball, getting out, than having your Shakil Hussain facing 21 balls and getting 26. Because if somebody gets out of the way quickly, somebody else comes in and wins the match. This is T10. And in this format, you cannot be hanging around. Shakil Hussain there almost losing them the match. And the captain, he's got to get his batting order right, because otherwise, on another day, the likes of Kent Lanka Napoli win that match. Well done to Baraka Prato, but really, you got to say well done to Bouya. And no wonder they ran on their niche and picked him up and were hugging him, because he wins them that match because of that great strike rate.
Absolutely, he does. And we'll now take a look at some of the bowling figures. Vanilla Pereira gave up just 10 runs in the 8 balls he bowled. Was he held back a little bit too late? You could say that. Of course, typically their plan is to bowl in the first and last over. And I got to say that Kent Lanka Napoli side, you probably look back at that first innings and you feel like they left plenty of runs on the table. They will lose again. It's 2 losses for them to start out this European cricket series. As Baraka Prato do the double on Kent Lanka Napoli.
Yeah, so well done to Baraka Prato. Of course, we have about a 20-minute break now, but of course, get ready because the action continues. It's going to be coming thick and fast today on their Super 6 Sunday. Royal Roma, well, they were made to lick their wounds, weren't they, when they lost again to Roma Gladiatori. But, of course, it won't be an easy match for them as they take on Baraka Prato. Last time these two teams played, it was a close one, 110 to 105. So something to look forward to. Join us back in just around 21 minutes' time as we get ready for that match. Royal Roma taking on Baraka Prato. Hasta pronto!
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Royal Roma are set to take on Baraka Prato in our fourth match of this bumper 6-match day. Let's head over to the coin toss where you'll be joined by match referee Charles Croucher.
Thanks, Nish. Welcome to the toss for match 34 with Royal Roma versus Baraka Prato. Baraka Prato to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
We are going to bat first.
Royal Roma have won the toss and will bat first.
Thank you very much for that update. So Royal Roma coming off a massive loss against the Gladiatori earlier today, and they'll be delighted to see Baraka Prato, a side they did manage to beat earlier in this tournament. Of course, it was a very narrow victory, just 5 runs separating those teams on that day. And of course, it was thanks to a great performance by Lakhanwal, who made 73 of the 110 runs that Royal Roma managed to produce in that game. Meanwhile, for Baraka Prato, the issue they had was nobody was able to score any runs outside of Hassan Ali and Waqas Mahmood. But the good thing for them is the rest of their batting unit has really stepped up over the last couple of days, and Baraka Prato are playing some of their best cricket. Let's head over to the commentary box where you'll be joined by Rico Full.
Thank you very much to Nishay Bhatt as we get ready for another, well, it could be another cracker here. Match number 34, Royal Roma taking on Baraka Prato. Baraka Prato so far have had a good day. They have won 2 out of 2. Both of those battles being against Kent Lanka Napoli. But this one is, I reckon, going to be a tougher test for them. We can start to have a look at the teams and the players that are going to be involved. One bit of news that is coming through, and can see that from the monitor in front of me, that Rajwinder Singh, the captain, is going to be behind the stumps. So they're going to miss him with the ball. So that means that maybe you're going to have to see 2 overs from maybe someone like Onkar Singh, or maybe someone like Sohail Mahmood, who comes into the side, is going to have to provide them with some. With Baraka Prato, well, yeah, they have got 2 wins, so I suppose you can't question them too much. But I do think that there are often, well, I just think, errors that they make in the batting lineup and when the way that they use their bowlers. But they've been getting away with it so far, haven't they? With if you have a look at the stats there, Royal Roma, of course, they lose a match, their first here today. So, of course, that sets them back a little bit in their quest to eventually topple Roma CC at the top of the standings. And but, of course, they were hoping that Kawani Lakhanwal finds his form again after scoring that 70 and the 100 a couple of days ago when he scored 198 in the day. He hasn't been able to score too many runs since then. I think he's had 2 failures since, so he'll be looking to get into good form. Sukhbir Singh has been in good form for them. Another guy who wants to bounce back after that last match, Charanjit Singh. Once again, I'm not 100% sure that I agree with this full-heartedly. I think you probably would go with Royal Roma being favourites here, but not by such a big margin. I think Baraka Prato have shown already enough times that they're certainly worthy of maybe, you know, a few more percentages in their side for a victory here. But let's see if it does go that way, if it is so one-sided. One thing to update you on, you can have a look at the weather there. A lot of clouds coming in, and as I look to my left, I see some beautiful dark grey and black clouds coming this way. Beautiful in the way that the formation that they're in. They're looking very lovely, but let's just hope they're not bringing any rain this way. The wind, as you all know, has also picked up, so it could be an issue here, and maybe a bit later on. And remember, I did say earlier in the day that the rain was being kind of forecasted in some parts of Rome. Let's see if we're going to miss out on it. Here's the start, a good heavy bowl by Shakil Hussain. Hussain, well, he probably breathed a sigh of relief that their team did go on to win a match. I think Shakil Hussain, love him as a player, love him as a bowler. I don't think He's my number 3 batter, though. I think you've got to hold him back for a bit later. But this is where he's at his best, with ball in hand, creating issues for batters. Kawani Lakamwal goes in the air, and this one will be muscled over the boundary. So he will get a start. 6 runs to him straight away. But, of course, he'll be wanting a few more. And the batters will have to just keep an eye on the wind, because, as I've suggested, I think the way the wind is swirling around and blowing, it is going to probably hold up the ball going to that long on and maybe mid-wicket area. It's sort of blowing into them at the moment. So coming from behind the bowler, it's a good heavy delivery again here from Shakil Hussain. Nakamwala will have a look now to the offside. They have put a point in a clever position as well. They know that he does like to hit over the point area, so sort of got both the boundaries covered, as in mid-wicket and backward point. Misses out on this one. Doesn't get as high as the ones before, so you'd expect Kawani to get hold of it. He doesn't. It's going to be just another dot. Welcome back to everybody in the chat. Hello to Dave and John Heasham. And Paul. Hello, Paul. I hope you're well. And Paul is saying that don't worry about the clouds as long as the only thing we see is raining sixes. I agree with you. But they look quite, I mean, we won't be able to get a camera to them from where they're coming, but they do, as I say, they look quite dramatic. But depending on the wind, remember the wind is sort of blowing from behind us. So I'm hoping that those clouds that look to be coming this way will be blown away from the ground. Oh, wow. And we don't want them going that way where that grizzly went. We want them going the other way. That's what Lakamwal can do if he gets hold of him. He still hit the biggest ball that we've seen here in Rome, and probably one of the biggest that we've seen in our 2024 season so far. He has crunched them. So gets another boundary away. It's not the worst of overs, I suppose. Just two hits that have gone to the boundary, so 12 off it. All the others were dots. When you look at it that way, it's not a bad over. This is our upcoming events. Of course, we continue here in Italy with the European Cricket Series. After that, we have the Meltel Shield. Really looking forward to that. We've already had a taste of some of the players that we're looking to see, and they're going to be very excited once they're here, and I'm sure we're going to see a very competitive number of matches between Team Europe and the British and Irish Roses. Valletta Cup, Charlie will be there to talk you through that. And of course, cricket in the Netherlands as well. T10 internationals, USA, Canada, and the Netherlands involved there. And Leonard, Corey, and Mr. Maximo himself will be there. And they will go for Hamid Ali to bowl over number 2. First one gets worked away for 4 runs. You may have heard myself in this saying we don't particularly think or feel that he is your number 2 bowler. Obviously the captain, Shahid Imran, feels differently, so he will bowl the second over. I just feel with the likes of Safi Amanullah in the side, the captain himself, Shahid Imran, those two definitely should be coming into bowl before Hamid. That's what I feel. Down the ground, but this one is going to be taken. But there you go. I suppose we could think whatever we want. He does take wickets. And there's the player of the match of the win against Kent Lanka. Napoli is Bhuya, and Bhuya takes the catch. So Sukhbir Singh looking to go down the ground for a big hit. It doesn't get it. Now, once again, how much of this is down to the wind that is blowing from behind Bhuya? I don't know. Bhuya takes the catch. Hamid Ali does the celebration, and Sukhbir, well, once again, he has to make an early departure. Doesn't get going. 16 for 1. Sukhbir is the man to go. So Sukhbir gets a boundary away and then loses his wicket. Goes for just 4. Good catch from Bhuya. So Hamid gets another one. Okay, this one sort of gets blocked away. Gagandeep comes in at number 3. Gaga deep in, but can he bat deep? That's the question. It's up, up, up and away, and that one is going to go into. It's going to go. Actually, they're going to go over what we've got. This sort of makeshift modern village over there. Watch this. I think this bounces over, and yeah, over it goes. One bounce over, and there it is. I think that was a bit of a knock there. I think that goes and hits where our production team are based. Jay Butt just will be having a bit of lunch here. We'll take it in turns. So thank you once again to the Federation. Looks like we've got some nice bit of chicken with nice sauce and some bit of naan bread. That will go down very nice today, actually. That's hit perfectly on the up. That's going to be 6 more. He's a powerful man, is Gagandeep. Well, both of these men are powerful. And well, can you imagine if they stay in there, these two, and let's say they get and face 15 balls each, I tell you what, they'll get to a big score pretty quickly. $16 off the over. That's hit pretty hard as well. This one really slows up and is not going to get to the boundary, you know. Well, that was hit so hard, and well, they should be running another, and they're not. They're running not the best. That's one thing that we know. They're only going to take just a single there. That's one thing that Royal Roma really have to improve on. So, Hamid, that ball really should have gone to the boundary. It slowed up incredibly. The over does go in the end. I think goes to 17. Yeah, 17 with the single. I think you saw there that the boundary was put up already. Thought that's going to be a boundary. No, it doesn't. It doesn't go. So 17 off the over. So I guess, I mean, once again, Hamid will say, hey, guys, you're giving me a hard time. I've got another wicket here. Yeah, you have. I'll give you that. But I still don't think he's your opening bowler. We'll go back to Shakil Hussain. I just think I can hear. I'm talking about those dark clouds, and I know they're still away from us here, but I can hear some thunder rumbling in the background. That's concerns. And this one is going to get past. It goes and goes and goes. And it will just be, I think, probably leg wide. No bye signalled here. Shakil looking to add to his tally of wickets. Right, Lakanwal gets back on strike. He has a hazarded a look. And the wind has picked up here as well, so doesn't look too optimistic. That gets worked away. Should just be a single as he's not able to get underneath this one from Hussain. Hussain seems to be bowling a good length to these two guys. I mean, in the last over, they managed to get hold of him on 2 occasions, but he did manage to get the better of him with 4 deliveries. John, stop it. As this is a swing and a miss. John Isham is just telling us what he's having for his Sunday dinner. Bit of roast beef, raspberry and apple crumble with ice cream and a glass of wine. That sounds very nice. Will you tuck in, John, while you're watching the cricket? Enjoy. And this one's a miscue, and it's dropped. It gets dropped. They will keep it to stop it from going to the boundary. And once again, it's Ilyas Ahmed that's not able to hold on to it. So a big opportunity once again to try and get a wicket. They're not going to do it. Oh dear, Ilyas. It's not an easy chance. but one that you feel you got to take. And the chance goes down. And then the next ball is crunched by Gagandi for a big 6, being dropped on 13. And then he goes and smashes that one away, and Shakil Hussain has a little look there, Ilyas, and says, "Dekhiya, ki kar dita." 39 for 1. 39 for 1, and yeah, just seeing and hearing that thunder coming this way. It's the wind is kind of changed direction as well. I get the feeling that we might be under attack from the weather. Of course, we hope that the wind blows it away from us. In terms of temperature, it's much fresher, so in that respect it's good. Power plays comes to an end, but in terms of the outlook, not very good. I think the let's just say that the Casa Grande could get well tested here today. It sneaks this one in. The batter is checking with the umpire, saying, "Hey, what about a wide?" The umpire says no. So it does go right across him. This is Safi Amanullah. So yeah, I think that's okay. I don't think there's any issue there, Safi. This gets played away, trying to get it in the gap, but Bhuiya is a top fielder. Keeps it to just a single. Doing well at the moment here, I think, Baraka Prato, just to contain these two guys. You can see that they are looking to go for the big shots. At the moment, they haven't been able to get them consistently. Well, that one has gone right into the wind, and that's the catch. Bhuiya takes it. I'm telling you, hitting into the wind here is not easy, so Gagandeep is going to go as well. The wind is really strong. These are all shots which maybe, you see that wind blowing here, this one just holds up, and the catch is taken. Another one by Bhuiya. Well, he's just getting better and better. Gagandeep, it's his time to go. So just a bit of frustration, I think, there, as they're not getting the big shots in. So going for that one, Gagandeep. You just got the feeling that the big shot was going to come at some point. Gagandeep goes for it, doesn't get it right, so another wicket. So Kawani Lakanwal is still there, but he's losing partners. What a good catch there by Bhuiya. Bhuiya is the man at the moment. Just played away, and Royal Roma maybe now starting to understand that they do have to run better. Charanjit, at least this time, does get off the mark straight away, gets Lakanwal back on strike. Oh, that's a wonderful pickup. Beautiful pickup. Well, that one could have been car trouble. There's some cars that are parked up there, and you can see, well, a bit of material is not going to help. Might keep the dust, the red dust off the car, but it ain't going to stop the Grizzly doing damage. And that's the areas to go. Look at the way the wind is playing there. So you can see which way to go. If you get the ball on the pads and you whip it away like that, yeah, it will sail. Down the ground, maybe not the place to go. Kawani Lakanwal gets into the 20s. Wickets gone so far. Sukhbir Singh hits a 4, then gets out of 2 balls. Gagandeep Singh, 10 ball, 21 from him. But of course, while Lakanwal is there, Baraka Prato know that there's still every possibility this could end up being a big score. They want to see the back of him. Gone. I reckon that's gone. Yeah, it's full, and he's missed it. It's right on the pad, and that is the big wicket. Lakanwal will go. There's no way that an umpire cannot give this. It is just full, and it hits him right in front. He's missed it, Lakanwal. It's the area where he wants to go, but he misses the shot, and he's going to be gone. So that's the wicket. And now you got to say that once again, that Royal Roma are going to have to dig deep to get to a respectable score here. Leg before wicket. And it is Safi Amanullah that gets the wicket. Getting very muggy here now, by the way. Very muggy, very humid. The wind just dies down a little bit. It's almost like the calm. Look at the flags there now. It's almost like the calm before the storm. Even the flies are coming in here, knowing what's coming. That's played well into the body of the fielder. Good stop. Well, he may have dropped a catch or two. It is Ahmed, but he's still battling. Like a while, going for 20 off 11 deliveries. Thing is, though, even though Elias dropped, Gagadeep has gone. He's not there anymore, so it hasn't really hurt them. That's a bit of a wild swing as Hashmat Dinsa is now trying to get something going here with Charanjit. It's the wind that comes back again. Look at the flags. Look at the way they're moving. Hashmat needs a good knock here for his side. And well, swinging wild at this one. Good areas this from Shahid Imran. He seems to just have improved with every over that he's bowled. He's been so difficult to get him away. It's a big swing, and well, nobody can get to that. He's too wide, isn't he? He's been put out there wide for that particular shot, but this one just goes a little bit finer and gets a bit lucky. Hay suerte ahí. But Hashmat Dinsa gets his first runs, and it will be a 6. He actually goes all the way. Delivery. Quick, it's fast, and it causes trouble as well. Back to his mark. Imran has bowled that heavy ball so well, and very few batters have been able to work him away. Coming up to the halfway point here, and that's hit pretty well in the gap. There's going to be 4 runs. Really nice shot played, and it's going to be 1 bounce. Cuatro Carreras takes the score then to 58. So you can see that it's not quite where they'd like to be. They're a team at the halfway point would be looking to be around the 70 mark, but having lost the wickets they have, they've got to really buckle down and dig deep, get a score on the board. Looking forward to this. I'm sure all of those players can't wait to get here. Some of them have arrived already. Of course, Amelia Barton, I met her yesterday. She was here and was doing a little bit of training there. And I know that our very own Shreya from the ECN was doing a little bit with her this morning as well. So welcome to the players that have arrived. But of course, some big names still to come, and they're gonna absolutely love this setup and this ground. And I think we're going to be entertained by some great cricket. Launches into it, and that's going to be 6 runs. So that's the areas that you want to be targeting. And Charanjit Singh gets one away. Charanjit Singh yesterday in one of his earlier innings played some wonderful shots in that area. He's a very good sweeper of the ball. So if it's short on the leg side, he gets down on one leg and he plays the shot really well. And with the wind the way it is at the moment, that would be the go-to shot. And, well, that will help as well. But once again, because the wind will take this, that's just going to keep going. And just bounces before the rope. That's going to be 4 runs. So Charanjit, you can see what he's trying to do. Just looking to get across and play on that side of the ground. Some more thunder rumbling above the clouds here. You can see the players looking upwards. Look at those clouds, they're getting darker. Players looking upwards and saying, don't spoil the day, stay away. Not today, not on Super 6 Sunday. It's nicely played, clipped away. That will just be a single. Of course, the other thing here you got to remember, and this is very important, Charles Crouch, of course, is the tournament referee. He's going to have to keep a good eye on this. That one probably going down the leg side, and very good of the bowler there, Safi Amanullah, who doesn't peel at all. He knows it's going down the leg side, so, but it's a missed opportunity. Well, the batter needed to really put that one away, didn't he? Yeah, going back to Charles Crouch, of course, he's got to think about the safety of the players. And if there is, I mean, there's thunder at the moment, but if he does start to see lightning, then the players will come off the field. They can't be on the field if there's a risk of lightning. That's a little bit full. Doesn't quite get this away, Charanjit. Doesn't get that shuffle across. So he'll finish, or look to finish his over quite tidily here, Amanullah. And once again, it's just we saw 2 boundaries, but he's come back well. So yeah, a number of things. Of course, if the rain comes, it's a no-brainer. The covers will come on at some point. But if there's lightning, even if at the ground there's no rain, then Charles will bring everybody off because of there's a danger from the lightning. Oh, that's well. Speaking of lightning, that's a lightning strike, isn't it? There's a lightning bolt as that is blasted by Hashmat Din. So he missed out on one earlier, doesn't miss out on this. So the recovery continues. The 3rd boundary in the over. That's a bit better. Certainly if you're a Royal Roma supporter. The score now 77 walking sticks at the end of the 6 over, 77 for 3. Of course, all other things to take into consideration is the production crew here. Remember, we've got people up on top of a metal tower. I know that Master Maria is up there at the moment, and if the wind really does pick up and rain gets heavy or there's lightning around, it's not safe for them either. And that one rises, asking the question. I don't think there's anything on this. Imran likes it. You can see that the batter, and I think Charanjit, we know him well enough now. I think we've seen him before walk, but that ball doesn't catch anything. So a good decision there from the umpire. So Shahid though, but still, you see that heavy delivery. Hasn't hardly pitched anything up. Yeah, it's hit firmly down. Oh no, that's gonna make the blood boil of Shahid, the captain. That's an error. It's a big error. Standards have to be maintained, especially when you got this is like a 50-50 at the moment. Royal Roma 66 to Baraka Prato 34. Remember, it started with Baraka Prato only being given an 80% chance, which I thought was way low. This is more like how I thought it would have started, to be fair. But you don't want to make little errors like that. Score goes into the 80s. And now that will take it to 87. That's a big hit from Charanjit Singh. Clubs it away. Yeah, you can see Shahid Imran. He's still very unhappy about the boundary of 4 that was given the previous ball. And rightly so, because he knows that he shouldn't be bowling to Charanjit now. He should be bowling to Hashmat Dinsa. Charanjit deep in his crease. Probably expecting that shorter delivery now. There it is. But he misses out on it. I think he knew it was coming, but still doesn't get it away. He's trying to hit this in the gap between the wide man at 3rd and backward point. It's a dot ball. Bit of gold dust from Shahid. Crashed. Oh, that is a biggie. That is huge, humongous. It's a mammoth shot. That is going to end up somewhere the other side of the field. Oh, that is enormous. Absolutely enormous. And of course, some people were saying we don't want rain. If the only rain we want is raining 6s, well, Charanjit is trying to oblige. That was huge. 30 off 11. This partnership so crucial. So crucial indeed. Oh, that one's gone completely wrong. Completely wrong. It's going to be a wide. He's going to have to bowl it again. Just starting to feel maybe a little pressure for the first time during his bowling, I think. Here is Imran. Just to go back to his mark here. That's the shot he was looking for, and he nails it to perfection. The uppercut, beautifully played. Well, you might as well turn those sprinklers off. I want to have a look at this again when the man is having to patrol the outer ring of the boundary here. Look, just there's the sprinklers. Save your water. Save your water. I mean, nature might do that for us a bit later, hopefully after the cricket is done. We had a quick look at this earlier. Of course, I got to the Netherlands Tri-Series. After that, of course, we will start in Austria. Even that's not that far away, is it? The European Cricket Series in Austria. We've got some ECIWs and ECI men action as well. They're really looking forward to going back to the C-Barn cricket ground. Croatia, cricket happening in Croatia. The European Cricket Series has got, again, ECI women's and ECI men's happening there. Then, of course, it's ready to get ready for the big one time for Cardamania at the Cardamom Oval. And after that, we go to Malta. That's a bit of a rash shot there from Hajnat Dinsa. Doesn't want to go. Yeah, look at Charanjit saying, yes, yeah, yard. Aste, aste. Don't need to get carried away. He's trying to hit the ball so hard here. They don't need to do that. Got themselves in a good position here. 100 on the board. They still should be looking to get to that at least minimum 130. Expected score at the moment in the 140s. Booyah. And that's he rocks back and puts that away. It's a good shot. And this time, you see, he doesn't try and hit it too hard. He really leans back, gets good contact. So Hashmat Dinsa gets another boundary. He now moves into 20. These two, remember, they came together with the score on 47. That's when Lakanwal went. So a good 50-run partnership. But the job ain't done. They've got to keep going. Oh, that's that ugly shot again from Hashmat. He's got to get that out of that system. I mean, look how hard he's trying to hit this ball. It's not like him really. I mean, Charanjit is just saying to him, look over there. And that's his shot. Hashmat plays his shot so well in that deep extra cover area over the infield. And that was the ball to do it on. So he's just getting a little bit excited, trying to hit the ball on the onside. He's hit that really hard, and I think that still goes for 4. I reckon Bouya's got something on this, you know. But he's not able to slow it down. This is crunched. Let's see if we see this here. Yeah, oh, well, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's lucky he doesn't. Certainly did sound like there was something on this. Good hit, hard hit. Another boundary. More thunder rumbling in the distance. And, well, when you hear thunder, it's followed by a little bit of lightning. Another lightning strike from Hashmat Dinsa. This is more like it, and this is what probably Charanjit is saying to him. Say, yeah, you see, that's where you should be hitting those balls. Don't be trying to hit them over square leg. Play each ball on merit. So 114 with the ball to go in this over. Over number 8. And he'd be happy just to take the single. Charanjit is coming back. They are coming back. He's going to have to be quick, and he will make it better. Better from these two. Earlier on, they were reluctant to run 2. In fact, they were reluctant to run 1. So they make it 2. 116 at the end of the 8th. 3 wickets down. That over from Bouya. Not the worst. 16 coming from it. It's the one before, though, from Shahid Imran, the captain. 23 come off that one. That's the one that started things going here again. Once again, going to have a look at some of those clouds. Looks a different place all of a sudden, doesn't it? We're so used to seeing it bright and colourful and blue skies. Well, not at the moment. There's that wind, heavy wind that we had towards the end of the last match has brought several clouds over. Well, Monica, it's good to see you finally got out of bed. He's saying, I'm cooking my breakfast now. Just got me coffee. Well, come on, share. What are you having for breakfast? Is it a proper full-on breakfast? And that is huge. What a wonderful shot from Charanjit Singh. That's his go-to shot, isn't it? Just plants the foot down the ground and goes boom. Shakalagya. Hassan Ali being brought on. It's a risky move to go with a bit of spin. And Charanjit is going to try and eye up this boundary. Every ball is going to try and plant that foot. So Hassan really does have to try and push it wide outside the off. As I speak, I can feel some rain coming through. I can feel a bit of moisture. So that rain looks like it's getting closer to us. And that's nicely played. Better delivery from Hassan. They've been urged to go for 2, but they'll just take the single. Yeah, I can start to feel some of that rain coming through. And yeah, Dave is saying the same thing as I said to Monica. It's a long time getting out of bed to making your brekkie. That's hit really well. A lovely shot. So it's Hashmat Dinsa's turn to play the sweep shot. Nicely played. Yeah, so beautifully played. Nice shot. So Monica's having breakfast. Who else? I mean, it looks like we started food chat a little bit early. John Heesham was having a roast dinner and a bit of crumble to go with that as well. Sounded brilliant. Monica is probably about to share with us what she's having for breakfast. We've had some chicken with a nice sauce, some tomatoes and onions, and some naan bread. So it's always nice. You always need the sauce with naan bread. We're just waiting for that ball to come back. I think it will make its way back. Otherwise, the umpires might get another one out. Of course, today, I mentioned already, a big day. Of course, World Breast Cancer Research Day. We know that breast cancer is a complicated disease, but today we honour those who have gone through this harrowing ordeal. But today is more about those men and women who are doing everything in their power to combat this deadly disease, World Breast Cancer Research Day. Asking the question, probably, well, he's rubbing his belly. I mean, whether it hits the belly or the leg doesn't matter. It depends how low you are. But it's still worth having a look at. Let's see. Yeah, it's not going to hit the stump. That's the biggest thing. It's going to go on a missed leg stick. Good call from the umpire. That is going to go for 6. That's another biggie. So 130 on the board now, 133. You can see that, well, let's just say that Shahid Imran is not shying away from showing his feelings about the line that's being bowled here by Hassan. Now you can understand why, because he's put it in the slot. And it looks like Hashmat Dinsa is trying to beat Charanjit Singh to the half century. Straight down the ground. That is huge. 6 more. And you can't be bowling there. I thought it would be a risky one to go with spin in this over, and it has proved to be, as another one gets blasted away. So 9 overs completed. We say it all happens in the 9th. It did happen in the 9th. 23 come of that one as well. So we've seen 2 overs of 23 in this innings. 139 for 3. That's another big hit down the ground. And of course, on this day back in 2000, an unforgettable victory for England at Headingley. And the first of a 2-day test in 50 overs, in 50 years. Yeah, 2-day test. You're thinking, what? Yeah, it was. When West Indies began their second innings midway through the afternoon session, they were exactly 100 runs behind England. After 26.2 overs, that had been demolished for just 61, their second double-figure score in 3 tests. So it's a wide, and Booyah, not the best of starts. So that now will bring the 140 on the board. England had beaten by an innings, beaten the West Indies by an innings for the first time since 1966. And it was unforgettingly delirious stuff. The cherry on the icing cake was when Andy Caddick took 4 wickets in an over. The last 3 all castled by swinging Yorkers. Yeah, back in 2000 when England That test finishing in just 2 days. The first time in over 50 years. This is catchable. Oh, he just waited for it to come to him. Shakil, I think he thought, he misjudges this, thought it was coming straight to him. I will say this to support some of the fielders now. When you have a sky like this, it's very, I mean, some parts of it very bright and white. Picking the grizzly, have a look at that. Picking the grizzly is not always going to be easy. Picking the white ball on this. So wasn't the easiest. Shakil did very well actually to at least save the boundary. Eyeing up a 150 score, then 3 balls to go. What a good partnership this has been. Oh, he gets, oh no, he doesn't get it through. It's going to be a wide. Remember, these two came together with the score on 47, so once they get to that 147, if they get there, that will be a 101 partnership. It's exactly what they needed. Hashmat Dinza, by the way, you can see he's wagon wheel, and he crashes another one out of there. Hashmat Dinza, 50 on the board for him. बहुत बताया Hashmat Dinza नु हाफ सेंचुरी था अपनी पूरी कर ली, पर काम हाले खत्म नहीं होया. कितना मैं 1-2 छक्के हाले होर भी मारने हैं. 150 बनाने हैं, पता 150 बनाने हैं. Well, that's the 100-run partnership and the 150 on the board with 2 balls to go. Slower ball. And this one is going to run away from the fielder. He's chasing it hard. Gets there. And Dinsa, nowhere to come back for 2. Look at Charanjit, who's screaming at him, saying, Aja, Aja, yaar, wapas Aja. And Hashmat saying, nahi, mera kam pura ho gaya, bas. Kam pura ho gaya. Ball to go. Kehna tu mi shakka maar la apni 50 kar. Well, there you go, Charanjit Singh. A 50 on the cards if you can hit a 6 here. And he will, why not? And an impressive partnership of over 100, and both batters bring up 50s. It's an exceptional recovery from Royal Roma. Remember, they're a side, I've said before, that if they lose their top 3 quickly, that they can crumble, and they were 47 for 3, and maybe in a little bit of trouble. And Baraka Prato probably had the upper hand at that point, but then came the response from these two, Hashmat Dinsa and Charanjit Singh. Charanjit Singh, I think, batted beautifully all the way through, the man who got a first baller in the last match. Hashmat Dinsa came out swinging. He was in a bit of a hurry, and I think Charanjit Singh was able to just calm him down and get him to relax. And the next thing you know, he overtook him and getting to a 50. But Charanjit Singh would not be denied. He would get his 50 as well. This is the way it started. And Lakanwal, we know what he can do. He's such a powerful hitter of the ball. But he hasn't been able to go on to score big scores. This was Sukhbir's dismissal, looking to go down the ground. At that point, the wind was very strong, blowing into the batters. And therefore, it would take a good big hit to get a boundary down the ground. He wasn't able to do it. It's a low full toss. If he hits it in that area, it'll fly away. But just look at the head. The head came away from the ball. The head started to look at where he wanted to hit it, took his eye off the ball and got hit on the pad. So that was LBW. But then that was it. After that, runs would slowly start to come from the 2 batters out there in the middle. Dinsa, well, batted beautifully with Charanjit Singh. Charanjit, I think his innings was very, very relaxed. It was uncomplicated. He just put away the bad ball. But what I liked about Charanjit all the way through that innings, he was constantly talking to Hashmat Dinsa. He was constantly telling him, look, play this way, play that way, play on the offside. And Hashmat Dinsa, to his credit, actually acknowledged Charanjit. And that's what I liked about that partnership. A partnership worth 110, helping Royal Roma to get to a 157, a score over 150. So that's going to take some doing. Even that one, that was absolutely pumped right into Boya. I'm pretty sure it did catch a bit of Boya because there was definitely a sound, but shots were beautiful. And I like the way that Charanjit, probably more than anybody, learnt which way the wind was blowing, and he was hitting the ball in the right areas. and helping the wind to assist those balls go a long way. And you can see then Hashmat also thought, well, okay, I know what you got to do. You got to go on that side of the ground. And there was the way it finished. Charanjit needed a 6 to bring up his 50 as well, and he did just that. So Royal Roma, we know they had a blip earlier, and we saw them go down yesterday to Bologna. And this morning, they would lose to Roma Gladiator. They're looking to come back in style after putting 157 on the board. There's that scorecard. Lakanwal and also Gangdik Singh did get started but then get out. Disappointment once again for Lakanwal, but Charanjit Singh and Hashmat Dinsa came to the rescue with a partnership worth 110 on the bowling front. Once again, Hamid Ali only got the one over this time round. I don't mind that. I think he was expensive. 2 wickets there for Safi Amanullah. I think, again, he bowled very well. But nobody else could get a breakthrough. And even Shahid Imran this time got a little bit of a pasting. So we're going to take a short break here. Hopefully the rain stays away and the weather stays kind to us, because I think we've got a very exciting match coming up here. Baraka Prato have won 2 out of 2 in the day. They don't want to go down, and they do know that this definitely is a score, especially if Ghulam Dastgir and Hassan Ali get going. They can be competitive in. To join me, Rika Full, Nishay Butt, and the rest of the ECN gang when we return in 10 minutes' time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings, and as we can see, Baraka Prato have a big target of 158 to chase down. This is going to be an enormous challenge for this Baraka Prato side, going up against a very strong Royal Roma team, of course. Did beat them earlier in this ECS in what was a much lower scoring affair, when, of course, Royal Roma managed to make this 110, and in response, Baraka Prato mustered just 105. But they've improved a lot now, Baraka Prato. I think they're batting much more freely than they ever have at any point in this ECS. And let's see if they can go out there and give this a good shot. And they're going to start off by getting a 4 off the very first ball. Beautifully played away. Dastagir gets it away towards the boundary rope. Let's just have another look at this. It's a bit too straight, a bit too short. And he's just helped it away over fine leg. That's gone for 4. This one is struck away towards square leg, and oh, it's a misfield. It's a misfield. Doesn't look like it has enough to go to the rope, though. However, it will cost Royal Roma a run. So the interesting thing, though, is that Hashmadinsa is bowling this over, of course. We were told that he might not bowl today because he is struggling with a back issue. At least that was plaguing him this morning, however. He feels fine now, and he's bowling. Inside it. I just wonder if he didn't want to bowl when it was really hot in the sun, and now that he's got this lovely cloud cover and it's really cool here, he suddenly wants to have a bowl. What do you think? I mean, it's beautiful bowling conditions. It really is. I think you've got some nice cloud cover overhead. The weather's nice, absolutely gorgeous. Obviously, you know, it's not bright and sunny, but the temperatures are a lot lower right now. I think got a little satellite radar app right in front of me, and I'll just tell you what the temperatures around here. So it's dropped down to 25 at the moment. I mean, that is so much nicer than the mid to low 30s we've been dealing with for much of this ECS. Just straying down the leg side, away towards fine leg. That goes for 4 runs. It's actually gone for 6, so gotta correct that. The umpire has signaled a 6. Looked like a 4 from our vantage point here in the commentary position, but I'll have a look at this now on this replay. And yeah, that has gone the distance for a Maximo. Good shot there by Ali, the first 6 of this innings. That's a nice start here for Baraka Prato, getting 13 runs of the first 5 deliveries, and a chance for them to, of course, go on and make a really good start for themselves. And that's going to be a wide. Yeah, so very good afternoon to everyone joining us in the chat. A chance for me to chime in on the conversation after having my break. Rico just taking a quick lunch break now as well, while I decide to cover this game. This one is struck out towards mid-wicket, well fielded in the deep by Sukhbir Singh. And 16 runs will come off this first over. Baraka Prato have to go at 15.8 and over. So, very good afternoon to all of you. Just a chance for me to dive in and see what you're all up to. I can see that Monica talking about how it's nice and early in the morning there, and that she's salivating at the idea of having a lot of different kinds of food. Well, yeah, I hope you have a good breakfast. Here's a look at the matches we've had since we last had a golden ball. 73 matches in total. Of course, that was the ECS back in Zagreb. Of course, our first ever ECSW golden ball in a match between Jinx Zagreb and the Lavender Lionesses. Christopher Ward talking about a strawberry yogurt and a cup of tea. Hey, that's great. That's very healthy. What kind of tea do you like? I have to say, personally, I'm not into my black teas. I'm not the sort who'd have like an English breakfast tea or something like that, as this one goes over for. But I do like my chamomile. I think here at the hotel, I would have chamomile before going to bed. I always like my herbal teas. A good mint tea is very nice as well. Yeah, get your opinions in on that. What sort of teas do you like to have? One's a wider delivery, and it's gonna be a dot ball. That's another wide. Just gets it wrong there, Charanjit Singh. Oh, it's going to go big here. That is massive. What an enormous strike. That has gone all the way for a 6 into those trees at the back there. You could just have a look at the gray clouds. I've been monitoring this app, and it's hard to tell, I have to say. I mean, obviously, a lot of these online models aren't perfectly accurate. You know, just going on data points that are about 25 kilometers apart, and they sort of interpolate between these different data points as well, so you don't really get an exact picture of what's going on. But at one point, it did seem like there was a chance we would miss the heavy rain, and at least for the moment, it's good news. We'll, of course, continue to keep you updated with what's going on. Yeah, this one is very wide. Dustic here just getting that one badly wrong. Let's have another look at that. Yep. That's Charanjit Singh, who's, of course, bowling. A bit expensive to start off. 12 runs off the first 3 balls of his over. Oh, this time Dustic is going to look to go towards mid-on. It's going to go away for a 4. 16 runs off the force 4 delivery. It's about 4 a ball to start off this over. That one is in the slot, asking to be hit, and it does get hit. Needs to get this right here. Really does. This is, of course, Baraka Prato's last match of this bumper 6-game day. They will go home after this game and have a rest, of course. Still have 2 more cricket matches coming up after this. We're into match 4 of the day. Got Kent Lanka Napoli playing the Roma Gladiatori in about an hour's time. And then, of course, we round out the day with an exciting matchup between Royal Roma and the Roma Gladiatori. Those 2 sides playing a very entertaining game. It was certainly entertaining to watch the Gladiatori go about things in the first innings. And I'm, of course, sure that Royal Roma will be looking to get revenge in that game. Oh, it goes big again. This is enormous. That one's gone the distance for a 6 as well. So Dastagir really punishing Charanjit Singh over here. 22 runs off the first 5 balls. That has been clobbered. What an enormous hit. Charanjit Singh's been a touch expensive throughout this ECS. He's had an economy rate of 13.7. And this spell over here is not going to help that economy rate. It certainly won't. There we go. Can he get out of this over? Just limit the damage that's been done so far. He's going to end the over with a single here. So Baraka Prato are 39 for no loss at the end of 2. Yeah, let's just dive back into the chat and have a look at some of your messages, of course. It's great to see all the activity that we're witnessing today in the chat for this big Super Sunday 6-match day. A great weekend of sport as well. A lot of sporting action going on. I can see some of you talking about some of the other happenings in the world. It's been a big summer of sport, of course. I mean, plenty in the cricket here on the European Cricket Network. We've had so many different series, a chance to go to a number of destinations. We've got plenty coming up next week, and then, of course, all the sport going on around the world as well this summer. So it's just great to see all the discussion about these different events. Again, just a touch too straight, and Dustagir will help that one away as well. Dustagir is just so strong off his pads. You cannot afford to bowl to this guy off his pads. You're better off giving him a bit too much width, although not ideal, rather than bowling on his pads. He just loves to play it off there. He's very strong through square leg and that fine leg region as well. Asking to be hit if you're bowling over there. Yeah, so just to give you an example, he has hit 30 runs from mid-wicket to that region behind square leg. 30 of his 34 runs have come through that region. Just that 1-4 he hit through mid-on. Of course, this one is struck towards cover. It's going to be a couple of runs over here. Of course, you can always check out some of the advanced stats we have available on ECN, on our ecn.cricket website. That's usually where I'll get you these graphs with data regarding the wagon wheel. So yeah, you can always go ahead there and look up some advanced stats on some of your favorite players on the network. That's a slower ball there. He's attempted a slower ball, but he's not been able to execute it. That one is going to be catching practice for our match officials. Goes away for another boundary. Baraka Prato bring up the 50 with 3 balls to go in the power play. So they've got a tough task here, Baraka Prato, but they're going about it the right way. Oh, huge. Absolutely massive. Doesn't matter where you place the fielders when you're capable of hitting 6s like that. What an enormous hit by Dustagir. This might be one of the biggest 6s we have seen today. Enormous hit. Absolutely massive. And that is an incredible way to strike the ball. He's now just 1 shot away from a half century. 18 off this over already. Got a couple more to come. Now he looks to go for the Yorker there, and this will find Gagandeep out at mid-wicket. And, well, Hassan Ali, who's had the best seat in the house while Dustagir has been teeing off, is going to finally get to come on strike. He's, of course, batting on 8 of 3. Saw him hit a great 6 early in his innings. And since then, he's been happy to be at the non-strikers end and watch Dustagir tee off. So the last ball's coming in this power play. Surely Hassan Ali is going to go for a big shot here as well. It was deep in his crease. It was a wider delivery. He's not quite able to connect on that. The over comes to an end. Baraka Prato 58 for no loss. And yes, Sukhbir Singh just kind of lost his line and length that over. That's not what we're accustomed to seeing from him. Normally so accurate, very metronomic with his lines and lengths. That wasn't the case when he bowled that previous over. As we just take a look at the comparison between these two teams, as you can see, they are 19 runs ahead of what Royal Roma were at the stage, but of course Royal Roma were able to accelerate right at the end. So it's going to be a change in the bowling. They're not going to continue with Charanjit Singh, who of course went for 23 runs in his first over. It's going to be Inderjit Singh coming into bowl. Now just looking to get his field setting absolutely right here. Of course, fielding restrictions have been lifted, so up to 5 fielders are allowed outside the ring. Got a long off, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, long off, and deep cover in place. He's going to go big here, and it's going to go straight to the fielder, a deep square leg. Not quite timed as nicely as he would have liked, but he's still a couple of runs away from a half century. Looks to go big here. Hasn't quite timed it. The bat just twisted in his hand a little bit. And it's going to be a comfortable catch out at point. Hassan Ali will depart. A very short stay at the crease for him. Faced only 5 deliveries and manages to make 8 runs. He did spend a lot of time at the non-strikers, and then as a batter, he just doesn't serve you well, does it, when you're out in the middle for a lengthy time, but you're not actually facing too many balls. Ali departs. He makes only 8 runs. It's the 3rd career wicket for Inderjeet Singh. Sohail Mahmood taking that catch out at point. I haven't used him too much yet throughout this ECS, just because he's been a touch expensive at times. But he has a very impressive strike rate, though, throughout this ECS. Looks to go big again, and it's going to land safely. Charanjit Singh won't have a chance to get at that. Brings the dangerous Dastagir back on strike, who's 2 runs away from a half century. He's going to go big. That's going to be the 50. That will be the 50 for Dastagir. An incredible shot. Gets down on one knee. Allows him to get underneath the ball. And he has sent that one over mid-wicket. What a sensational shot by Ghulam Dastagir. And he's so focused on the task that he doesn't even celebrate it. He knows that his side still have plenty to do. The 3rd 50 of this European Cricket Series for Dastagir, and his 7th of his career. Very optimistic appeal. That one was well outside the off stump. You could see the impact. Let's just take a look at this. I mean, he stepped so far across, you could see all the stumps clearly, and, well, nothing really going for that one. And I think it was an appeal out of desperation rather than conviction. Well, this one's again popped up in the air. It looks like it's going to go beyond the fielder at point. And Sohail Mahmood will field that one, throws it back to the keeper. Baraka Prato are 67 for 1 at the end of 4. Here's a comparison of the 2 teams. As you can see, Baraka Prato going at a much better run rate to what Royal Roma were at this stage. And Baraka Prato are 67 for 1 right now. Meanwhile, in comparison, Royal Roma were 47 for 3. But of course, Royal Roma, they really came to the party in those last 4 overs, where they managed to score 80 runs. 80 runs off the last 4 overs. That's 20 and over. Just incredible to think about. Struck out towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single. Brings Hamid Ali back on strike here at number 3. Now this is a really, really talented cricketer. Oh, that one just stays really low. Onkar Singh almost got another wicket. So close to picking up a wicket there, Onkar Singh. Was the leading wicket taker during the European Cricket Series last year, when he used to play for Asian Latina. Had 21 for this series and almost added another one for this year's series. That one stayed low and really could have done Hamid Ali. Dastagir is going to look to use his feet and send one into the scorer's tent. There is Jared Newton, one of our scorers, of course, played over in St. John's College in South Africa. Was a teammate of Devon Conway back in school, and also, of course, played in many matchups against Quinton de Kock as well. Had a chance to, of course, have him on commentary back in Cyprus. Had some great conversations with him. Brilliant cricket mind, coaches cricket as well. This one is launched over long on, and it's going to go the distance for a 6. A really, really nice shot. And just to give you a teaser, you might get a chance to hear from him again soon. So stay tuned over the next couple of days. Onkar Singh just looking to flight that one. He tosses it up. It's very risky length to be bowling to someone of Dastagir's quality, and that goes away for a 6. I can just hear some thunder rumbling in the background to give you all a weather update. This one is just played away towards fine leg. And does it have enough to go to the rope? Yes, it does. And of course, you can just see some of the spectators who have come in. Got a beautiful fan zone here. Absolutely wonderful fan zone. It's got plenty of refreshments for the fans. It's wonderful to sit in. They also have some music as well. I mean, often in between innings and matches, they'll be playing some music and really enjoying themselves. Yeah, this one is struck out towards mid-wicket. It's very well fielded by Gagandeep Singh. As Baraka Prato are going to be 86 for 1 halfway through this innings, and of course it's a chance to welcome you into our commentary position. Yeah, looking at this right now, Baraka Prato are going along very, very nicely. We're of course keeping an eye on the weather as well. We just have 5 overs left in this innings, but it'd be interesting to see if Duckworth Lewis could potentially come into play at some point. Haven't quite run the numbers just yet. It could do that at some point in this innings, but if I had to guess, they're certainly well ahead of whatever DL would have, as they're going at above their required rate at the moment. They've lost just 1 wicket, so really the onus is on Royal Roma here to start to pick up some wickets and really put some pressure on this Baraka Prato side. Oh, inside edges that one onto his pad. If he had missed that, you bet he would have been stumped. You absolutely bet he would have been. Oh, goes big. That is massive. What an enormous strike. That goes away for 6 as well. Dastagir with another enormous shot. Gets to the pitch of the ball. And he sends that one all the way. So just 66 required of 28 balls now. Yeah, Dastagir's career highest score was an undefeated 100 all the way back in 2021. This one is struck out towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single. Yes, of course, his only career century coming against Bologna back in 2021. And since then, his top score has been 67, which he scored earlier in this tournament against the Gladiatori. So it's already his highest ECN score in 3 years. This time he's going to hit one through the line, and it has enough to go for a 6. That is Hamid Ali who has bashed that one away. Yeah, these lengths are very dangerous. I mean, this is just hit me bowling at the moment by Royal Roma. Over pitches that one to a player Hamid Ali's quality. Now, we know how Hamid Ali plays. He's the sort of player who doesn't look to hang around. He's a proper T10 batter. He's mastered this format. He's either going to hit out or he's going to get out. And right now, he's looking to hit them out of the park. Goes big again. This is launched, but it doesn't have enough distance. Could this be a catching chance? Oh, it's taken by Charanjit. What a sensational catch. He has covered so much ground to get to that ball. It's a low dive, and he has managed to take an absolutely sensational catch. This was a real challenge. Let's take another look at this. Hamid Ali not quite able to time this as nicely as he'd like. Takes a tumble after that one as well. But it was so important to hold on to. Big, big wicket here for Royal Roma. What a moment here for Inderjeet Singh. We've been talking about how great his strike rate is for this ECS. He's bowled just 3 overs during this European cricket series and managed to take 4 wickets so far. That's going to be a wide. So I do like this move, though. I like the fact that they have moved Waqas Mahmood up the order, of course. We were talking in the previous match about how they probably gave Shakil a few too many chances at that number 4 spot. They're not doing it this time. This time they go for Waqas Muhammad, and this one's going all the way. Huge 6. Just goes over the fielder's head. Massive 6 to end the over. Just dropping this one a little too short, and it has been flat batted straight down the ground. That is a baseball shot, which is gone for a 6. Yeah, so Baraka Prato going along here at a sensational rate. Yeah, really, really superb batting so far. Oh, so much pressure here on Royal Roma to find a solution. There we go then. Baraka Prato needs to go at 13 and over from here to win this. So a couple of boundaries every over is going to be more than enough. Oh, he's going to look to go big here again, Dastagir, but he hasn't timed it as nicely as like. It falls short of Charanjit Singh, and it's going to be a single. Oh, goes big. This one's got skied, but does it have enough distance on it? Yes, it does. Just over some of the advertising fencing. That one went very, very high up in the air, and it ends up quite close to the team dugout. Oh, wow. Pulls up over there, Gagandeep Singh. Yeah, just looking at his expression, struggling with a bit of pain. He's just clutching that left leg as he walks back to the mark. Looks to go big. Does this have enough on it? Does this have enough on it? No, it didn't. But Hashmat Dinsa has put that catch down. And Dinsa has had a lot of issues with his catching throughout this ECS. And look at that expression from Gagandeep Singh. He is clearly very frustrated. Oh, I gotta wonder though, I mean, do you have to move Hashmat Dinsa at some point from that position? Oh, he's been putting down plenty of catches. We saw him back on Friday, drop 3 catches in a single match. Oh, this is huge. This is huge by Dastagir. Don't worry about where that's gonna end up. It's a huge 6 and it's gonna go close to the practice nets. And it's just all falling apart for Royal Roma here. This Baraka Prato side, I'm so impressed by them. They have been getting better and better throughout this ECS. Keep in mind, they were 1-5 at the start of this ECS. 1-5. They won just 1 of their first 6 games. And since then, they have rallied and put themselves into a very strong position. And he's going to go big here again, Dastagir. That's another 6. He moves on to 93s into the nervy 90s. Brilliant shot. It's in the slot. Straight bats that one. Oh, what a gorgeous hit. 6 more runs. And it's back-to-back 6s. 20 runs off this over already. And he's 7 runs away from a century. Goes big again. Goes absolutely massive. That is another 6. What a sensational shot. Baraka Prato find themselves in a very healthy position here. 26 coming off that over. And they now need just 26 runs off the remaining 3 overs to win. We'll, of course, take a look at the European Cricket Series calendar. And boy, what an incredible season 2024 has been. It's provided us plenty of thrill and excitement as we've been taken on a grand tour across the continent. We, of course, started off the season all the way back in January in Cyprus, and there's still plenty more to come. We've played matches in some scenic grounds all over the continent, and each country has offered us its own unique blend of culture and cricket. And we're, of course, privileged to be here in the eternal city of Rome for this year's ECS. Goes big, goes big. This has plenty of height on it. The question is, does it have the distance? It doesn't. And Dinsa will hold on to that catch. Waqas Muhammad will depart. And this is a good idea by Waqas Muhammad. He obviously knows he has to attack. And I think one thing with Muhammad is he is the sort of player who will look to be aggressive, so I don't think you'll mind that shot from him, even though they require 8 and over. He's the kind of player who will be looking to get his side that net run rate boost by looking to wrap up this game as soon as possible. We do have players like Shakil Hussain, of course, who are more than capable of just knocking the ball around and seeing out the remaining runs. Oh, goes straight down the ground, straight batted. And it's over the fielder at long on. Charanjit Singh's a tall man, but even he can't get to that. Beautiful. Have a look at that. That is a textbook shot. Nice high elbow. And he elevates it over the rope for a 6. Oh, just one that's... oh, could this be a run-out chance? Could this be a run-out chance? I think he's safe. But we'll just have a look at this. He's looking to tickle one around the corner. That ball just bounces a bit more than he expects. Oh, this could be tight. But I think he's home. I think he's safe here. Yeah, we'll just have a look over there. I think he should be fine. And by the looks of it, it seems the third umpire is rather pleased as well. So here we go. Dastagir just 1 run away from a century. Oh, he's just going to push this one away. And is he going to come back for a second run? No, he's not. But he's got his century. He has managed to get his 100. He's desperate to get back on strike here, Dastagir. But somebody better tell him that he's made a century. Oh, it's been a great exhibition, explosive hitting. And he's managed to reach the milestone in just 31 deliveries. There it is. He's got the news. And I have to say, that is one of the most muted century celebrations I have seen. Oh, come on now. You can have a bit more of a smile than that, Ghulam. Caught. Hussain departs. And I think that's why Dastagir wasn't quite celebrating. He still knows that this job isn't done. They've lost a couple of wickets in quick succession over here. It's now 18 needed of 13. I just hear some music in the background as that wicket occurs. We'll take another look at this one. It was short, wide. He just climbs up on the batter a little bit more than he expects. And he hits that one straight to the fielder at point. A very safe pair of hands in Gagandeep Singh. He's not one who's going to put down too many catches. Yeah, so just had a quick look at what the Duckworth-Lewis score is for this stage. It's 113. And Baraka Prato are on 140, so even if rain were to come, Baraka Prato would win rather comfortably. Oh, this is a massive hit. What an enormous shot. That one's going to go over the rope for a 6. And Booyah starts off with a massive shot off his very first ball. Walks all the way across his stumps and targets that square leg boundary. Goes the distance for a 6. Lovely player, Bhuiyan. He is such a talented cricketer. As we'll, of course, now have a look at the comparison between these two teams. Yeah, Baraka Prato well ahead of where Royal Roma were at this stage. Of course, Royal Roma made 80 runs in the last 4 overs. Baraka Prato just needs to go out and run a ball for these next 2 overs to secure a victory here. So Ghulam Dastagir could, in theory, wrap this up with a couple of big 6s. Oh, well, just misjudges the line over there, Dastagir. That was well inside the tram line. He thought it might have been a wide, but no, well inside. That one's going to be a wide. Just gets that one wrong. It's the other side of the tram line. And they will cheer every run from here. As you can see, a big roar coming from that Baraka Prato dugout. They're just 11 runs away from securing a very, very important victory. And of course, it's worth pointing out, Baraka Prato were in all sorts of trouble to start off this European cricket series. This match is the last match they're going to play in this group stage. This is another one. You wonder if that catches the line along the way, but I would go with what the umpire said there. Again, perspective is so important. You know, we're looking at this from the camera. We're not out there from the umpire's vantage point, so I think it's very important to emphasize that things look very different when you're standing behind those set of stumps. Now, this one is struck firmly straight towards long off. It's going to be a single. That one was going very wide, and he could have just left that one alone, Dastagir, and he would have picked up a free run. Yeah, Baraka Prato, of course, were 1-5 to start this tournament. They had just 1 victory in 5 matches, and since then, it has been an incredible turnaround for them. This is beautifully played away by Bhuiyan. Are they going to push for a second here? Yes, they will. It's going to be a tight second run, but I think the throw has gone to the wrong end there. Really needed to go to the non-strikers, and we'll have a look at this just to confirm if he has made it back safely. Oh, worth taking another look at here. Nice and slow. Should be all right. Just wonder if the bat's in the air. It's whipping the bails off, but it seems to be fine, and looks like the third umpire is satisfied that he has managed to make it back safely. So we're ready to resume play. So 7 runs needed of 9 deliveries to win it for Baraka Prato now. It gets the length right over there. Good Yorker length delivery. Are they going to push for a second? I think 1 run is fine over there, and Ghulam Dastagir will now relish the chance to end this game with 1 lusty blow, as his team needs just 6 runs off 8 deliveries. With this win, of course, they will end up with 29 points for this ECS, which you feel should be enough to pick up at least 2nd or 3rd place. But of course, we will wait and find out. This one is struck down the ground. Are they coming back for a second? Oh, mix up, mix up, mix up. Could be a run out. I think he has managed to make it back safely. We'll have one more look at this. Yeah, once again, just makes it back safely, puts the dive in there. So now Bhuiyan has an opportunity to wrap this game up with 1 big shot. Got Dave's in the chat saying, that's the gear rolling along. Of course, Dave loves his puns. Firing the pun gun once again. Seems like Wayne has managed to learn Bangla from what I'm seeing in the chat. Well, this one's gone up in the air, and is it going to carry? No, it won't. No, it won't. As we'll see a single to end the over. 4 runs needed now to win. As that Charanjit Singh over brings just 8 runs. Baraka Prato would have been looking to end the game in that over, but they will take it to a final over. You still expect them to take it, of course, just 1 shot needed to win for them. And the big dilemma for the captain here is who bowls this final over. Looks like he's going to go with Hashma Dinsa, but I've got to say, I mean, you brought it down to the final over. Surely you'd go a little bit more attacking with your field. I mean, looking at this field setting right now, 4 runs needed after the last over. Everybody inside the ring is on the edge of the ring, so they're giving up the single here to Baraka Prato. Surely you go with a power play field here, just the 2 fielders outside the ring, and bring a bunch of guys in on the 1. They are just gifting them. There is nobody inside the ring on the leg side, so if they just push one off their pads, they'll get a run. And look, they'll just pick up a single here as well. And now make that 2. Make that 2. I mean, there is absolutely no one there to save any of these runs. I don't understand these tactics. I mean, you have to. I mean, it's obviously unlikely you're going to win, but you have to at least try. Yeah, just have a look at this field setting. I mean, some of the fielders have actually come in a little bit closer, but and you, of course, just see the fielder who was out at deep square leg walking into the ring. I mean, this is not the kind of field setting you should have when you need 4 runs off the last over, but this looks painful here. The batter has gone down. And Baraka Prato now need 2 runs of 5 deliveries, so that's Russell Bhuya who is down at the moment. Yeah, it seems like it might be some cramp or... I mean, they were considering retiring him out. As you can see, Shahid Imran, the captain, was ready to come on for the last few balls. Of course, Shahid Imran was listed to bat at number 10, and the captain was like, well, I want to be out there when my side wins the game. And yeah, looks like Russell Bhuya has hurt himself, so he is going to be making his way off. They're going to be retiring him hurt. And yeah, so Shahid Imran coming on to replace Russell Bhuya. And I guess the good news, at least from Baraka Prato's point of view, is this is the last match for them in the group stages. I would expect them to make finals day. With the amount of points they have amassed, I think we're going to see them on finals day. And that will at least give Russell Bhuya plenty of days to recover and recuperate and be fresh for finals day on Friday. There we go. The captain, Shahid Imran, has walked out to the middle because he wants to try to stroke the winning runs. Oh, beautifully played. And is that enough? Is that enough to win it? Oh, they're just going to take a single. Gotta say, Royal Roma have actually been able to take this game quite deep. And this is just where I wonder if, you know, they'd been a little bit more positive with their field setting and if they put some more pressure. Could they have maybe taken this down to the last couple of balls and made this just a little bit more interesting? I think they've been happily giving up these singles. And now they finally have someone on the 1. Now that just 1 run is needed of 4 deliveries. I think you look at this field setting now, this is the kind of field setting we should have seen about 5-6 balls ago as Dinsa gets that ball badly wrong. It's a full toss. It's stroked away. This is going to go away for 4 runs as Baraka Prato pull this one off in an incredible chase. They managed to chase down a very healthy total of 158. And an incredible innings by this man, Ghulam Dastagir, a fantastic century. His highest career score as he will end up with an undefeated 106 and it took him just 35 balls to make it. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. As you can see, Harpreet right up there as one of the top points getter with 520 points to his name, with Yazi with 820. Of course, Yazi is very effective with both the bat and ball in hand. And as you can see, he can wicket keep as well, so he's truly a very talented cricketer with a very versatile skill set up his sleeve. So that match will be coming up for you in just about 25 minutes time. We'll take a quick look at the highlights of what was an incredibly entertaining innings between Royal Roma and Baraka Prato. So Prato, of course, had it all to do in the second innings. At one point, we thought that Royal Roma would most certainly take this game, as of course they batted superbly in the first innings, making 157 runs. But full credit to Baraka Prato, they batted with great positivity. They showed great intent, and that is why they managed to make 58 runs during the power play. Ghulam Dastagir made 106 of 35 in his incredible innings. It is the key reason that his side is going to get over the finishing line in this thoroughly entertaining match. He managed to hit 11 sixes and 6 fours during the course of his innings. And what an incredible few days it has been for this Baraka Prato side, of course. They traveled here from outside of Rome. They're not a Roman team. And they've had to play a lot of matches during a very short space of time. They were 1-6, 1-5 at one point during this ECS, and since then they have managed to rally really well, going on an incredible winning streak, losing just one game over the last couple of days to put themselves into a position where they have now knocked off some of the better teams in this ECS. You feel like they put enough points on the board here where we'll most certainly see them on finals day. They have 29 points to close out this ECS and are currently sitting in second place behind Royal Roma, who have played 3 less games. Of course, Royal Roma boasts a better net run rate. We'll continue to look at some of these great shots that were struck. That was an outstanding shot by Hamid Ali, but of course later in the innings he would be caught out in the deep by Charanjit Singh. A great running catch, and at that point he just wondered whether this Royal Roma side would be able to drag themselves in the game. But wickets didn't seem to deter Baraka Prato whatsoever as they continue to batter the opposition, playing some brilliant shots. They were hitting absolutely beautiful strokes. Just take a look at that one. Straight bat, as good as it gets. That is up there as one of the better shots you will see. And it was thoroughly entertaining to watch. A real joy to witness this fine innings. This was a good catch there by Hashmat Dinsa. Did put down that catch earlier. He's had a few issues with his catching during this European Cricket Series, but he did manage to take that one catch there right at the end. Huge moment. This was an absolutely huge moment, of course. The batter just about managed to make it back on time and pick up a single for his side. An important catch there by Gagandeep Singh out at a point, but just made sure that this game would go to a final over. We saw Russell Buya hit that 6. And then, of course, he would go down with an injury, and these would be the winning runs right at the end. That one going away for 4 runs, and then the celebrations could begin for Baraka Prato as they end this ECS with a 7-7 record at the end of 14 games. A great rally by them, of course, winning 6 of their last 7 matches. Baraka Prato now are looking very, very healthy, and I certainly back them now to make it to finals day. And of course, we do wish that Russell Buya has a speedy recovery. It wasn't great to see him go down the way he did. He's a very talented young cricketer, but he's got 4 or 5 days here to rest up and get ready for finals day, so I hope he's at his best for when it matters the most. We'll have a look at the bowling figures here for Royal Roma, and in all honesty, everyone was just a bit too expensive. Nobody will look back at their bowling performance in pride from that Royal Roma side. Match 34 is in the books. Baraka Prato have played their last match of the group stages and have managed to amass another victory. They end this ECS with 7 wins in the 14 games they played in, and you feel like that is more than enough to advance to finals day. Join us in 21 minutes when we'll bring you match 35, our 5th but not final match of the day.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
We're ready for match 5 of the day. It's the Roma Gladiatori against Kent Lanka of Napoli. Let's head over to the coin toss where you'll be joined by match referee Charles Croucher.
Thanks, Nish. Welcome to the toss for match 35 with Kent Lanka Napoli versus Roma Gladiatori. Roma Gladiatori to call.
Tail.
Tails is the call. And it's a head. They can have a bat.
Well, thank you very much for that update to match referee Charles Croucher. This is an exciting match coming up between two teams who've so far had very different form throughout this series. Kent Lanka Napoli, of course, playing on their first day of this ECS, and they've had a couple of losses to start off. I think we've seen some positive signs from them with the ball in hand, but they're just lacking that firepower with the bat and not quite able to accelerate. You can tell the fact they don't have Rizal Jayawardena and Nicolo Fernando for this ECS is really hurting them. Meanwhile, their opponents, Roma Gladiatori, they're coming off a massive win this morning. They were so close to picking up a bonus point, and I think they'll be licking their lips to go up against this Kent Lanka side. Their top 4 has really come to the party these last couple of days. They've found their form. The likes of Hussein, Niazi, and Zadran, as well as Harpreet, are looking in the form of their life. Let's head back to the commentary box where you'll be joined by Rico Full.
Thank you very much, and well, what a great match. That last one was another century here on the European Cricket Network. Glam Dastgir, the man who is looking good and getting better all the time. What a knock, and when you look at that scorecard, I mean, Glam Dastgir scores that century and all the others just chipped in, but he did enough to get a win for his side with 3 balls to go. So well done to him. One done, of course, to Baraka Prato. Good finish from them, but there's still work to be done. Roma Gladiatori, they had a good win earlier on as also getting a win against Roma. They're up against Kent Lanka Napoli here. Kent Lanka Napoli, you just get the feeling that there's a few errors that they're making in the way that they're going about their batting. It's something that we see in other teams do as well. I mean, it's something that we were talking about, Roma Campanelli. And teams have just got to learn from that. They've got to learn to be a little bit more aggressive. You've seen that today. We've seen them score 113 for 4, and we've also saw them score 104 for 3. And you just get the feeling that they're just going to be a little bit more aggressive in the play. 64% to 36 in favour, of course, of Roma Gladiatori. And no surprises there. They are a good team. But very much, I think they're very similar to one or two other teams in this series. I think there'll be times when they will perform and click and score lots of runs and get victories like they did against the Roma side. But there'll be other times when they too will lose wickets pretty early and struggle. So once again, I think the key players there on their side are the likes of Hussein and Munim Niaz is becoming a bit of a good all-rounder, and Harpreet. Kent Lanka Napoli, I think they're a team. I mean, they came close in that last match against Baracca Prato. They had, even though they didn't get many runs on the board, they did have Baraka Prato in trouble at one point. But then there was some errors in the field, some drop catches, an expensive over, and it all went pear-shaped. So here we go. That's the first, and it gets played away quite nicely. A nice little cut shot. That's going to go all the way for 4 runs. So good shot. So I like the intent of batting first, and assuming that he certainly is a player of all of the players that we saw, him and maybe Cheyenne Fernando that did shine. Chaminda didn't get any runs in the first match. It was a royal duck for him, a royal start to the day. But as the day's gone on, he has got better. He's played a nice innings in the second match. And he scored 38 of 17. He bowls well, he catches well. So certainly he's a player who should be getting better the more matches that they play. Jamali, the opening bowler. And that's on the leg side. That's beautifully played. What a lovely shot this is. I like the way he gets down really low and he plays this one away. Once again, we've got the sprinklers going on that far side of the ground, obviously trying to get everything looking nice and lush and green for the Miltel Shield that will be happening here at the weekend. So a lot of work, of course, still being done around the ground, but that's a nice shot, great positioning from Shaminda. Shaminda, of course, out there opening with his opening partner, Visal Sananaika. Two good batters, talented players. Big swing. But again, this is, I don't mind this. Just being a little bit more aggressive and not worrying about the wickets if they fall. Just to give you an idea, I mean, in two of their matches, we saw Irosh Vimakuthi bat. He made 31 of 23 not out in the first loss to Baraka Prato. This is another big swing and a miss. And then in the next match, he made 26 not out of 19. So if you put that in contrast, in the two matches, he scored 57 runs off 42 balls. And if you're going to be striking the ball at that rate, then you're not going to go on to score enough runs on the board. So that's something they've got to change. So they've got to be more aggressive. That's a hit up in the air. Fielder is not going to get there. There's going to be 4 more runs. Cuatro más. Of course, I had a bit of a break there, had some lunch. So once again, thank you very much to the Federation here. And while, of course, I was having my lunch, I was keeping an eye on the proceedings, not just on the cricket, but also on the weather. And well, that rain is sort of playing games with us at the moment. It's sort of come and gone. Nothing heavy, just a few spits. The thunder's been there as well, but it's managed to stay away. But it is hovering. Some parts around us, close by us, are certainly getting it. Let's see if we can get through this. And the last match, uninterrupted. 14 off the first. And, of course, just a reminder, 37 days to go to the Euros of Cricket at the Cardamom Oval. Of course, in the beautiful province of Andalusia. If you've never been, it's quite beautiful. And they call it the Andalusia. It's got the sort of tropical climate. It's nicely played away. And, of course, the Cardamom Oval is nestled in the sort of the agricultural part of Malaga, in the town of Cartama, which is not that far away from the likes of Malaga. Malaga is only about a 20-minute drive, and Marbella not that much further, maybe 35 minutes up the road. So it's a beautiful part of the world. Of course, we welcome you to come down if you can. That's not a good delivery. It's going to be a minimal. So valuable runs. As Huck gets this on completely wrong. And that will help the course of Kent Napoli no end. But again, what I'm seeing here is good aggression from these two batters, trying to score runs and trying to score them quickly. Not a good ball that from Huck. Gets it completely wrong. So Ahmad Huck once again, and that's high up in the air. This is probably a catching opportunity. And very well held. And they were doing some celebrations earlier. There he is again. There's Maburak Hussain. Yeah, what you guys probably didn't capture before the start of this match, that Roma Gladiatori were out there doing plenty of catching practice. And, well, there was a forfeit as well. If you dropped the catch, you had to get down and do a few push-ups. And that's why probably they're making sure they don't drop this one. No push-ups there from Mubarak Hussain. Well held. He's caught well here today. And the first wicket will go. And it's an important one, isn't it? One of the dangerous players is going to go early. That's going to be the end of Shaminda. It goes 14 off 7, 1 6 and 2 4s. Not a bad strike rate. But again, I think you're better off playing that way than sticking around too long. So Huck does get the ball in the right place and does get the wicket. Shaminda has to depart. Good catch once again there from Hussain. Next batter comes in, and it is Vimukti who plods it away, and he doesn't really respond to the call from the opener, Visal. Saniake was there and saying, come on, let's go. And he's ball watching. It doesn't go. So no runs there. Also, it's interesting when now that we haven't got that heat. I mean, it's got a lot cooler now. Temperatures have dropped a fair bit. I suppose with that breeze that's blowing along as well, it's probably around about 20, 24 degrees. So certainly the fans that we had blowing at us here have gone off, and everything seems different. Not just the look of this ground with the sort of the clouds and the colours behind. That one's not going to carry, but again, it's not the cleanest of hits from Vimukti, but also different smells around the ground. You can start to smell and sense that you are in a very agricultural part of Rome. And that's the run taking a bit of a miscue. And Nishay Bhatt is ready to join us back in the Casagrande. Nishay, welcome back.
This one's just pushed away towards cover, and it's going to be a sharp throw to the keeper's end, well handled. It'll just be a single. Yeah, great to look at the way that this Gladiatori side have really rallied as this series has progressed. I mean, keep in mind they started off with 3 straight losses in this ECS, and I think what's worked out so well for them is their top 4 has clicked as this series has progressed. You've started to see the likes of Mubarak Hussain, Harpreet, 7 goals are drawn. And also, of course, Munib Niazi really find their form, and it's just made them so much better aside. This could be close. This could be really tight. Let's just have another look at this.
He touches the rope with his hand. The question is the ball touching him at the same time? If I'm looking at it straight up, I think he might have saved it. But all depends where the ball is. Watch.
Oh, that's tight. I think we need to take this back and freeze it. Great camera work, you have to say.
Yeah.
But
I think there's a moment just about, watch this here, just here, watch, hand touching rope, that arm,
that elbow, yeah.
I think that's 4 runs. I think the elbow just catches it while he's cradling the ball, and he has no idea because he's not going to feel that, doesn't know where the ball is. I think that's 4. I really do. I wonder if we have a look at this one more time. So just watch here. So that's good. Now watch this elbow. So the hand touches there and there. That's the elbow. That's the shot, and that's 4 runs for me. And I think has been given as well. So great work, excellent work there by Spring Media. Brilliant. And I know we're having a bit of a change round from Spring Media as well. We've got some new people coming and arriving. Change over time. Well, we had the umpires change over. Now we're getting that from Spring Media as well. 26 for 1 after 2.
yeah, absolutely. Just starting to feel a few raindrops falling as well. And of course, keep in mind we are inside the commentary tent, so the rain is starting to pick up here. This one struck away straight towards mid-on, and it's going to be a dot ball here. Niazi has come into bowl. Yes, and Anayaka just hitting this straight to the fielder at mid-on. That's, of course, Zadran with his bright red cap. And, of course, his left sleeve as well. He's got that right sleeve. I say he's a right armer, bowls with his right arm, but he does wear a sleeve on his left arm. A lot like a shooter's sleeve in basketball. This one's just an outside edge. It's going to go away for a 4. Rather streaky boundary there for Senanayaka. That one's gone towards the rope, so he'll take the runs however they come over here. Outside edge off Niazi's back.
Yeah, Niazi, isn't it interesting how Niazi, he sort of, when we first saw him first few matches, just have a look at that, by the way, the rain is starting to get a little heavier, and that was what we were concerned about before. And that's the thing, isn't it, Nishay? You can look at many apps and many sort of weather maps and patterns, and they say you're going to be okay, but the rain and the weather you can't control, and that rain is getting a bit heavier now. And of course we've already seen that once this surface does start to get a bit wet, players will start slipping and sliding around. So if it doesn't stop, Nish, And I know, viewers, you're not going to want to hear me say this, but if it doesn't stop, it won't be long before I think they might take the players off and put the covers on. At the moment, Niazi continues. And that's hit pretty far, and that's going to go a long, long way. Shaba, 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 kinna sona, shaka lagya. And that's going to be another one where our man Suresh is going to have to go field. The one Suresh, of course, doing a great job stepping in for Bilal, but that's a good hit. But yeah, one thing I was saying there about Niazi, we didn't see him with the ball much early on, but now he has become probably one of the main bowlers. He bowled very well in the last match as well. But it's his batting that's going to miss at the moment. They'd love to get his form back.
Now just steps across, guys, outside the line of the ball, but that just struck him right on the top of the thigh around that hip area.
Yes, I think it's caught him like on the hip here, but he shows all his stumps, doesn't he? He jumps right the way across. There's Sanayaka. Mukti is out there with him. We can see that they're just trying to make some change in the field. So you can see he wants to bring the long off to the left-hander back in, and he's sending Zedran back.
Just straying down the leg side of his line over there, but it's very unlucky for the batter. He's managed to pick out the sole fielder over there. I think that's Jamali in that position. No, it isn't actually. We'll tell you the identity of that fielder. You can just see the line too far down the leg side. Either side of that fielder that's going away for 4 runs, so a little bit unlucky. I think that's Zulkifli Ali. Yeah, this is it. Play is going to be suspended. The rain has just picked up far too much over here. And this is the right decision that's being made by the match officials. Going to bring the covers on now, and play will be suspended. As you can see from that camera, the rain's picked up a fair bit, and these are certainly not safe conditions to continue playing in.
No, they're not. I said at the time, didn't I, just a few balls ago, and I was saying then, well, viewers, don't be surprised that if we do see the players go off and the covers come off for a period of time, hopefully, of course, we hope this rain does pass. I mean, when you think of the way the weather has been, I mean, we've seen and been hearing of these thunderstorms around us for probably the last hour or so. Of course, they were banging away during that last match. So it could be a short burst that gets past us. All depends on the wind and everything else, or it could be here to stay. Of course, we will keep you updated. So do keep an eye on your screens, and at the same time, we'll come on at random points to let you know what's going on. It's not good news at the moment.
Yeah, it looks rather heavy right now as things stand. Just having a look at this, we've got this storm just that's blowing sort of in a northeastern direction, and once this passes, you would expect this rain to dissipate. Got about moderate rain for now.
Well, what we can do, of course, we'll keep you posted, but of course, we did have some play. Let's have a look at some of the highlights that we've all had already. That's the state of play at the moment, 37 for 1. Of course, we'll keep you updated if there are going to be any changes or any delays. And of course, if we do come back, if the number of overs is reduced, we'll tell you. But these are the highlights so far. So this is the way it started. There were some nice shots. I like there was more intent, wasn't there? Definitely here from the Kent Lanka Napoli side.
There certainly was. I think it was good to see the positivity Kent Lanka Napoli were batting with. This is what we want to see from them, going out there, playing their shots. They've certainly got talented players, you can tell. I think some of these players, just looking at their technique, they're probably more accustomed to playing T20 cricket or even longer formats than that. So they're just taking a bit of time adjusting to the shortest and fastest format of the game. And as we just take a look at some key moments here, of course, that was a sensational effort there by Mubarak Hossain. You could just see his elbow graze the rope along the way, so that was given a 4. Munib Niazi bowled the 3rd over of the power play. This was a lucky boundary, just a little edge that went away for a 4. And then, of course, we would see one big 6 hit on the 4th ball of the power play, but not sure we've been able to bring that to you. So there's a look at some live pictures of what's occurring right now. Yeah, the cover has been brought on. And of course, we'll keep you updated with the rain, which, to be honest with you, is rather heavy at the moment. But of course, here in the Mediterranean, it tends to pour for a short while, but then the rain disappears.
Well, that's what we're hoping. I mean, if you look at the light situation, it's pretty bright to the left of us. So let's just hope that this is something that's passing. It gets past us and we're able to get on there pretty quickly. Of course, the pitch itself is covered. That won't be an issue. And I don't think we're going to mind so much if the grass and the outfield gets a little bit of water. But of course, there will have to then be some, I think, common sense applied from the players as well if we do come back. I think the normal process is both the captains will be spoken to by the tournament referee and say, right, these are the conditions. We don't think it's unsafe, but obviously what we do recommend is that bowlers take that the conditions into account when they're running in. If they're going to be charging in, then the chances are that they will transfer some water onto the artificial, and there is a possibility that they may slip and slide a little bit. So unfortunately, that is the state of play here at the moment. So Kent Lanka of Napoli, they've managed to get 3 overs in. They have put 37 on the board, 37 for 1, but the rain has come down a little bit too heavy here at the moment. The covers have gone on. Good work there from Leslie, Charles Krauser, Jarrad, and we saw that Ravi and Marzi there as well. So covers going on. We'll keep you updated. Of course, you'll have the graphics at the bottom of your screen. Keep an eye on those. If we do have some further updates for you, myself and Nish will come back.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome back. Of course, the good news is that after that heavy downpour, the covers have come off and we are ready to go. And of course, the news is that this will be now a 6-over-a-side match. So naturally, that Lanka Napoli, they have batted 3 overs already, so they will have 3 more overs to bat. But of course, the Duckworth-Lewis Stern system will come into play. So whatever they end up with, you'll find that using that DLS system, that their score will go up by some amount of runs. We'll of course keep you updated on that. And then Roma Gladiatori will have to chase that in 6 overs. The power play is going to be 2 overs. So the power play here has already been completed. So now, of course, Roma Gladiatori, as they would have been doing anyway by now, are able to put the fielders back. But just have to remember that for when they are batting, the power play will be the 2 overs. So ready to go, of course. And that's been played away out on the leg side, of course. Now, this is where you would expect in a game, a shortened game, that Roma Gladiatori, it would feature or favour them quite heavily with the batting that they have. And Lanka Napoli, they're a team that have struggled to score runs quickly. So you'd imagine that the longer format, the longer it goes, suits them better. So let's see. Let's see, though. This could be a good thing for Lanka Napoli. It could actually make them actually go out of their shell and out of their comfort zone and actually play some shots. Of course, I'm Rico Full, and joining me back in the commentary position is Nishay Bhatt. Nishay, it's going to be an interesting one, this. Lanka, of course, the question is how many more can they get in the 3 overs they're going to get here, and then just how many will be added on to that score when it comes to the DLS system.
Yeah, absolutely, but usually whenever the rain comes in, it tends to harm the batting side. And Kent Lanka will obviously have a few issues with their overall aggression and explosiveness. They're not the kind of side that you typically see explode. This is a full toss. It's going to get battered over cow corner. 6 more runs.
Well, that's a big hit. That's what they need more of. So well hit as Muktia Singh just doesn't get this one right, and that's been clobbered. So nice shot there by Vishal. And Vishal Senanaika, he's going to be, of course, the key player out there at the moment. And one thing that, of course, both teams will have to compete with are the now new conditions. And, of course, by that I mean that the outfield is going to be damp. The ball is going to be wet as it goes across the outfield. So you can see already the rag is going to be quite key at the moment. The good news, but of course, is that weather has gone, and I think the threat of further rain with it has also passed. So we should be uninterrupted for the duration of this match and the final one. Just a single taken there as Mubarak Hussain makes a nice stop.
They could fielding out in the deep, and they're going to restrict them to just a single. Yeah, 9 runs so far this over. Final ball of the 4th coming up. Just a little bit too short. It's going to go out to Zadran. He's going to take that catch quite comfortably. Almost lands on that bright red floppy hat of his. But he holds on to the catch, and they obviously have to go for the big shot there. I mean, they've got to take risks here, Kent Lanka. But that will also provide opportunities to take some catches.
Yeah, Vimukti, we know that he can be hindrance sometimes, but I'm glad to see that he goes for the big shot. All right, it doesn't work. It's a good catch there taken by Zadran. But Zadran, well, you said nearly. He did step on the cap. He trampled all over it, but he did hold on to the catch. See, Zadran, he brushed it away before he put it back on his head. So Vimukti will go. He departs for 6 of 6. Nice catch taken there, out there in the deep by Zadran. And Muktia Singh picks up a wicket. New batter that comes in is going to be the captain. And so Danushka Silva needs once again to get going straight away. There's a wicket gets taken. It's the start of the next over, and it's going to be Jamali to bowl it.
Get out towards long on. Zadran is there to field that. I think Jamali, it's a wise idea to give him a second over. Went for 14 in the first, but he's been really impressive throughout this ECS, and economy rate of about 6.5 for this series. He's such a consistent bowler, an incredible find for this Gladiators team. As Adran is just going to look to get the field setting right here. He's just moving that fielder out at deep backward point, touch finer. This one is just pushed away towards square leg. We'll pick up a single. Singles won't hurt this Gladiatory side. We got Johnny Heasham with a question in the chat asking if his Leslie has brought the watermelon. Yeah, Leslie did bring the watermelon prior to the rain delay.
Yeah, we did, and it was very nice too. And at that time, it went down very nicely because it was nice and chilled, and we were hot. Right now, it's a lot cooler. In fact, it's a nice temperature for everybody. That must be said. That's not good delivery. It's way down the leg side. Of course, you'll see that 2 bowlers will be in this 6-over-a-side match. Will be allowed to bowl 2, and well, it looks like Jamali is going to be given his second over straight away. So he'll be wanting to make it count.
This one is launched over mid-wicket, goes for 6. Senanayaka sends that one over the rope. Massive hit there. You can just see this ball was in the slot, and he has smoked that one away beautifully. What a shot.
Yeah, it's a good shot. His timing of the ball is really good. What I like in here is, I mean, all right, he's aware that it's a 6-over match, but he's not losing his timing. He's not thrashing at the ball. He's still trying to play it to merit. That could be out. I think it will be out. This is so unfortunate. How about this for a little bit of spectacular action? Well, Jamali will get the wicket, but just look how sensational it is, by the way. We haven't seen the middle stump at this end come out of the ground, but watch this. How unlucky is the non-striker here, the captain, because this has been smashed, and look at him. He can't believe it. It comes off the fingertips of Jamali onto the middle stump, which goes down. And you can see that, unfortunately, Danuksha Silva, the captain, stranded in no man's land.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a very unfortunate way to get run out. But he's going to have to depart over there. Vanilla Pereira. Beg your pardon, Danushka Silva. Let's get a hand on that one. Very unfortunate way to get out. This one's popped up in the air. Catching chance here for the keeper. He's getting underneath it. And it's going to be 2 and 2 here. They're going to get a couple of wickets in a row, so the team is on a hat trick. And of course, Gurpreet getting underneath that one, holding onto it well. Another wicket will fall. And it's Senanayaka as well, which is a big, big blow. This could really slow them down for these remaining 7 deliveries.
Yeah, this will. And you said it. Team hat trick now coming up. Just catches up with him. And look at the bowler there, by the way. Mansoor Jamali, he's there, and he's like, come on, get it, get it, get it. And the wicketkeeper say, calm down, I've got it. So another one goes, and that is a biggie. That is a biggie, because the inform Vesel Senanayaka will have to go. He goes for 28 of 15. And, oh, the biggest thing, of course, that's two dot balls as well.
So there he is, De Silva coming in, the big man. And it's going to be facing the final ball of the 5th over. It's been a good one so far by Jamali. Just 9 runs coming off it. He's going to play this one into the pitch. He's going to have to run hard. And he will pick up a single. So De Silva is off the mark. He will keep the strike heading into the final over. Kent Lanka find themselves 56 for 4.
Yeah, so Vanilla Pereira and De Silva, they've got to go big here. Of course, that's the 5th over now completed, so an over to go. It's a 6-over-a-side match, remember everybody, because of the rain delay. So this technically becomes the last over. And, I mean, score of 70, 75 can certainly be very useful at this point.
Yeah, it's going to take some doing, though, to get to that 75 mark. They would have to get fair few runs to get their 19. Now there's going to be Zadran bowling the final over, coming right on around the wicket. This one's just played across towards square leg. Are they going to push for a second? I could just see that De Silva was keen to push for that second run, but it's going to be Vanilla Pereira who's going to settle for the single and face the strike.
Taking guard here. It looks like he wants to take leg stick. Zadran to the right-hander will come over the wicket. Let's see if he can get this right. He always very particular about his field, isn't he? Zadran, we've seen a number of times before he bowls, he wants it right, and that, I mean, that's a sign of a good bowler. Always checks his fields, checks where they are before he bowls it. And catching opportunity and taken. So Zadran gets another one, and in the end, that's a comfortable catch there from Niazi. So well done to Zadran, just getting the ball in the right area. As bad as, of course, they're going to have to be swinging for everything here. And Shah Namagul Zadran gets the wicket, just keeping the ball up. They're not trying to do too much with it. As you can see, he's really working the ball there with the rag to get it nice and dry. The batter, it's a disappointing departure as, well, Pereira will go. So Vinila Pereira, no runs to him. He's going to go first ball. So, well, he's taking his time. Let's get Goldie out there for him. That's what he's waiting for. Come on, Goldie. Give him a little quack off. Here we go. Well, we scanned the barcode, and out came Goldie to crack him off. So another one goes. So Barrera, no runs, out first ball. That means that we've got Uday, Kamarasinghe, who comes out. Maybe he can get a few away.
Going very wide at the crease. There's Zadran, and he gets that one through. It's a dot ball. Umar Singhe showing a valuable dot ball here. And, well, just take a look at what we've seen for the last few overs. Only 20 runs for the last 15 deliveries. Make that 16 now. This is not the rate that Kent Lanka want to be going at. And Umar Singhe, I mean, he's at least got to try to get bat on ball here. I mean, get a single and make sure that at least Kumara Singha is facing the last ball. Beg your pardon, De Silva. This one's just pushed away towards point, and it's going to be a single, so he will get a run, and that brings De Silva on strike. So just 2 runs off the final over so far.
Yeah, Zadran, he's a real competitor. He is. We know that. I think once he bowled very well against Royal Roma, that he and other good performances earned his team the win. Right, round the wicket to the left-hander.
That is going to be a dot ball to end the over as Zadran. He just terrifies the batter over there. Look at that. That's a wry smile. He knows exactly what he's doing there, Zadran.
Let's have a look at this again. Well, everybody, fake fielding or not, this. Well, I reckon just the roar of Zadran is enough to send the bowler there, Kumara Singhe, running back into his shell. Not going the way that you wanted, really. It'll just be 58. So remember, 6-over-side match, so they're going to have to go at 10s. Go at 10s, and you win the match quite comfortably. And remember, when they resumed, the score was 37. So they haven't really been able to go at the rate that they would have liked to get a big score. But that's been the issue with Kent Lanka Napoli. We know that. They had to go, they weren't able to do it. So now they're going to have to be pretty good and pretty sharp in the field themselves. But really, on paper, in a 6-over match, you would fancy Roma Gladiatori to get the win. But hey, stranger things have happened as you have a quick look at the highlights.
Yeah, we're just taking a look at some of the key moments in this match. That was at 5 wide, the Adamul Haq ball just down the leg side. And of course, he would pick up a wicket the very next ball. He'd get Ishan Shaminda well caught by Mubarak Hussain out in the deep. High fives all around. Of course, that was the only wicket they took before the rain delay. This is feels like a very long time ago because, of course, we did have a rain delay in between. Munib Niazi would get struck for a boundary here. Rather fortuitous boundary, just catching the outside edge and going away for a 4. And then, of course, we did have that rain delay. And here's a look at some of the bloopers.
Yeah, well, they thought, well, why don't we get out there and make the most of it? So it was time for a selfie. So selfie time. And make the most of it, why not? And then he said, right, okay, the rain is stopping. Let's get the covers off. Yeah, well done to both sets of players. And, of course, the ECN crew. So there we go. The covers came off. And the action started again. But unfortunately for Kent Lanka Napoli, they really couldn't get things going. I mean, you had to go for the shot. And that was the the attempted overhead hit there from Vimukti. That didn't go well. Zadran takes the catch after treading on his cap a few times. But that one went well, and if one man who could have got things going for him, well, he was the striker here, the poor captain. That's the cruelest way to get out on the cricket field. Look at this, he just gets the fingers there of Jamali, and you can see Silva left stranded out of his crease. And what made it even worse was the very next ball. It was the key batter, Sananaike, who went for the big shot, top edges it, and Raj Gurpreet making no mistake, taking the catch. And then after that, they just couldn't get going. They just really couldn't accelerate. That's what they needed to do, but it never happened.
It really unraveled. I mean, only 21 runs in between overs 4 to 6 in the latter half of the innings. Only 2 runs off the last over with Shadam Gulzadran bowled. We're taking a look at some of the key moments from the end of this game. This was, of course, Zadran right there at the end in that final ball, and well, absolutely terrifies the batter, and then a wry smile from him as, of course, this innings would come to an end and Kent Lanka would post just 58 runs.
Yeah, we say just 58. Look, we do know that in these shorter matches, for example, I mean, the likes of Roma Gladiatori could go out there and just say, yeah, we can win this, and be swinging from the word go, and they could swing and miss at a few, sky a few balls up. Kent Lanka, Napoli take the catches, and before you know it, they're running behind. I still think that it's the kind of match that there can be a twist, and you wouldn't expect it, because you'd expect Mubarak Hussain, who we know is a big hitter, and the likes of Munib Niazi, and also, of course, Harpreet could just take this game away from you in sort of 4 overs. That's the sort of team that they are. But Kent Lanka, Napoli, they have got the bowlers themselves that are bowled pretty well here. The only thing is, for me, if you're going to win this match, take every chance that comes your way. And then also, well, just the same way that the Roma Gladiatori did have, you just need perhaps a little bit of luck to go your way as well. Quick look there at the bowling figures. A wicket for everybody. Only Munib Niaz not picking one up, but he only goes for 11 off that one over as well. So that's pretty good. You'll be happy with that. Mansoor Jamali, he gets the 2 overs and he picks up a wicket and goes for just for 24. So more than happy with that. So well done to him. And also, I suppose you've got to say well done to Roma Gladiatori for restricting Kent Lanka Napoli to a score of 58. But they still have to go out there and get the run. So let's see what happens. Join us back. Probably going to be a short break here, under 10 minutes time. Join us back as we return for the conclusion of this, well, rain-affected match number 35.
Welcome back for the second innings. As of course, Kent Lanka Napoli have set a target of 59 for the Roma Gladiatori. You'd fancy this Gladiators side to be favorites heading in to this 6-over bash, but it's such a shortened format. You never know what can happen. You get a couple of good overs in here if you're Kent Lanka Napoli, and all of a sudden the Gladiators have their back up against the wall. So oh boy, this could be an absolute thriller. A 6-over bash here. The Gladiatori have to go at 10.7 and over. And I have to say one thing about this Ken Lanka side, though, is their bowling has been really good on this first day of the ECS for them. I've been very impressed by the way they hit their lines and lengths. Here we go. First ball. Oh, and that's not a great ball to start off. That is not a great ball to start off. It goes all the way for 6. What a terrific hit. Flat batted over cover.
Well, you spent about 10 seconds saying the bowling has been very good, and the first one they bowl is a long hop, and it's been clobbered. And Mubarak was saying he doesn't need any invitations to go after a ball that's wide. It's a 6 to go and start straight away. But you're right in what you say. Look, it can go either way. It all depends on how you apply yourself. But I think that shot there from the opener there just shows their intent. They're going to go and play this their way. They've got Hussain out there. They've gone with Niazi as the other opener. I thought they might go with Harpreet, who's also quite a dangerous batter, but no, it's just been blasted away. 6 to start.
Just dragging the length too short here. Can't afford to keep bowling that short, otherwise he's just asking to be hit. He gets away with one there, it catches an edge, and it only goes for a single.
Yeah, what's your thinking here with them going with Shaminda? Now, I don't mind Shaminda as a bowler, but I don't think you're bowling him. You're not bowling him in the first over and also in the power play. You only got 2 overs. The power play is 2 overs. Save him for the third. I think when you got the quick bowlers there, try and use the quick one first and terrorise the opening batters. But, yeah, I'm not sure Shaminda is the one to be bowling up front here. Maybe they just decided that these two don't like the pace or they like the pace, so keep the pace off.
Just trying to tuck that one away, and it's going to be a dot ball. Yeah, I think you might look at someone like a Cheyenne Fernando or even a Denuan to bowl early in this innings. And I think the next big decision for the captain will, of course, be who does he go and give a second over to. I assume he's just going to look at who bowls the best and then just give them a second over. This one is just struck away firmly towards the mid-wicket. It's going to go away for 4 runs as well. Second boundary of this innings.
Yeah, look, too short. You said it already. These batters, these are big hitters. The ball that they want is one that they can just step out to and crunch away. The ball that they don't like is the one that is coming around about the chest height. It's outside the off peg. And, of course, Shaminda, at his pace, he's not going to deliver that. And he can only have 2 men out as well. So those two to the left-hander here to Niazi are on that leg side, long on and mid-wicket.
Oh, is he going to take it? Yes, he will. Yes, he will. It was a juggling act. It was struck right back at him. But he's managed to hold on to it, so some respite for the bowler over here. It just felt like it might get out of his grasp. But Ishan Shaminda holds on to that one. Very, very important wicket.
What a catch. It's like he's catching a hot potato, isn't it? It's like it's too hot to handle. He juggles and juggles. But in the end, Shaminda, he does hold on to it. So, all right, it's so far it's been a pretty expensive over. 11 to come from it, but he has taken a wicket. So just like that, after, well, Niazi will go and Harpreet will come in. So he's definitely going to be looking to go big here. And straight away you can see they're sending the mid-wicket and the long on back on the boundary. But yeah, good catch there. It was like a hot potato from the bowler, Shaminda. But well done, well held.
Yeah, so end of the over. As, of course, the Gladiatori find themselves 11 for 1.
11 for 1, so
Yeah, so 74 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European cricket. Now, of course, that was a golden ball between Jinx Zagreb and the Lavender Lionesses. And a very exciting matchup, of course. The first ever ECSW golden ball as well, and just the second ever ECSW game. It was a historic moment and also rather chaotic golden ball. As we, of course, at one point saw a batter running to the wrong end as well, but we somehow got the golden ball in the dark. And it was a very entertaining viewing. Here we go. Second over is coming up. He's going to look to go big over here. It's going to take a hop and go over the rope. That's gone away for 4 runs. And, well, look at that by the umpire. What an incredible signal. How well has he done that? Now, this is good batting here. Really good batting from the Gladiatori perspective. Yeah, so Wayne just commenting right now on the penalty runs that were awarded in the previous innings. Now this one is going to be a wicket. That is going to be an out. And of course, this has been taken really, really well. Hossein will depart. And they lose the second wicket. Yeah, just to correct you over there, Wayne. Yeah, those are not penalty runs. Those are for the Duckworth-Lewis system. So a few runs have been added on here for Kent Lanka. So yeah, doesn't have anything to do with penalty runs.
Yeah, well said. So yeah, of course, just to remind you, remember that Kent Lanka Napoli were expecting to bat 10 overs. So they had batted 3, then the rain came. So as we said at the time, when they finished their innings, there'd be some calculations that would be made. So their score, they finished on 56, but the runs that have been added have been, you can take them to 64. So target is 64. So I suppose 63 is what they finished with. So the target is 64. That is the DLS score. So nothing to do with penalty points. And that's why you've got that reflecting on the score. So hopefully that's explained that to you. 2 wickets have gone here now, though. Oh, that's close. That's close to being another. Zadran goes for the big shot. So this is exactly what we were talking about with Roma Gladiatori. They will go for their shots, and you can see here this from Zadran. But if they get it wrong, well, anything can happen. So Jaminda, his first over, a really good one in the end. I mean, it was a risky one, but he picked up that wicket.
A wild swing there by Zadran, and you got to say, Zadran is a very hit-and-miss batter. I mean, when he gets things going, he's certainly capable of going at strike rates above 250, but, well, if he's not in form, he's also capable of chewing up many dot balls, as we saw right at the start of this ECS when he wasn't quite in form. So, an opportunity here to sneak in a quiet over, and, oh, well, it's a good thing he hasn't let that get away for buys, because at this point, you want Zadran on strike.
Yeah, it's panning out the way that I said it could, with Roma Gladiatori just trying to force the issue, trying to hit every ball to the boundary and forgetting that you can score runs by getting singles and twos. That's been hit away, and that one will go to the boundary. So Zadran, after swinging and missing at a few, all right, he gets this one away, but just look at all those dots after that. So there's 4 dots, including, of course, the wicket. So the boundary comes there at the end. So 8 come off the over, and 19 for 2 after 2.
Here's a look at the standings for this ECS Interleague. The Gladiatori currently sitting in 5th place with 17 points to their name. A victory here will move them to 500 with 5 and 5. Meanwhile, Kent Lanka Napoli still looking for their first win. Of course, this is the first day of their campaign, as they haven't featured yet in the tournament. Still looking for a victory. They put in a couple of good bowling performances earlier today against Baraka Prato, but just not quite able to click with the bat in hand. Here we go. It's going to be Harpreet. Man has made a century earlier this European Cricket Series on strike against one of the star players of this Kent Lanka side in Senanayaka.
Kent Lanka Napoli, can they win this 6-over contest? I mean, if they can, it would be a big surprise. You would expect them to feature better in the longer format. And Harpreet now knows that a lot of pressure on him. He plays this away now. One thing he's got to be saying to Zedran is, look, yeah, okay, I want you to play your shots, but I don't want dot balls here. You've got to be getting something on this. So that takes him to 20. So look at the equation. They're needing 45 now, or 44 in 23 balls.
Inside edges that one onto his pads. And just a single. Yeah, good bowling here these last couple of overs. Obviously, Denwan keeping the last one to just 8 runs. A couple of singles here to start off for Senanayaka. Yes, nice bowling there, full and straight. It's tough for Zedran to get that one away.
Yeah, good pressure. There's good pressure. And there's the barcode shirts of Kent Lanka, Napoli, and of course, they've got the lion on the front that tends to... Oh, he leaves this one alone, and that's a good leave. It's a good result, isn't it? So Harper, you can see that he's an intelligent player, and that's what you got to do sometimes. I mean, you'll probably find if that was Zedran at the other end, he's swinging at that no matter what. So they'll just take the... So that's 2 runs, and they'll get that ball back again. That could... Things like that make a big difference in this 6-over-a-side contest.
Yeah, they certainly do. As you can see, that one is very wide, nowhere near that tram line. Huge moment. It's just a couple of free runs for the Gladiatori in what is a very tight game. Another swing and a miss here for Zedran. You could just see him advancing, so he pushes that line away a touch wide.
Yeah, it's good delivery, but look at Zedran. Look at his footwork. He's going away from the ball. Look, he goes away. The swing goes the other way, and he's nowhere near it. He's got to go the other way. That's not the way to be. So another dot ball in here. Great fight this from, of course, the Kent Lanka Napoli side. It's another dot. Harpreet must be thinking, hey, here's a question for you. Zedran, the way that he's going here, do you pull him? Do you pull him before he really hurts you? Because that's another dot ball. He's faced 7 balls now for 5. If you're going to do it, you've got to do it now. You surely can't be leaving him out there too much longer.
And they do have other players, Zuger. Very handy batters. How much more opportunity do you give to him? This one looks like he's going to get that one away to the boundary. So this is the kind of risk, that reward that you get with Zedran. He'll get the odd one away to the boundary. The question is, how many more dot balls will he chew?
Yeah, I mean, this one again, I think the bowler here, Senanayake, sees him moving away again, so he decides he'll follow him. Unfortunately, it's a little bit too short, and Zedran does manage to work it away. But it's not a bad ploy to go with, but go a bit fuller. Go a bit fuller and try and strap him on his pads.
Oh, that's huge. That is absolutely huge. But does it have the distance? No, it doesn't. It's fallen short of the boundary rope. It's a good dive there out in the deep. And they'll grab a couple of runs.
It goes for the big shot. It goes high up in the air a long way, but it hasn't got the legs, hasn't got the distance. They're fraying themselves around, aren't they? He's just going to take time, a little moment to compose himself. Another over comes to an end. They'll get a couple off that one. Takes it to 29 now here for 2. So still, there's 35 then required at 18. That means going at just over 11 and a half. You'd expect them to do it with the batting they've got, but at the moment, let's just say, it hasn't been too convincing if you have a look at what we've seen the over by over so far.
Yeah, absolutely. It just hasn't quite been the same firepower that we see from this Gladiatori side. We're usually so explosive, getting those 20-plus run overs. Good comment here by Zedran, talking about how Zedran's body movement when he's swinging looks pretty bad, but his head is actually very still at the moment of contact. It just seems like his balance is completely off. He's sort of falling away from the ball.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing that also happens when in your mind you're thinking, got to hit it, got to get boundaries when the pressure's on. When you haven't got that pressure on, you can bat with a bit more calmness. All right, here we go, a bid.
Gets this one way too wide, and I think Harpreet is going to send Zadran back. At this point, you don't want Zadran on strike. Let Harpreet stay at the striker's end.
It is Zadran's call, and if you can get a run, or that would have been 2 runs out of nothing, I think you take it. I think Zadran is absolutely right. Harpreet, though, he's not a runner like some of the other big boys that we've seen here. Of course, we've already mentioned that Roy Roma are not so good at running. I'm not sure what's happening here. Looks like balls are being passed around by the umpire, so I think they're just checking this ball. I'm not sure why the umpires throw the ball to each other and then still come and meet in the middle. It's a bit odd, but anyway, they're just discussing the ball and saying, no, we're all right with it, carry on. Yeah, I think you still take that one. I know what you're thinking. Harpreet staying on strike. He probably wants to muscle a few to the boundary. But if you get 2 for nothing, you take it. A bit now. Not sure what's going on here now. So now, well, why can't he have the cloth there? We've seen other bowlers have the cloth at the back of his trousers. I don't know. I'm not going to get involved. It looks like they want to get rid of that cloth now for some reason. I'm not really sure what that's about, if I'm honest. Yeah, and Abid is saying, well, what's the issue? We've seen it before. It's not the first time. Anyway, it's going to bowl another wide. So, more extras. Harpreet is quite happy just to leave this alone, isn't he?
But the way Usman Embiid is bowling, you just get that bad feeling that this could be the over, where things could unravel for Kent Lanka. He's got to get it right here. 1 bad over for Kent Lanka. And the Gladiatori will take this game. I'm a little surprised they didn't choose to go with Shine Fernando for this over. This one is just tucked away off his pads. He bowls this one a lot straighter, and it brings Zadran back on strike.
Nicely played. It was a decent enough delivery. He didn't want to risk going for the big shot. So he's quite happy to give the strike to Zadran. So interesting why he didn't want to honour that call. Of course, welcome back to everybody. I haven't had a chance to say hello again. Hello, Wayne. Hello to John Hisham. And welcome to Super 6 Sunday. It's another big swing, and Zadran, he's ready to go, you see. But Harpreet, just some of the running we've seen from some of the batters has not been great. I mean, if you're in this sort of context, Harpreet, look at his backing up. Look where he is here. He by now should have been halfway down the track. He would have made it. Zadran was ready to go. And Harpreet, well, he looks up at the skies because he knows that that's a second run that he's left out there. So that's 2 runs that should have been taken. And Harpreet now should have been on strike. Zadran swinging and missing. He's going to have to make a call sooner or later on Zadran.
Oh, he's got him. He's not going to have to make that call. Abid gets his man Zadran, missing this one, and he's just shaved the stumps along the way. Zadran departs for a run of ball 11. Great bowling so far by Kent Lanka. You know, I was very fearful when I saw those first couple of balls by Abid, but he's come back really well since those wides, and he's managed to pick up a wicket here. So Zadran will depart. Didn't quite work out for him. Let's just take another look at that. You can just see it shaves the stumps along the way. And there it is, just brushes the off stump. The bails will fall, and Abid gets his man.
Yeah, no, well bowled, under pressure. So, thing is, though, I know you all know what I'm going to say. Is that going to work out in favour for Roma Gladiator? Because I don't think Zadran was quite cutting it. So, they're going with Muktir Singh here. Once again, I mean, they've got other options. We know Muktir Singh maybe comes out ahead of maybe 1 or 2 others that might have got the call out. I think Raj Gurpreet is somebody that I wouldn't mind seeing have a go. But let's see how it goes. Muktir, we know that he can hit a big ball. He's going to have to deal with this one from Abid, and it's certainly going to be rising outside the off.
Goes big. Does it have enough distance on it? It does! Massive hit there by Muktir Singh. And you can just see the cheers coming from that Gladiatory dugout. And you know, this just goes back to your point. Will that dismissal work for the Gladiatory? The minute Muktir Singh comes on, he clears the front leg and pumps one over cow corner.
Yeah, I think in this format, I mean, whether it's a 6-over match as this one is going to be, or whether it's a normal 10-over one, if you've got a batter, any batter, no matter what they've done in the past, but who's sort of going at run a ball, then you just got to go out there and say, look, sorry, you're not cutting it in this match. You've got to go. Somebody else comes in. Mukti Singh, just imagine if he's left sat there for another 6, 7, 8 balls, and then by the time he comes out, it's too late.
Was there something there? No, there wasn't. Oh, dear. Why has he done that? Oh, why has he done that? They're just going to gift a single here to the Gladiatori.
Yeah, no need for it. Absolutely no need for it. Smart cricket always wins the day. And, all right, the wicketkeeper, he throws it at the stumps, but he's now, and it's the captain as well, Silva, look, at the stumps, and then they're just going to say, right, let's go. And the thing is, Harpreet on strike, you know what Harpreet can do. So if this one goes anywhere near the boundary, oh, that little bit of unnecessary play could be very costly. It won't be. Harpreet doesn't find the boundary. He'll take the single, which means at the end of 4 overs, they are on 40. Oh, are we going to have a close one here? Now, look, we do know, people, we have had a golden ball on matches when the overs have been cut down because of weather. So here's the 6 aside. I think the last one I remember, a shortened over one, was it when it was 7 overs aside. So it can happen, and it could happen in this one. 40 for 3. So they're needing 24 in 2 overs.
Let's look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we've got another week of action here in Rome. But we'll look at what we got next week as well. Got the Baraka Cup coming up on Wednesday. A great T20 IW series featuring 6 different women's teams. And then, of course, a much-hyped and much-awaited Netherlands Tri-Series featuring the United States, Canada, and, of course, the host nation, the Netherlands. So, yeah, we're into the 5th over here, and a big dilemma coming up here for the captain. I mean, how does he manage these 2 remaining overs? There's one bowler who can bowl 2 overs, and Vanilla Pereira is going to bowl this 5th over, so they're not going to go with Cheyenne Fernando. I thought there's a chance that Cheyenne might bowl. So it's going to be Vanilla Pereira to bowl this over. Then you'd expect him to give someone else a second. Highly unlikely that he uses 6 different bowlers.
Yeah, I wonder if they just feel that there might be a little bit too much pressure here from Cheyenne. That's interesting there. The batter just asking, I think, the umpire to put the shades the other way. It might have been reflecting in his eyes.
Let's place this one into the pitch. Harpreet, is he going to push for a second here? Big throw needed, but it wasn't an accurate throw. It was way, way off. Needed to be a lot closer to the stumps.
Got to push hard. Harpreet may not be known for his running, but he's got to do it. He's got to push, and he gets 2.
Massive moment here. Let's take a look at this throw, of course. That was a beat, and usually you expect that big fast bowler arm. The throw wasn't strong, and it was inaccurate as well. You can just see a beat raising his arm after that throw. He knows he's got that one badly wrong. Oh, Harpreet's going to look to go big here. Does he have enough on this? No, he doesn't. The catch is taken out in the deep. It's Kumara Singha who holds on to that one. Harpreet will depart, and Kent Lanka get a crucial wicket.
That is huge. It's a huge wicket. Harpreet, it just never comes out of the bat properly. So he is going to depart, and Kumara Singha is going to hold on to a very good catch. Now, could that be the one that wins the match there for Kent Lanka? It really could be, because we know how dangerous Harpreet is. Goes for it. You think he's got this pretty well, but not well enough. And even though he's come away from the boundary at Kumara Singha, but the catch has been taken. Well done. What a moment.
A crucial catch to hold on to. We so often say catches win matches, and is that one that could potentially win this game for Napoli? There's still plenty of batting left in the Gladiatori side. You got Mukhtiar Singh at the other end, and Gurpreet, he's capable of hitting a long ball as well. Well, it's going to be a dot ball. Well done there by Danushka Silva. Just holds on to it. No need to throw this at the stumps.
Yeah, don't make the same mistake again. Oh, it's getting tense, isn't it? It's getting tense. 22 of 10. You can see Gurpreet, he's just coming down and hoping he's going to get one in the slot. I mean, if I'm Pereira here, I'm not pitching anything up because he's coming towards it. I'm keeping him on the back foot.
It's another swing and a miss here, and you can just see Mukhtiar Singh starting to get a little bit frustrated. You've got to get bat on ball here if you're Gurpreet.
Yeah, we've said it before about this Roma Gladiatori side. They have got 3 very good batters, but if you get them early, then you're into them. And Kent Lanka Napoli, they are into them.
Just over the stumps, holds on to this one. Oh, Mukhtiar Singh is absolutely disgusted at the other end. He wants to get back on strike. He had a 6 off the first ball he faced.
Oh, look at this. We're going to go into... Well, he's got to get a boundary here now, because otherwise they're going to need a magical finish of the last. Mukhtiar, yeah, look. You can understand, though, a batter shouldn't come in. That's 4 dots we've had in this over. The wicket and 3 dots. Well, he gets one away. He makes amends. He's going to get 4 here. So that means we go into the last, and it's going to be 18. 18 required for victory. That's what it comes down to. Mukhtiar Singh. Now they're going to have a quick think about who they want to bowl this. And that's the thing. They're all going up to the captain here, to Silva. And a little bit of a debate saying, right, who are we going to get to bowl it? 18 off the last over required for victory. And remember, already today we have seen that the Gladiatori side got a very good win against Royal Roma. So they want this win. They really do want this win. It's an important one for them. But they've left themselves with a lot to do in the last. And remember, the last match that we'll be seeing here today, match number 6 in the day, well, Roma Gladiatori will be playing Royal Roma again. So they don't want to be going into that fixture on a bit of a downer. 18. Nisha, what do you reckon? They're going to do it or not?
No, it's going to be a tough one. I think anything can happen. I'm going to sit on the fence on this one. It's just like the win prediction. You can see over there, just 57-43. This is really tight heading into the final over. They're going to go with Senanayaka. I thought maybe they'll just go to Denimon because of all that experience having bowled in these situations. Here we go. Senanayaka bowling the final over.
Well, I'm saying no. And because I just don't think they've gone about this in the right way. Roma Gladiatori have totally forgotten the fact that they can get singles, they can take 2s. They're just swinging wild.
I mean, it's lucky he hasn't walked onto his own stumps over there. Mukhtiar Singh swinging out of his shoes at that one. Yeah, I think another thing that's worth noting is Ken Lanka made just 2 runs off the last over, but they could still have a chance to win it here. This was another swing and a miss. He's convinced there's an edge.
It doesn't matter. Dot ball is the winner there. So if he's got to ping one to the boundary now, Mukhtiar, otherwise he's done and dusted. I have to say, this is a real low-par performance with the bat for Roma Gladiatori. A lot of people would have thought, 6-over match, Roma Gladiatori against Kent Lanka Napoli. Lanka Napoli, who can't score too many runs. Gladiatori got to win easy. It's not turning out that way, and now the off stump has come out of the ground. Look at the joy here from Senanayaka. He is over the moon. The off stump is down, and it comes down to this. Unless Roma Gladiatori can hit 3 6s from the remaining 3 balls, they will go down in this 6-over-a-side contest.
Off peg, sent for a walk. As Kent Lanka Napoli are nearing their first victory of this ECS. This Gladiatori side have been amazing with the bat over these last couple of days, but it hasn't quite clicked for them in this 6-over bash. And that's why these games are just so unpredictable. You got such a small amount of overs. Anything can happen. You just get a couple of good overs in, and the whole match could turn on its head. And now, well, we're going to need to see something miraculous here from Ahmed Haq if the Gladiatori are going to win it. He has to hit a 6 of every remaining delivery.
Yeah, great battle it's been from Kent Lanka Napoli. Just making sure they get the field right to left. The thing is, though, here, I mean, the infielders really don't matter. Just get the 5 men that are got to be on the boundary right. But even that doesn't really matter because it's got to go over them. You can put them all inside the 30-yard circle if you wanted because they need 3 6s. And if this next ball doesn't go to a 6, it's done.
Here we go. Can Huck send this over the boundary rope? I was going to send this one big. It's massive. So he's got 1 out of 3. He's got 1 out of 3. And now he needs a couple more in a row.
Oh, this is quite an exceptional shot. You'd think he'd be under all sorts of pressure. And Hamadul Haq just with ease hit to 6. And you know what we're going to say now, folks? Where has he been? Why hasn't he come out early? They've just done this all wrong. We've seen a lot of mistakes by teams and by captains. And this is another one you would feel from Roma Gladiatori. They're just going about this all wrong. But need another 6. Won't get it.
It was there, though. It was there to be hit. It's just Senanayaka took a little bit of pace off that. Ahmed Huq just looks up to the heavens. He knows he had a chance. If he could have got underneath that one, he would have been able to send it to the rope. But yeah, that first 6, beautiful shot, full face of the bat, straight down the ground. Nice high elbow as well. But they're going to fall short here, the Gladiatori. And Kent Lanka Napoli are on the verge of picking up their first victory of this ECS. Just needs to be a legal ball here from Senanayaka. Oh, it's a wide. That just extends the outcome of this game.
Yeah, he just needed to get, like you said, a legal delivery in there, maybe just getting a little bit excited. I tell you one thing, though, if you talk and want to see excitement, watch the celebrations, because there'll be plenty, especially from this guy.
He's going to launch this one all the way for 6, but it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter. Kent Lanka Napoli will take this one. It's their first victory of this ECS, and they win it in a 6-over bash, an absolute thriller. The Gladiator.
Were, but remember, things haven't gone well for them here today. They have lost the matches that they played. They lost one earlier, and you know, then they scored 157 and ended up on the losing side against Baraka Prato. They need things to go their way. They need to start to go back to winning ways. But let's have a look at the highlights here. And they just bowled really well. Look at this. That's the hot potato. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times finally the catch was taken by Munib. Really good quick reflexes. And well done from the bowler. That's brilliant. They're very, very good catch. But of course, another batter would come in and smash the ball away. Zedran, though, what about Zedran's innings? I mean, just have a look. How many balls? 11 balls for 11 runs. Captains, you've got to be more ruthless. If batters aren't hitting runs, get them out the way.
Absolutely, and I think they'll look back at some of those decisions and wish they had done a little bit better, especially when they saw Ahmadul Haq absolutely clobber one for a 6 off his very first ball. Well, could have been different if maybe he'd faced an extra 4 or 5 deliveries. We'll never know. We'll take a look at the rest of the highlights. Of course, Zedran did get a couple away to the boundary rope during his run of ball 11, but eventually he would get out. This was a chance that he presented, and of course it would fall just short of the field. He'd get out on this ball, though. That would be, of course, Usman Hamid getting rid of him. That ball just clipping the off stump along the way. Zedran would make it 11 runs at a run of ball pace. We'd see Mukhtiar Singh come in to replace him, and of course he'd bash a 6 off the very first ball he faced, but then wouldn't do too much more after that. Raj Gurpreet came out as well. He, of course, hit a 6 and a 4. This was that moment over there. Would look like it could potentially be a very costly error there from Danushka Silva, just looking to throw one at the stumps, and it allowed Roma Gladiatori to just buy another single. And of course, this was a sensational catch, a huge moment in this game with a Kumara Singha holding on to a very important catch to dismiss the danger man Harpreet. We've seen play some fine innings over the course of this ECS. That would be the end for Mukhtiar Singh. Vishal Senanayaka bowled that final over. He held his nerve in a dramatic final over. Then, of course, they needed 3 6s to win off the last 3 deliveries. Ahmadul Haq pumped the first one away. He would then get a single off the second ball, which would pretty much secure the victory for Kent Lanka. Gurpreet hit the 6 off the last ball of the innings, but it made no difference to the outcome of this match as Kent Lanka beat Roma Gladiatori by 3 runs based on the Duckworth-Lewis method.
Yeah, one thing that I want to focus on here, when you look at the likes of Munib Niaz there, if you have a look at Mukhtiar Singh, those guys, look, Mukhtiar Singh hit 1 ball for 6. Faced 5 balls. What did he do with the other 4 balls? Dots. Same you can say about Munib Niaz, and of course, well, Zedran, I don't know what happened to him. Run a ball with 11. Too many dot balls, and if you're If you play out dot balls, you're not going to win matches, and that's exactly what happens here. Sometimes you've just got to take those singles out. And when you think about it now, have a think of the number of singles they didn't take. And if you take those singles, you win the match. It is as simple as that. It's not all about whacking the leather off the balls. But well done to Kent Lanka Napoli. They will get the victory just by 3 runs. And, well, Roma Gladiatori, they're not going to have too much time to prepare here. I can tell you that the next match will be starting just 10 minutes later than the scheduled time. So we're going to be back pretty quickly here. So we're going to leave you with the match summary, and also you can see there the timer is clicking down to the next match. In 12 minutes time we'll be back when, well, we're going to see another big match. It will be Royal Roma looking for revenge over Roma Gladiatori. So we're going to finish, quite ironically, here in Rome with a Roma derby. So join myself, Rico Full and Nishay Bhatt back when we return in, well, you saw there, just about 10 minutes time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
It's been a long day of cricket so far, and our sixth and final match features Royal Roma against the Roma Gladiatori. Royal Roma have had a difficult day, the most difficult day for them so far in this European cricket series. They have failed to register a win so far, and they'll be desperately looking to get back to winning ways. Their bowlers have struggled throughout this day. They've given up over 130 and even 150 runs in the matches they have been involved in so far today. So they'll be looking to get back on track, hit those lines and lengths, and let's see if they do any better. The last time these two played each other was, of course, earlier today when the Gladiatori picked up a 34-run win and were just 6 runs away from picking up bonus points. It was all set up by that incredible power play for the Gladiatori, where they managed to make 61 runs. Their top order has been clicking throughout this day, and they're looking as good as they ever have. Let's head back to the commentary box where you'll be joined by Rico Full.
Thank you very much, Nishay. And, you know, they have been Roma Gladiatori, but of course, that batting that Nish is talking about there let them down in that last match. So we saw there that Kent Lanka Napoli getting the win in that 6-over-side match. The good news is we are back to the full 10 overs. The rumble of the thunder is happening behind us, and it seems to be going away from us. But of course, we are losing and have lost a little bit of time. The light, of course, when it's a cloudy day, is not as bright. So this will be an interesting match as Royal Roma, as Nish says, tries to at least end their day on a high. 6-3 now, and of course, those 3 losses have come after they were 5-0. So that means that they've only lost they've won the 1 of the last 4. That is not good for them. They need to change that pretty quickly. And they are still, though, the favourites to win this one against Gladiatori, even though Gladiatori beat them in the earlier match. Roma Gladiatori getting 136 and Royal Roma only 102. And that's why you can see there that Roma Gladiatori once again winning the toss and wanting to bat first. I think there could be a number of reasons here. One is, of course, they did win the earlier match. And, of course, the other thing is they know that if they bat first, they'll get the best of the light. So that could also play a part here. Right, we are ready to go. Issues for Royal Roma, and Nish is absolutely right. Their bowling has not been good. And having to have Rajwinder Singh behind the stumps yet again means that you're not going to get 2 overs from him. So they are going to struggle here. They've got to find another bowler, and they've got to bowl better lengths. A lot of their bowlers, the Gagandeeps, the Charanjits, they've been focusing too much on bowling fast and banging the ball in. They've got to try and get the ball fuller. Hashmat Dinsa didn't bowl in the earlier match this morning because of a back injury. They're going to need him to bowl here. And Dinsa is going to be opening up with the ball. Of course, batted very well in that last match. Got 110 partnership with Charanjit, but they still ended up losing, scoring 157. Oh, that's been smashed hard. That has gone so quick and smashes in the stronger together banner. Well, both of these two teams, one of them has to be stronger together and win this match. Who will it be? Both have lost the last match that they featured in. I know that Royal Roma, they would not be wanting to go back home after losing all 3 matches. I think it's a bigger one for them, really, than it is for the Roma Gladiatori. Let's see how it pans out. Dinsa gets cracked away. Great shot from Hussain to start. And this one just sort of being dragged down, so it will be a comfortable stop for Charanjit Singh. And, also got to be, look at the clouds, by the way, at the back, and that's what I said, that's where all of those clouds are and all the thunder is, but that seems to be moving away from us, thankfully. Brighter skies are above this Roma cricket ground. Munim Niaz just checks the field, has a look round. He needs to have a good finish himself, doesn't he? Though he has bowled well the last few times for Gladiatori, he needs to become another gladiator with the bat. Needs to start scoring some runs. Down the leg side, going to be a wide as Dinsa not able to find the right areas to the left-hander. And hello to everybody in the chat as well. It is the start of our last match, so we're going to have a long finish here. So you're gonna have to. We're going to keep the midnight oil burning, and you're going to have to give us some company. So it's going to be good to hear from you. So come on, let's start early as this is a delightful hit. Oh, wonderful. Look at the way he gets a swivel on this. Manib Niazi. He goes, oh, as this goes all the way. Yeah, wonderful hit. Glorious shot. Hasmat Dinsa just not able to get the ball in the right areas. I think what might be throwing him a little bit is just where Niazi is standing a long way out of his crease. You see a lot of batters that like to be deep in their crease, but not Niazi. He likes to be outside and he's quick to rock back. Yeah, I just wonder if Royal Roma are already looking like a bit of a defeated side after the 2 losses they've had. It's never easy when you lose a match and you scored 150 on the board. Of course, that's what happened to them. Good comeback, better ball from Dinsa. So just to recap the way their day went here, Roma Gladiatori 136, Royal Roma 102. So losing by 34 runs in match number 32. It was a match 2 of this match day 7. And then, of course, we saw in the next match against Baraka Prato, that's up in the air and will drop out of danger. Yeah, Royal Roma, they actually put 157 on the board. That was when we had that 110 partnership between Hasmat Dinsa and Charanjit Singh. But Baraka Prato winning that with 3 balls to go thanks to a century from Ghulam Dastgir. And Dastgir, as Dave was saying, well, he found top gear when it mattered. Great knot from him. So this is a big match for them. They want to come back strong. They want to come back with a win. And they've got to be good out there. They've got to be good. They've got to be perfect. And they've got to make this work. And they've got to pick themselves up as well. That's very, very important for them as a team to pick themselves up and support each other. End of the innings, end of the over. 16, then come off that one. So it's a good start this for the Gladiatori side. 36 days to go to the Euros of cricket. Yeah. And that's when we'll all come together there at the Karma Oval. And I've already heard that it's looking pretty stunning. I got a new look to the fan zone. I'm not going to give anything away. But yeah, it's going to be great there in Andalusia, Spain. The Euros of cricket. Let's see how that pans out. Of course, I still feel, and I say and I maintain that I do believe that there could be a few surprises in store. I really do. All right, now, this is the man that needs to take the spot of Rajwinder. So, Inderjit Singh. It's a lot of width, and that just gets played away easily. He's far too short, and that one gets played away. You can see some of the damage that the wind has done. Of course, I know that bodies are going around repairing some of the damage that the wind left behind. I think that's another banner that will get sorted out. And of course, the wind has just ripped that away from the fence. We'll be on to it. Inderjit gives the ball away. Has to go fuller, doesn't he? Mubarak Hussain. Just look at him. He's standing there like he's like a man on a mission. Too wide this time. Field is well set. They don't have a sweeper though out on that offside. They've got long off back and the mid wicket, and that's a better delivery. So a little bit quicker this time from Inderjit. All right, goes after it and gets it. It's in the slot though, isn't it? I mean, I don't mind this delivery. Well, there we go. Even the medics Oh, look at that arm. Sign him up, somebody. Sign him up. Well, there you can see there's the scorers there. You see a bit of Vasu in there. Of course, Gerard is in there as well. And so is Marzi. But, well, what about the medics? Well, now that's a really good arm. We go back to the live action here. And, well, once again, it's outside the off. It's missed out on it. Just tried to go full. I think that's what he's got to do. Well, here it is again. And, yeah, very good throw. Nicely done. And, well, he puts Vasu in his place. Then he says, you go carry on with your scoring. Asking the question, probably outside the line and the impact. Let's have a look at this again. Might get a chance to see it one more time before Indrajit comes back to bowl. So he floats it up. But, yeah, impact is outside the line. Ball to go. And no, it's not, because that's another wide, so it'll have to be bowled again. And a good time for Nishay to come back in here. Nishay, do you get the feeling here that Royal Roma, they just don't seem to be buzzing the way they normally would be?
Yeah, it's been a tough day for Royal Roma, hasn't it? Especially in the bowling department. They've given up plenty of runs, 135 in the first one, and 150 plus in the second game they played. It just look a little bit tired, look a little bit exhausted, but they've got to find a way to lift themselves up for one last match. Of course, they're involved in a very tight race here to try to grab that top spot. They're now even with Roma CC in terms of number of losses. And, of course, getting first place is a pretty substantial advantage. You get a favorable matchup for the semi-final. Yeah, just going back to the medic over there. Yeah, Jared's clearly been coaching him. Obviously, Jared coaches a bit of cricket. So it seems like he's taught the medic well.
He's got a good arm, hasn't he? Threw that in very nicely. The other thing, I mean, you talked about the medic. One thing that I saw is Kawani Lakanwal is certainly nursing his left knee when in that last match in the interval, because of course all things were happening. That's been played away. Nobody out there, so that's going to be another boundary. As it's time for Sukhbir Singh to get bashed away for his first ball. But yeah, Lakanwal was walking around with plenty of bandaging and a lot of ice on that left knee of his, and that probably would explain why when he's in the field they're trying to hide him, and a number of times he hasn't been able to take catches or get the ball, so he's not 100%, you know, so they're trying to keep him fit for his batting. That also explains why he's not running when he's out there. Up in the air, that's going to be another boundary. The thing is it going to be 6 or 4? I must admit, I don't know about you, Nish, but it's very noticeable how dark it's starting to get. We would normally see this quite clearly, but that's gone all the way. It's going to be 6 runs, so Sukhbir, it's not a good start from him.
Yeah, there's a heavy cloud cover over this playing field, and it is rather dark out there. It's almost like we're playing at 8 o'clock in the evening or 8:30. That's how dark it is. And keep in mind, it's just 10 to 7 local time. You're just reading some of the messages in the chat. Wayne, we need to go shopping together. Let's go shopping together, right? I'm over in Rome right now. I mean, come on over. Let's go down to Central Rome and let's go suit shopping.
Well, Wayne, if you go shopping with this, be sure to buy him a Peacock Friday shirt as well, or make sure he buys a Peacock Friday shirt. So, yeah, I don't mind that idea. I know you went with Ravi. Surely Ravi found you one somewhere, as this is another one that's blasted away. This over's gone 4-6-6. So Sukhbir coming on the bowl, and it ain't going well.
Oh, we did spend quite a few times in some of the shops, but it wasn't for either of us. It was for Mozzie.
It was for who?
It was for Mozzie.
What were you shopping for Mozzie for?
Oh, he wanted a couple of things from some of the stores in Central Rome, so we were taking pictures and sending him over.
Are you joking me? Why can't he go himself? Are you telling me he's not going to have a day off? Mozzie's actually off tomorrow. I know he is. Well, I tell you what, Mozzie's got that sorted, hasn't he?
Big swing and a miss over there. Just playing the wrong line this time around, Hussein.
Yeah. So come on, everybody. Let's have your random questions in today as well, because it is going to be a late one here. And, well, you need to keep us company all the way through. Thank you for staying with us as well. And, of course, as I always say, thank you for your support for the European Cricket Network. And if there's any ladies coming in, I should say, not ladies, I said. He swings this one away again. It's a short delivery. They're just, one thing I'm noticing with Royal Roma, there's something about their game plan where they just can't help bowling this length of a delivery. And I don't really know what it is. If Sukhbir Singh was bowling at, real pace, I could understand it. But he's not. So I don't know why they are starting to drop the ball so short. It could be tiredness, of course, on a day like today, that it just, they're tired, they're feeling it, but they've just bowled too short. And you know what? I mean, we saw them get 157 and it being chased. Well, this sort of bowling, you can see Roma Gladiatori putting a huge score on the board.
That's much better. That is so much better by Sukhbir Singh. And absolutely, I agree with that point. I just don't understand why he's banging it in short. He's had so much joy throughout this series, just bowling it full and straight. And we were praising him about that, how he just keeps things simple. But then today in particular, something seems to have got into him, in particular after that second game, where he started to bang in these shorter balls.
Yeah, just noticed there, Lakamwal was the last of the three guys backing that ball up. He eventually stops it, but just have a look at the way that he's walking. There's Lakamwal there. He is really walking very slowly and very gingerly. He doesn't look well at all. So there's obviously big problems for him. But 52 of 3. I bet you, once again, Roma Gladiatori would be saying to themselves, what happened to this sort of batting when we needed it, when we needed to get 64 of 6 overs for a victory? And yet here they are, they're smashing it and clubbing it all over the place. They are a bit like Royal Roma themselves, very hit and miss with the batting.
So we're going to see Inderjeet Singh come into bowl his second over. That was the first over, by the way, in which he hasn't picked up a wicket so far this ECS. The first one, he's had a strike rate of 4.5 prior to this match. He's just going to dab this one towards third, and it's going to be a dot ball.
Good bit of flight that time. So that's what he's got to do. I mean, I'd rather him pitch the ball up, get it right up there, rather than drop short. Not sure what he just said to the umpire there. Not sure what it was. But ask the umpire something. Smashed. And that's going to go a long way. Boll it, boll it, boll it. Get out of the way. Well, somebody saved Leslie there. Well, Leslie was in the firing line. I don't know how much of this we'll see. Well, that ball's high up in the air. And I reckon... well, Leslie see what's going on. He's saying, Leslie was probably saying, well, minding my own business. How much of this? So there's Leslie there. Then let's see, ball up in the air. And I think, they say, get out of the way, Leslie. Oh, somebody saved Leslie. I'll give that man a medal. Leslie has been saved.
I'd like to have seen Leslie take a catch. Come on, then. Would have loved to see Leslie take one.
He would have taken one, all right, not a catch. He would have been wearing that. And that gets played away, trying to get it in the gap. And that's just going to be... I mean, look, Leslie's getting on. And, me and you are struggling with the light here. Leslie does not see this ball, and he needed to be pushed out the way. Otherwise, he was being struck by it. Oh, we can't have Leslie go down. We need Leslie. Leslie's the man. Just think, if there's no Leslie... the ground wouldn't look the way it would be. We wouldn't get the watermelons. We wouldn't get the yogurt banana drink. We wouldn't get the iced tea. I know. You look after Leslie, everybody. And, all right.
You have to put Leslie in bubble wrap for the rest of this series.
Yeah. No harm must come to Leslie. But plenty of harm is coming on to the Grizzly as Roma Gladiatori. It's like they're having a net session here. They're just tossing up pies to them. I have to say, Nish, you can probably sense it in me, but I'm very disappointed with the bowling performance from Royal Roma. I really am. It's like they haven't got a bowler who can pitch a ball up.
No, it's been very odd. I mean, this is not the Royal Roma side we saw the first couple of days in this ECS. They've fallen off, in particular today. I think something seems wrong with them on this Sunday. And with the fact that you're playing 3 matches a day on a day like today, you just have one off day, and all of a sudden you slip so far down the standings.
Yeah, they really, I mean, the way they started, things were happening. Of course, it helps when You've got your top batter performing well. Kawani Lakamwala has been off the boil the last 3 or 4 innings he's played. That's made a big difference. I think in those last 4 matches, 3 of which they've lost, he hasn't done anything. Chase is the wide one. It will be called wide, so it's another extra to go on the board as well. And that, see, the thing is, if you're bowling full and straight, the other thing you eliminate, you're not giving extras away. Extra ball coming up here now, and Hussain, it'll probably be pretty key to get his 50 from it, and yeah, he will. Up in the air, challenge it, he's eyeing it up, but I don't think he's going to be able to stop it, no. So that's going to be 50 to Mubarak Hussain. 55 of 19 deliveries, well batted. So Hussain gets there, and you can see though he's not even celebrated. He hasn't even lifted that bat up. You can see he's talking immensely there to Munib Niazi and probably saying, look, forget it. I don't want 50. I want 100. And I want to stay here with you all the way. These guys, what they're bowling, we should score loads of runs. Well, all of a sudden, just to say that, he then finally does celebrate. Well, it looks like he gives a lecture to Niazi first, and then he looks at his teammates and he gives the celebration. So they're still having a conversation. This conversation's going on for a long time, and now who else is having a conversation? I can see Singh having a conversation as well. Now I'm not really sure what this is about. I wonder if Rajwinder Singh has had a chat here with the umpires and say, maybe he's talking about the light here. What do you think? There's something definitely going on. And now that I can see one of the umpires is on the walkie-talkie. Now they're also talking to the batters here. So not really sure, but there's something that is going on. The umpires are also getting involved with it. So not really sure what was being said there. But Rajwinder Singh, who is, of course, behind the stumps in this one, the captain of Royal Roma, was having a bit of a conversation there with the batter, with the Mubarak Hussain. Then he was having a discussion also with the umpires. So not sure what that's about. I wonder if it's to do with him not wanting to wear the helmet and saying, look, I want to stand up, but I can't wear the helmet because it's too dark. It could be that. You put the lid on, it's even dark, and he's saying, well, if I put the lid, you want me to stand up, you put the lid on, I can't see a thing. It's so dark. I don't know. We might find out, but all we know at the moment is that he and his side are taking a bit of a pasting. There's 73 without loss, and if they keep going at this rate, well, it will be their time to be chasing a lot of runs. We know that they can do it. Discussion's still happening now, and now the umpire, who's at square. Now, what's going on here? Not really sure what's going on. Now, looks like the umpire's having a chat here with Safiur Rahman about something. So, Charles Croucher now getting involved. So, the tournament referee now getting involved as well. I wonder if this could be the storm behind us that they can hear, and maybe they're seeing some lightning and it's threatening coming this way. So we'll have to, I think, Nish, you might know a bit more on this.
Nope, that's exactly what it is. Play has been suspended due to lightning. This is official now. Play has been suspended. Our cameraman has also been asked to make his way down off the tower now due to the lightning. So we are suspending play. It's going to be another stoppage over here. And we're just going to continue to monitor the weather and give you some more updates. But yeah, play has been suspended. That decision has been made. Our cameraman has also made his way down the tower for safety reasons as well. So
yeah,
we're going to have a break in play.
I mean, it's something that I mentioned just before we had the first break, when it was, in the end we came off because of the rain and not anything else. But we know, and I think you have seen that behind us, very dark, and we've heard the thunder and the rumble. So obviously there's lightning there, and of course that means that the players have to come off the field of play. It also means that me and you, Nish, we're going to have to wrap up here pretty quickly and just inform everyone that keep an eye on your screens. And if we are able to, we'll come back and we'll give you some more information. But for the moment, the production crew are having to make their way down from some of the camera positions that they're on because of the risk of lightning. And the players are also coming off, and I think you may even find that just as a precaution, the covers will come on as well. So, yep, the players coming off because there is that risk of lightning. So we'll keep you updated. But what we'll do is that we will show you some highlights of the play that we've had so far.
Absolutely. We'll just take a look at some of the key moments we had in this match. We'll now have a look at some of the action we got to witness, of course. We've seen a 73-run opening partnership so far between Mubarak Hussain and Munib Niazi. Hussain batting on 55 of just 19 delivered. Munib Niazi's only had a chance to face 5 balls and he's made 14 runs. Of course, Munib Niazi has hit 2 of those 5 balls he's faced over the boundary of 4-6. Mubarak Hussain has struck 9 boundaries so far this inning. 7 of them are 6s. And of course, there have been some terrific shots. In all honesty, it's just Royal Roma have just not quite been at it. They've not been hitting their lengths, and it's been far too short. There was, of course, that terrific throw by our medic, clearly getting coached in cricket while he's out over here watching the games, and just hasn't worked out. I mean, of course, someone like Inderjeet Singh, who's been a pretty consistent wicket taker so far this series. As I said, he had a strike rate of 4.5, had taken a wicket in every over he had bowled prior to this match. Has figures of 0 for 34 in the 2 overs he bowled, and then Hashmat Dinsa went for 16 in the sole over he bowled. Sukhbir Singh going for 23 runs in the sole over he bowled, and of course we had to stop play at the 4 over mark. As of course, here's a moment there with Leslie. Of course, good to see he's safe and sound. We all need him here. We desperately need him here in cricket Italy.
We definitely need him. And, well, Leslie was probably on his way to sort out that banner, I'm no doubt. But, well, Leslie got saved, and we're thankful for that. Otherwise, well, it would have been a nightmare without Leslie. We would have all lost out. But at the moment, it is a bit of a nightmare as well because of the bad weather and the lightning that's around us at the moment. Play has been suspended. We will keep you informed of any further updates. I know that discussions will continue. I guess that storm, it may pass from behind us, and if it does, and if the threat of lightning also does pass, then we will come back. So it is possible, and if we do come back, it's likely to once again be a shortened match. So do stay with us. Keep an eye on your screens. If we have any further updates, for those of you that are on the chat, we'll put something on the chat to you, and we may also, if we're allowed to, come back and give you an update on the screen. So for now, you just have to, again, you have to be with us. Unfortunately, these things do happen. They're out of our control. Thank you for your understanding. Thank you for your support of the European Cricket Network. And hopefully we will catch up with you before we go. But of course, we're keeping our fingers crossed that we will be able to return to this contest between Royal Roma and Roma Gladiatori. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. Well, unfortunately, I know we are normally the bearers of good news, but unfortunately, the news this time is not good. The weather that's coming this way behind us has got worse. There's plenty of thunder and lightning, which has been, of course, concerning the match officials and the tournament referee. And as a result of that, this final match between Royal Roma and Roma Gladiatori has been suspended. Nish, not the news that we want to hear, but of course, safety of the players has to come first.
Absolutely, the safety of the players and also all the personnel who are working here. I mean, we've got a big staff from both Cricket Italia, Spring Productions, as well as our own Blue Crew. And unfortunately, these conditions are simply not safe enough to work or play in. A big disappointment for both these sides, of course, who wanted to go out there playing this final match, but they will share the points, 2 points apiece for the Gladiatori and, of course, their opponents, the Royal Roma.
Yeah, I suppose the Gladiatori would probably be the most disappointed with that because, first of all, they lost the match before, which they believe they should have won against Kent Lanka Napoli, so they wanted to go back and win there. But Royal Roma, I think, the same way, would still be hoping that they could have restricted that to a 140, even if it was a 150 score. And we know that they do have the power to go out there and get those runs. But, of course, you know, safety comes first. So the lightning is a concern. That's why we're going to wrap this up pretty quickly. We know that Spring Media that have been up in the tower behind us here, they've been asked to come down. So they've come down. All the players have gone. You'll see that everything on the field is still left the way it is until, of course, well, I don't know if you can hear that. You can still hear the thunder. And, well, just now, well, our Casa Grande is about to take off as well. So we're going to wrap this up pretty quickly. It's been an unfortunate end to, of course, this Super 6 Sunday. We didn't quite get the sixth game in. At least we did get that 6 over a side match in. But it's been a thrilling day. We've seen another century. And, of course, tomorrow and the next couple of days, you're on your own. It's my turn to do a little bit of sightseeing. I hope the weather's going to be good for me. So, of course, I'm going to be off for a couple of days. Nish, it's going to be over to you.
Yeah, looking forward to covering these next couple of days. We're heading into the second week, the all-important week here in ECS Rome, and we're now just 5 days away from Finals Day.
Right, so it's time for us to goodbye. Sorry for the disappointment, but of course, thank you for your support. Thank you for your understanding. And of course, do join us tomorrow, where we've got, of course, more cricket coming up. So plenty of cricket coming up tomorrow. We'll be back to 5 more matches. But for now, we're going to leave you with the highlights of today. Remember, be good, be kind, look after yourself, stay healthy. And, well, I'll see you in a few days' time.